Chapter 277. Qi. That's Qi. My Qi. Carl opened his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. His eyes filled with excitement. He faced upwards and issued a roar, and 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes. Over the years, Carl was aware that although no one dared to say anything to his face, but many people secretly ridiculed him as a good-for-nothing. There were also many people in the salamander family who secretly wanted to replace him. Since the salamander family was founded on martial merit, the martial spirit in the family was extremely strong. As a successor who couldn't cultivate qi, he wasn't recognized by others at all. Now that Carl was promoted to a great knight and had opened up his meridians under the strengthening of the potions, his future path of cultivation would be smooth. He was no longer a good-for-nothing who couldn't practice cultivation. Full of confidence, Carl strode up to Xiaofan and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Ian, I am Carl, the successor of the salamander family. Thank you for your potions. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the salamander family to look for me." Xiaofan said with a smile, "Carl, I just took out the potions to sell. It's your ability to buy the potions, so you don't have to thank me." Carl laughed haughtily and said, "Haha, good. Grandmaster Ian, can I be friends with you?" Xiaofan replied with a smile, "Of course." Carl's change was noticed by everyone. The bigwigs of the Morin's Empire became even crazier, fighting over the vials of potions sold by Xiaofan. The 100 vials of potions sold by Xiaofan were quickly snapped up, raising about 20 million gold coins for him. Garka was grinning from ear to ear. Of the 20 million gold coins, he could get at least 4 million gold coins. This huge sum of money was enough for him to recruit more experts and buy more weapons and equipment. Before the crazy potion convention came to an end, Xiaofan slowly walked onto the dais. Becky followed behind Xiaofan somewhat awkwardly. Below the dais, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire stared at Xiaofan with awe in their eyes. "Grandmaster Ian, a vial of potion could change a person's fate. Unless forced into a desperate situation, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire wouldn't be willing to offend such a powerhouse." Xiaofan casually pointed at Becky next to him and said lightly, "I am Ian, and I have an announcement to make. I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Toulon city, a college specialized in training wizards. His Majesty will be the dean of that magic academy, and I will be the first vice dean. If anyone is interested, you can look for her to understand the situation." When they heard Xiaofang's words, the eyes of the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire turned bloodshot, and they stared at Becky with a scorching shade in their eyes. Becky felt a little scared when she saw the gazes of those big shots. On the Feisua plane, magic power was one of the strongest powers under gods. A magic legion commanded by a magic shooter could completely blast a dozen human sword sages into pieces. Human sacred swordsmen were strong in offense but weak in defense. The swords in their hands could slay great warlock rank experts, but once they were far away, then the level 1 spell fireball could hit them and seriously injure them. If a level 2 spell fire arrow hit them, they could be blasted to death. The only way for human sword saints to fight against wizards was to not let the wizard lock onto their position, and to kill the other party before the wizard could recite a spell. Of course, tyrannical human sword saints could also use the power of qi to slash a level 2 offensive spell to pieces. However, their resistance to curse spells was extremely low, and they couldn't avoid it. They could only use qi to strengthen themselves and resist it. Wizards were so powerful. Similarly, due to the weave and the ancient inheritance method of wizards, the number of wizards had always been very small. The St. Toulon city was the capital of the Morin's Empire, which was why wizards were so common. In some remote cities, it would be very difficult to find a wizard. The status of an official wizard was also very high. In the Morin's Empire, the status of an official wizard was comparable to that of an aristocrat, and they enjoyed many privileges enjoyed by aristocrats. This was also an opportunity for many commoners to stand out. Many greater aristocrats had multiple children, but only the first-in-line heir could inherit their title, territory, and most of their property. The rest of the children could generally only get a meager share of the property, and then fend for themselves. When the greater aristocrats heard that a magic college was about to be established, they keenly stared at the positions of the students in the magic college. Once a wizard emerged in their family, not only would it enhance the competitiveness of their family, but their children would also have a better future. After Xiaofan announced the news, he turned around and walked down the dais. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire surrounded Becky. A rather handsome middle-aged man with a mustache on the corners of his mouth came up to Becky and asked with a gentle expression, "Little Becky, why haven't you come to my house to play lately? Lisa misses you very much." Becky looked at the middle-aged man, and astonishment flashed past the abyss of her eyes. Uncle Edwin. In the past, Becky often went to Lisa's house to play. Every time she saw Edwin, she could feel the deep pride and faint disdain hidden behind his politeness. After growing up, Becky realized that Edwin didn't want his daughter to associate with a commoner's daughter. Even if it was a human sacred swordsman, as long as they didn't have a high position and held great power in the Morince Empire's imperial court. Although the greater aristocrats respected them on the surface and wouldn't offend them, but deep down, they didn't care about the sacred swordsman. Ordinary human sacred swordsmen wouldn't be invited to attend gatherings of the upper class. Now that Edwin took the initiative to approach Becky in a very humble manner, Becky couldn't help but have a slightly peculiar feeling inside her. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire approached Becky, wanting to find out from her what kind of existence the magic college that Yang Feng was about to establish was. Surrounded by the bigwigs of the Morince Empire, Becky's vanity was greatly satisfied, and then she explained the situation that Yang Feng told her to the bigwigs of the Morince Empire. What happened at the potion auction quickly spread throughout the St. Toulon city through various channels, causing a sensation in the entire city. Countless people were restless because of the upcoming establishment of the Magic College, and numerous bigwigs were eager to get an invitation letter to the Magic College through various channels. On the Feisua Plain, the inheritance of magic was very ancient. Apart from the systematic inheritance of the royal family's courtmasters, the rest of the wizards would travel around. The rest of the magicians would travel around and only take in young people who were suitable for magic cultivation and suited their tastes as apprentices and nurture them. Some eccentric wizards would even study magic wholeheartedly, never considering accepting apprentices. Once such wizards died, their inheritance would be severed. Only after some lucky people obtained magic books or magic notes left behind by the wizards could a new apprentice wizard be born. Apart from some wizard families, even some greater aristocrats could only get their hands on some very ordinary magic books. It was very difficult to nurture a wizard systematically. Now that Yang Feng had opened the first college in the St. Toulon city that specialized in nurturing wizards, it naturally caused a huge sensation. The greater aristocrats who doubted Yang Feng's strength only investigated his origin, and then no longer doubted his strength. As a court grandmaster, Yang Feng had 59 official wizards as his subordinates. These wizards could become the teachers of the Magic College. With the guidance of 59 official wizards, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too poor, one could become an apprentice wizard. The St. Toulon city, in a slum. In a small alley with flowing sewage, the smell of human and animal feces could be smelled everywhere. The ground was muddy, and exuded a foul smell. A youth who was as skinny as a hemp stick, his limbs incomparably slender, his face yellow due to malnutrition, and his short hair messy like a bird's nest, cautiously stuck his head out from a dark corner. After looking left and right for a while, he carefully came to a small shabby house in front of the alley, pushed the door open, and walked in. Inside the house, there was a small, thin girl with a yellow complexion and a pair of big, bright eyes. She looked only 11 or 12 years old, but because of her beautiful eyes, she looked a little cute. Big brother Arthur. When the little girl saw the short-haired boy, she greeted him. Arthur looked at his younger sister with a look of affection in his eyes. He carefully took out a fist-sized piece of black bread from his bosom and said lovingly, "Beth, eat." The little girl's eyes flashed with joy. After thinking for a while, she took out 2 shabby small bowls, poured water into them, and handed one bowl to Arthur. She said sensibly, "Big brother Arthur, let's eat together." Arthur swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved his gaze away from the black bread with difficulty, saying, "I've already eaten. I've just eaten a piece of white bread thrown away by the aristocrats, so I'm not hungry yet." Rumble. A rumbling sound came from Arthur's stomach, which was very loud in the empty small house. Beth's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She handed the bowl of water to Arthur, and her big bright eyes were filled with determination. Arthur no longer insisted. He took out a dagger, cut the black bread that was harder than wood in half, and handed the larger half to Beth. "Then we'll share it." Chapter 278. Beth took the piece of black bread, which was harder than wood, and soaked it in clean water for a while. After it softened, she picked up the piece of black bread and nibbled on it like a weasel. "Beth, I heard that the court Grand Master Ian will open a magic college in the St. Toulon city. As long as you are 10 years old or older, you can go to the magic college to study. If your magic aptitude is strong enough, you can waive the tuition fee and get a monthly subsidy of 3 silver coins to 1 gold coin. I've already taken the aptitude test, so I want to give it a try. Arthur slowly extended his hands. Except for his 10 fingers, the rest of his hands were covered with injuries. Whip marks and knife wounds were everywhere on his arms. As a thief who mingled at the bottom of society, Arthur struggled alone in the slums with his younger sister, so it was normal for him to get injured. In the Morin's Empire, once a thief was caught on the spot, it was very normal for them to be beaten. If they had poor eyesight and stole from an aristocrat, they might be beaten to death if they were discovered by the aristocrat. Arthur saw with his own eyes a thief who stole money from an aristocrat. After being caught by the aristocrat, the thief was beaten to death and thrown into a smelly ditch. No one dared to care about it. Arthur was once caught on the spot for stealing and was brutally tortured, which was why he was covered in injuries. Beth raised her head and looked at Arthur with a look of admiration, saying, "Big brother, you're the best. I believe you can become a wizard." Arthur's eyes flickered with an intelligent glint, and he said solemnly, "Let's go together. In this way, even if only one of us can join the magic college, our fate can be changed." Beth's eyes flashed with fear, and she whispered, "But, big brother, isn't it dangerous outside?" Not long ago, Gina was taken away. In the slums, beautiful little girls were also very dangerous. Once they were discovered, the gangs would take action and capture those little girls. They would either be sold or become prostitutes, and their lives would be ruined. Arthur was careful because he didn't want people to know that he had a beautiful younger sister. That would be a great disaster for both of them. "Put on this set of clothes, let's go." Arthur threw a black robe that could completely cover a person's body to Baisha and said in a deep voice. Beth put on the black robe, which was obviously a lot longer, and was immediately covered by the black robe. The lower half of the robe directly dragged on the ground. Arthur opened the door and stuck his head out. After looking around for a while, he waved his hand and stepped out of the room. Beth walked out of the room and followed behind Arthur like a small tail. Arthur and Beth carefully shuttled through the streets and alleys of the slums, avoiding the eyes of all kinds of people. After crossing one street after another, Arthur took Beth to a place that was only one street away from leaving the slums. "Arthur, where do you want to go?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the side. A thin middle-aged man with a haggard face walked out from the side and blocked the path of Arthur and his sister. He looked down at Arthur and his sister and sneered. When Arthur saw the middle-aged man, his pupils constricted slightly and his eyes flashed with fear. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man's real name was Tim, and he was nicknamed Poison Dog in the slums. He was a member of the notorious Black Poker Gang, whose main business was human trafficking. Many young girls from the slums were captured by them and sold to the nobles, or directly sold to the brothels. Everyone in the slums hated Poison Dog and his gang, but they couldn't do anything about them. As long as the people in the Black Poker Gang didn't leave the slums and harass the civilians and aristocrats in the St. Toulon city, the Imperial Guard wouldn't be dispatched to wipe them out. With a gloomy expression, Arthur uttered word by word, "Tim, I want to go out, get out of the way." In the slums, you must learn to be tough and not let people see that you are timid. Otherwise, countless dogs will pounce on you and tear you to pieces. Tim smiled contemptuously. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger spun in his hand as if it had a life of its own, and then he grasped it in a reverse grip. "Little bastard, you dare to play with a knife in front of me? How stupid! Don't you know that there are no more than 3 people here who can play with a knife better than me?" Tim licked his lips in a perverted manner and said with an excited smile, "The one next to you is your sister, Beth. Her good friend, Gina, confessed everything under my crotch yesterday." Beth's petite body trembled slightly and she bit her lip tightly. She didn't expect Gina, whom she regarded as a good friend, to betray her. Arthur's face twitched slightly and he said loudly, "Tim, we are going to the magic college built by Master Ian to study magic. Master Ian has ordered that no one is to stop us from going to the magic college to take the aptitude test. Do you want to be enemies with Master Ian?" Tim's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes flashed with determination and killing intent, and he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you're too slow. Originally, I only wanted to capture your sister, have some fun with her, and then sell her. It seems that I can only kill you and your sister now. Otherwise, when you learn magic and come back to retaliate against me, won't I have no choice but to die? Besides, as long as I kill you now and throw you into a stinking ditch, who will know that you want to go to the magic college to study? You lowly commoner. You are truly courageous. You actually dare to disobey Lord Ian's orders. A contemptuous voice sounded from the side, and a middle-aged man wearing a black magician robe walked over, escorted by a knight covered in heavy armor. Behind the magician and the knight followed a burly middle-aged man, who was blind in one eye and wore a black eye patch, and had a gloomy expression. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen burly men. When Tim saw the one-eyed man, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Boss!" The one-eyed man, who was blind in one eye, was the boss of the Black Poker Club in the slums, Cyclops. His fierce reputation could make anyone in the slums tremble. Cyclops' expression changed greatly, and he roared with some exasperation, "Bastard, put down the dagger!" With a flip of Tim's hand, the dagger disappeared. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "Band, what did I tell you? Did you ignore Master Ian's orders?" Cyclops, with a fawning expression, nodded and bowed. "My lord, this lowly one wouldn't dare. When I go back, I'll definitely teach Tim a good lesson." "No. When I go back, I'll teach him a good lesson and let everyone know the consequences of disobeying my lord's orders." Arthur looked at the fawning appearance of Cyclops, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. In front of everyone, Band had always been tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. But now, in front of the middle-aged magician, he was as meek as a dog. For the first time, Arthur truly realized the weight of the word magician. Teach him a good lesson? You lowly things, for disobeying my lord's orders, you can only atone for your crimes with death. The middle-aged magician smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation. Then he pointed at Tim. A fireball suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into Tim. Ah! Tim issued miserable screams, and turned into a flaming man shrouded in flames. He struggled in pain, and then turned into a charred corpse that fell to the ground. When the gang members inside the Black Poker Cards saw this scene, they felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and glared at the middle-aged magician. The arrogant middle-aged magician swept the gang members inside the Black Poker Cards with a contemptuous glance, and said coldly, "Are you unconvinced?" The knight guarding in front of the middle-aged magician instantly erupted with great knight-rank chi, intimidating the gang members inside the Black Poker Cards. A grand knight-level powerhouse, alone, could completely kill all the gang members in the Black Poker Cards. His face covered in sweat, Cyclops Band nodded and bowed. "No, no. My lord did well, well done." The gang members inside the Black Poker Cards lowered their heads, not daring to look the middle-aged magician in the eye. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "If there is another incident where someone goes to the magic college to take the aptitude test is intercepted, then there will be no need for your Black Poker Cards to exist. When my lord gets angry, you lowly things will become corpses in the gutter. Understood?" Cyclops Band nodded and bowed at once. "Yes. Yes. I understand. No one will dare to disobey Grand Master Ian's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll be the first to kill him." In the slums, gangs like the Black Poker Cards are insufferably arrogant. But in the eyes of the real bigwigs, they are ant-like existences. So long as a greater aristocrat sends a few knight-rank powerhouses, they can wipe out gangs like the Black Poker Cards. It's just that no one is willing to do so. Every year, these Black Poker Cards would be secretly offered to some great nobles to obtain their protection. However, the Black Poker Cards are also very clear that once those bigwigs really decide to move against them, their backers will never contend against other bigwigs for them. Chapter 279. Arthur arrived in front of the middle-aged wizard and thanked him respectfully. "Sir, my name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth. Thank you very much for your help." Beth bowed slightly, saluted the middle-aged wizard, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged wizard swept Arthur and Beth with a glance and said with a trace of lofty and vague disdain, "No need to thank me. I was just carrying out Sir Ian's orders. Let's go." The middle-aged wizard left behind a few words, then strode out of the slums with the knight-rank bodyguard. He didn't want to stay a minute longer in the filthy and stinky slums. Arthur also felt the disdain hidden in the middle-aged wizard's words. He understood at once that the middle-aged wizard was only carrying out Master Ian's orders, and didn't have any goodwill towards the siblings. Arthur was very clever. He followed the middle-aged wizard with his younger sister and quickly left the slums. The man with the black poker cards didn't dare to look for trouble with Arthur, and could only watch him leave the slums with his younger sister. As soon as Arthur left the slums with his younger sister, they headed west of the St. Toulon city. After crossing one street after another, a huge and luxurious college covering an area of more than 300 hectares appeared in front of Arthur and his younger sister. This huge college covering an area of more than 300 hectares was the magic college that Yang Feng spent a huge sum of money to build. The huge magic college had 4 gates. Numerous luxurious carriages gathered at the east gate, and many young men and women dressed in aristocratic attire formed circles of various sizes at the east gate. Arthur glanced at the east gate, then quickly turned around and took his younger sister to the north gate of the magic college. At the north gate of the magic college, numerous commoners and impoverished youngsters dressed in ordinary clothes lined up in a long line. All the youngsters came to the front gate of Yang Feng's magic college with the dream of changing their fate, eager to enter. As long as the children of aristocrats had money and were willing to donate a large sum of money, and their cultivation aptitude wasn't too bad, they would be directly recruited into the magic college. As for the commoners and impoverished youngsters, if their aptitude for magic cultivation was extraordinary, they would be exempted from tuition fees, and would be subsidized a certain amount of money every month to let them practice magic. The north gate of the magic college was a door of hope for commoners and impoverished youngsters to come into contact with the world of magic. Every time the north gate of the magic academy opened, 200 to 300 commoners and impoverished youths would rush in. Not long after, those commoners and impoverished youths would walk out, and most of them had disappointed looks on their faces. Every time they came out, only 1 or 2 youngsters would have an excited look on their faces, wishing that they could let everyone know that they had passed. More often than not, the youngsters would have gloomy looks on their faces after coming out. The huge crowd quickly decreased, but at the same time, the number of youngsters also increased. Slowly, many youngsters appeared behind Arthur and his younger sister. A few hours later, it was finally Arthur and his younger sister's turn. They followed the 200 youngsters into the north gate of the magic college, and entered a spacious room engraved with countless mysterious magic runes. Inside the room sat a middle-aged magician with a rigid appearance. He snapped his fingers, and the entire room instantly became dark and devoid of light. Seeing that the room had become dark and without light, the youths all panicked and started to make a ruckus. Arthur stood in front of Beth and pulled out his dagger, a vigilant look on his face. The middle-aged wizard barked majestically, "Keep quiet and don't talk. Otherwise, get out at once." When they heard the words of the middle-aged wizard, the youngsters quietened down. This was an opportunity to change their fate, so they couldn't let it go. The middle-aged wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a magic radiance lit up in a magic crystal ball in front of him. In the room, magic runes lit up, and strange magic fluctuations enveloped the youngsters in the room. Light of different degrees rose from the youngsters. Most of the youngsters were very dim, while the light emitted from Arthur and Beth was like a small and a big sun, suppressing the light emitted from the other youngsters. Geniuses! 2 geniuses, great! I actually found 2 geniuses. The middle-aged mage was filled with excitement as he looked at the 2 dazzling suns, one small and one large. His voice was trembling as he spoke. "I must report this to Sir." The middle-aged wizard took out a communications crystal and poured a tremendous amount of spirit force into it. Yang Feng's indifferent yet majestic voice came from the magic crystal. "What's the matter, Fitz?" Fitz said respectfully, "Sir Dean, I found 2 geniuses, no, 2 peerless geniuses. They should be youngsters of commoner or slum background." "Peerless geniuses? Interesting, I'm coming." Yang Feng's voice disappeared from the magic crystal. Not long after, a white light shone, and the whole room was suddenly enveloped in endless light. The gazes of the youngsters were attracted by the light source, and they saw Yang Feng, shrouded in a sacred radiance and full of majesty, walk out of the light like a god walking in the secular world. As soon as Yang Feng walked out, he saw the 2 children, Arthur and Beth, exuding a small and a big sun-like radiance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "I really picked up a treasure." Judging from the magic radiance exuded by Arthur and Beth, Arthur had a superior level, 6 soul aptitude, while Beth, the little girl, had an intermediate level, 7 soul aptitude. They were both geniuses on the warlock path and on the magic path. Warlock cultivation was very similar to magic cultivation, except that warlock secret methods cultivated both physical constitution and spirit force at the same time. Compared to the Fei Sua Plains meditation methods that specialized in spirit force, warlock secret methods were more than a notch stronger. As long as these two geniuses were carefully polished, they would blossom with resplendent light. I am Ian, the dean of this magic college. What are your names? Yang Feng walked towards Arthur and Beth. Along the way, the youngsters in front of him were slowly pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for him to reach in front of Arthur and Beth. Arthur looked up at Yang Feng and said loudly with excitement, "My name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister Beth." Yang Feng said with a gentle smile, "Arthur, Beth, I want to take you in as my disciples. Are you willing?" Filled with excitement, Arthur smartly pulled his younger sister to prostrate on the ground and said respectfully, "We are willing, we are very willing. Sir Dean, please accept us as your disciples." In a magic college, any wizard could scold the number one big shot of the slums, the one-eyed dragon Band, like a dog. Band didn't dare to let out a fart. For such a bigwig like the dean of a magic college to personally accept disciples, Arthur was well aware of what it meant. At the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, for fear of missing this opportunity. Yang Feng said with a satisfied smile, "Get up." A gentle force shrouded Arthur and Beth, allowing them to stand up. Gazes of envy and jealousy came from the side. Arthur could clearly feel the envy and jealousy of the youngsters around him. Even the middle-aged mage had a look of envy in his eyes. He knew that Arthur's fate would change drastically from now on. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a white light shrouded him and Arthur and his younger sister. With a flash of light, the three of them disappeared from the room. The middle-aged wizard's gaze fell on the youngsters in the room and he said indifferently, "You are all unqualified and don't qualify for scholarships. Go back." Even if aristocratic youngsters had poor aptitude, but after paying a huge sum of money, they were still eligible to enter Yang Feng's magic college to study magic. As for commoner and slum youngsters, only geniuses could enter the magic college to study magic knowledge. Yang Feng couldn't change this aristocratic supremacy custom, nor did he want to change it. After all, to maintain the operation of a magic college, a lot of money was needed. Without the huge sum of money from aristocratic youngsters, the magic college wouldn't be able to operate. After all, the magic college didn't have the financial support of the Morince Empire. The youngsters in the room could only leave the room with a look of disappointment on their faces. In another luxuriously decorated room, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared with Arthur and his younger sister. Dressed in a Saiyan warrior's attire, looking very capable and refreshing, Becky came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir." These days, Becky had been working for Yang Feng. She had slowly shed her young miss temperament, become very capable, and become a qualified secretary. Yang Feng said lightly, "Becky, the two of them are my disciples henceforth. Take them away and let them learn the rules." Becky looked at Arthur and Beth with some envy, and then said respectfully to Yang Feng, "Yes, sir." There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Becky looked at Yang Feng's disappearing back with a look of longing in her eyes. She turned around and said full of dignity, "My name is Becky. You can call me Big Sister Becky. Now come with me, I'll teach you the rules here." Arthur said very cleverly, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Beth followed suit and said, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Chapter 280. The Magic College had yet to officially open, but Yang Feng had already found more than 30 youngsters with inferior level, 6 soul aptitudes among the commoners and slum youngsters, and 8 youngsters with inferior level, 6 soul aptitudes among the lesser aristocrats and ordinary aristocrats. There were also about 500 youngsters with superior level, 5 soul aptitudes. Among them, the youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes who agreed to join the Miracle City were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. The other youngsters had to pay a huge tuition fee in order to be eligible for admission. Yang Feng's first enrollment was scheduled to be more than 1,300 youngsters. About 1,000 youngsters paid gold coins to enroll. Another 300 youngsters were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. Of course, after they finished their studies, they would become exclusive wizards of the Miracle City. Yang Feng opened the Magic College in order to nurture a large number of wizards for the Miracle City. The aristocratic youngsters who paid the tuition fees were enrolled on one hand to give greater aristocrats face, and on the other hand to realize a virtuous cycle of the magic college. Magic cultivation required the consumption of a large number of precious materials. Without enough money, it was impossible to study magic. Many wizards sought refuge with greater aristocrats or the imperial court in order to get enough money to study and research magic. There were relatively few wandering wizards on the Feisua plain. Besides, the cultivation base and knowledge of wandering wizards were generally much weaker than those of wizards who sought refuge with major forces. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months passed. After staying in the St. Toulon city for a month, the great Prince André returned to the Southern Army. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of an army, so he couldn't easily leave the barracks. The magnificent Magic College was finally completed under the watchful eyes of the forces of the St. Toulon city. With the completion of the Magic College, the funds raised from the potions auctioned by Yang Feng at the potion convention were almost completely depleted, leaving less than 1 million gold coins. On the day of the unveiling ceremony of the Magic College, countless bigwigs gathered in the St. Toulon city from all directions to participate in the unveiling ceremony in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. The Magic College was the first magic college in the Morince Empire that specialized in nurturing wizards. It provided education regardless of background. As long as one had money and aristocratic status, no matter how poor their aptitude was, they could enroll in the Magic College after donating a large sum of money. Many nobles and wealthy merchants flocked to such an academy. After all, in the past, if the children of greater aristocrats didn't have magic talent, wizards wouldn't recruit them as disciples, let alone teach them magic knowledge. The children of magnates, on the other hand, didn't even have access to magic. Now that the Magic Academy was built, even the poor had the opportunity to enter and study. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless wealthy merchants. Countless aristocrats and magnates came from all directions of the Morince Empire in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. In the future, their children could become the second batch of students of the Magic College and learn magic knowledge. Dressed in a black wizard robe, Yang Feng was followed by Barros and 4 great wizards. Yang Feng chose his subordinates, the 13th Magic Brigade's wizards, to be the teachers of this magic college. Sir, use wizards you. Wizard Magic College, you, 13 I said. Wizards 2 Wizards 710 Master. The great wizards 1 at. 2 Wizards 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1 and 6, 1, 2 9 9 9, 1, 1, 2, and 1 1. The 4 great wizards looked at Yang Feng's back with admiration in their eyes. The first magic college of the Morince Empire was about to be established, and Yang Feng was the first vice dean of the Magic College. Together with Yang Feng, they, Yang Feng's subordinates, would go down in the annals of history and be admired by countless people. The establishment of a magic college not only required a huge number of teachers, but also a huge amount of money and connections. For Yang Feng to be able to establish the magic college alone in a place like the St. Toulon city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was simply heaven-defying. Once the magic college began to operate, the wizards who graduated from it would be Yang Feng's students, and it would form a formidable force in the Morince Empire. His Highness Garka is here. Following a sonorous voice, Garka and Yulina, surrounded by a dozen guards, walked towards Yang Feng. Goyina, on the other hand, was like a shadow, silently guarding behind Garka. With a refreshing smile on his face, Garka opened a box and handed it to Yang Feng. Ian, congratulations on building this magic college. This is my congratulatory gift to you. Yang Feng looked at the box, his eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he said solemnly, Your Highness, this gift is really too valuable. Inside the box were impressively 2 cash checks with a face value of 1 million gold coins. For the current Yang Feng, these 2 million gold coins were indeed timely rain, but at the same time, it was also a heavy gift that couldn't be any heavier. Garka said with a smile, Take it. There's no need to differentiate between us. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he put away the 2 million gold coins checks with a smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. When Garka saw Yang Feng accept the 2 million gold coins checks, his smile became even happier. Once Yang Feng officially became the dean of the Magic College, his status in the Morince Empire would continue to rise in the future. Garka naturally had to do his best to win over such a bigwig with a lofty status who belonged to his camp. 2 million gold coins, Garka. You're really generous. Along with a faint chuckle, Porta and the other two princes walked over. Garka looked at Porta and the other two princes and frowned slightly. With the continuous growth of Yongfeng's power, Garka's power rose along with it, and he gained the support of a large number of forces. Among the small groups resisting the great Prince Andrei, Porta was already the most powerful. Under the pressure from Garka, Porta and the other two princes came together and joined forces. Porta's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, then he smiled and handed 3 boxes to Yongfeng. Master Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is our gift to you. Thank you. Yongfeng smiled, took the 3 boxes, and then handed them to Becky standing beside him. He knew very well that the gifts in the 3 boxes wouldn't be too valuable. His Majesty Morin's 2867th has arrived. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded from outside. Escorted by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morin's 2867th came over. Next to him was a legendary mage who was wearing a red magic robe. He had a square face, big ears, and white hair, but his skin was smooth and well-maintained. Greetings, Your Majesty. The eyes of the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire revealed looks of astonishment, and they bowed respectfully to Morin's 2867th. On the Feisua plain, except for the first time when they were conferred a title, greater aristocrats only had to bow in salute when they met the emperor. Only when they prayed would greater aristocrats prostrate themselves on the ground to show respect to the gods. On the Feisua plain, the gods were supreme beings. When Yongfeng and his party saw Morin's 2867th, they quickly stepped forward, arrived in front of Morin's 2867th, bowed slightly, and saluted respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Morin's 2867th nodded with some satisfaction and praised. Not bad, Ian. You've done a good job. You've actually established a magic academy in such a short period of time. Very good. Yongfeng spoke hypocritical compliments without batting an eyelid. Thanks to Your Majesty's great blessing, without Your Majesty's strong support, this magic college wouldn't have been established at all. Haha, well said. Without my support, this magic college wouldn't have been established at all. Face flushed, Morin's 2867th attributed all the glory to himself, and then pondered for a while before saying, However, Ian, you're just an archwizard. It's too difficult for you to assume the post of First Deputy Dean of the Magic College and manage the entire Magic College. This is Grand Master Kirill, a true legend wizard. If he serves as the First Deputy Dean of the Magic College, then the Magic College will be worthy of its name. Yongfeng's complexion changed slightly and his heart sank. He had painstakingly spent a lot of effort to establish the Magic College, and appointed himself as the First Deputy Dean of the Magic College. Now Morin's 2867th wanted to take everything away with a few words. A frigid killing intent welled up from the depths of his heart, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Porta and the other 2 princes were taken aback at first, then revealed looks of schadenfreude and looked at Yongfeng with smiling eyes. Garka's complexion was pale and he clenched his fists, yet he didn't say a word. He didn't dare to oppose Morin's 2867th. Elena's small face paled slightly, and she gritted her teeth and argued, Imperial Father, Earl Ian worked hard and spent tens of millions of gold coins to establish this magic college. He didn't take a penny from the Empire's treasury. This should be his personal property. Chapter 281. When he heard that, Morin's 2867 to his face sank at once. Ever since he ascended the throne, fewer and fewer people dared to contradict him. In the last 20 years, no one dared to contradict him. Now that Elena dared to contradict him, he felt very unhappy, and his eyes flashed gloomily. Kirill smiled faintly. Staring at Elena, he revealed a seemingly gentle, yet threatening smile and said, Your Highness, in the Morin's Empire, everything belongs to His Majesty the Emperor. This magic academy was also permitted by His Majesty the Emperor, and under the great will of His Majesty the Emperor, it appeared in this world through Ian's hands. His Majesty's will is above all else, understand? When Elena saw Kirill's smile, her pretty face changed, and fear welled up inside her. She took a few steps back and fell silent. Morin's 2867th was licentious and lecherous. In addition to the 2 empresses and 4 concubines, he had many women and gave birth to many descendants. Some beautiful princesses who were doted on by Morin's 2867th would suddenly disappear. Yet Morin's 2867th didn't ask about the disappearance of the princesses. When she thought of this, Elena shuddered. A look of ridicule in his eyes, Morin's 2867th stared at Yang Feng and sneered. Ian, what are you thinking? Do you want to go against my will? Gazes full of pity, schadenfreude, curiosity, ridicule, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, Your Majesty, no one in the secular world dares to go against your will, and I am no exception. However, according to the rules of the magic world, only the strongest can become the ruler of a magic institution like the Magic College. Your Majesty, you are wise and valiant, an emperor appointed by the gods of ambition. It is only right and proper for you to assume the position of Dean of the Magic College. As for Master Kirill, if you want to become the first Deputy Dean of the Magic College, you must defeat me to convince the masses. Your Majesty, please allow me and Master Kirill to compete for the position of Deputy Dean of the Magic College in a fair fight. Morin's 2867th contemplated for a while, then looked at Kirill and asked faintly, Kirill, what do you think? Kirill swept Yang Feng with a glance, his eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered. Since Master Ian challenged me, then how can I refuse? I'll give Master Ian some pointers and let him understand the rules of the magic world. Morin's 2867th laughed heartily and said, Ha, good. Kirill, teach Ian a good lesson and let him understand the rules of the magic world. Yang Feng said lightly, Master Kirill, a magic arena has been built in the college. Please follow me. Kirill walked up to Yang Feng and secretly transmitted his voice. Ian, Empress Susanna asked me to bring you a message. Taking away the magic college you spent 19,873,452 gold coins to build is just the beginning. If you continue to follow other idiots, everything you have will be taken away from you. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled faintly, his heart full of vigilance. The struggles in the court were extremely tragic, strange, and complicated. Since the legend wizard Kirill transmitted his voice, but he might not be a person of the Empress's. It was also possible that he was a pawn arranged by the other princes to drive a wedge between Yang Feng and the great Prince Andrei. The Morin's Empire was one of the two most powerful human empires on the Feisua Plain, and it had many experts. In such a huge empire, legend-rank powerhouses were not the lackeys of the aristocrats. Although legend wizards had a lofty status, but once they were involved in the war for the throne, they would be reduced to pawns. Generally speaking, legend wizards would not get involved in the cruel war for the throne as long as they didn't get involved in such a terrifying whirlpool. No matter who ascended the throne, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for them. However, every time, there would be legend wizards who would get involved in such a cruel whirlpool for various reasons. Yang Feng knew that on the surface, the great Prince Andrei had gained the allegiance of two legend wizards. If Kirill was added, then Andrei would gain the allegiance of 3 legend wizards. This was a very frightening force. The bigwigs from all over the Morin's Empire became excited and rushed towards the magic arena. A showdown between a legend wizard and an arch-wizard was a very rare event. The surroundings of the newly built magic arena were quickly filled with people. On a suspended dais of the magic arena, Morin's 2867th was sitting, surrounded by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights forming a luxurious guard. Garka and the other princes and princesses could only sit in the VIP seats next to the dais. Standing in front of Yang Feng, Kirill said contemptuously, As an arch-wizard, you dare to challenge a legend. I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, the reason why legends are legends is that ordinary people can't cross this boundary. You're really stupid. Standing quietly in place, countless streams of data quickly surged in Yang Feng's pupils, and he issued orders silently. A lot of information poured into his sea of knowledge from the streams of data. Carol's words were completely ignored by Yang Feng. Big Sister Becky, why would teacher duel a legend wizard? Isn't that too dangerous? In a corner of the magic arena, Arthur looked at Yang Feng standing in the middle of the magic arena with a worried expression and asked Becky. After learning for the past few days, Arthur had learned how powerful legendary mages were. In the world of magic, legend wizards were already at the apex of humanity. One step higher and that was the domain of gods. Becky stared at Yang Feng in the magic arena with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes, and sighed slightly. In order to protect our homeland and our college, Your teacher would risk his life to duel with the legend wizard Kirill. Barros and the other teachers of the Magic College also looked worriedly at young Feng in the magic arena. A worried expression on his face, a great wizard asked in a low voice. Sir Barros, is there any hope for Master Ian to defeat Master Kirill? Barros' eyes flashed with worry, and he shook his head and sighed. It's very difficult. Very difficult. In history, there were only some peerless geniuses who obtained divine armaments. Or geniuses who received the blessings of the gods at birth, might be able to defeat a legend wizard with the cultivation base of an archwizard. Although Sir is extremely powerful, but there's still a huge gap between him and a legend wizard. As long as the legend wizard casts a level 4 offensive spell, then Sir is very likely to be defeated. Legend wizards could cast level 4 offensive spells, which were extremely powerful. If it was a level 4 single-target offensive spell, then any level 3 defensive spell would be smashed to pieces. However, it was very difficult for a level 3 wizard to destroy a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. At least a dozen level 3 spells would be needed to break through a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. In addition, the casting speed, understanding of spells, the power of spells, and so on of legend wizards were superior to that of archwizards. A magic shooter commanding a magic legion might even be able to contend with a legendary mage. But for a magic shooter to duel with a legendary mage, there was absolutely no chance of victory, no chance of survival. Unless he encountered a wandering legend wizard with a poor inheritance, Yang Feng had a slim chance of defeating the other party. Kirill, on the other hand, was a court wizard with a perfect inheritance and extremely rich combat experience. His fighting strength wasn't something that wandering legend wizards could compare to. When Kirill saw that Yang Feng ignored him, his eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at the referee and said indifferently, "Why haven't you started yet?" The referee's mind shook when he was glanced at by Kirill. He immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Start the duel." The referee's words had just fallen, when Yang Feng, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he erupted with Star Knight rank chi in a flash. He reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure greatsword forged entirely from divine blood steel slashed at Kirill with the force of thunder. The area within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred swordsman. If a sacred swordsman came within 10 meters of them, even a legend wizard would be slain before they could finish casting their spell. The distance between Yang Feng and Kirill was just 10 meters. His sword strike already had 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman's sword. It was as fast as thunder and unstoppable. When everyone saw Yang Feng's sword strike, their eyes flashed with shock. The eyes of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius flashed with shock, and bitterness welled up inside him. Amazing, that sword strike of his is really amazing. As long as he practices diligently, it won't be difficult for him to step into the sacred swordsman realm in the future. In order to become a sacred swordsman, Cassius had gone through who knows how much hard work and never stopped practicing swordsmanship for a day. Yet Yang Feng, who practiced swordsmanship and magic at the same time, was still able to achieve such achievements. It was simply appalling. Only heroes of myths and legends could have such terrifying achievements. Barros' complexion paled slightly, and his eyes flashed with fear. What a terrifying sword strike! If he had used this sword strike on me at that time, I would already be a dead man. Almost without thinking, Kirill uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force field erupted and enveloped him. Chapter 282. When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force field, he felt a strange warping force shroud his sword, causing it to shake and almost fly out of his hand. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and he erupted with the innate spell Dragon Force in a flash. As if the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, his sword forcibly cut through the warping force field and mercilessly slashed at Kirill. At this moment, Kirill opened his mouth and uttered the second magic sentence. The magic sword in Yang Feng's hand slashed down and instantly sliced Kirill in two, yet there was only emptiness, no feeling of any force being exerted. Barros' face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "After image! Blink!" With a flash of light, Kirill appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng. The level 4 spell Blink was the level 4 spell with the fastest casting speed among legend wizards, as well as the nightmare of all legend wizards. With the level 4 spell Blink, Legend wizards could teleport to any place within 100 meters of their line of sight. If sacred swordsmen, assassins, rangers, and other legend rank experts of the various professions couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then they wouldn't stand a chance against a legend wizard proficient in blink. Carol's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he sneered. Ian, you really scared me to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, you're not a sacred swordsman after all. You're still a bit short. If you were a bit faster, then maybe I would have died by your sword. Yang Feng's sword strike contained 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman, but it was only 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman after all. In a war between a sacred swordsman and a legend wizard, the only hope for victory lay in the first strike. If a sacred swordsman couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then only death would await them. Although Yang Feng's sword strike was extremely fast, but compared to the indestructible sword strike of a sacred swordsman that could even split a demigod, it was still a notch inferior. The difference of a notch was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Feng suddenly erupted with frightening qi, tapped his feet, and rushed towards Caril lightning fast. Carol's eyes were cold as he spat out a magic sentence, instantly casting the level 3 spell, splitting headache. A magic radiance flickered. Yang Feng suddenly felt a splitting headache and his eyes became dizzy. If it wasn't for his terrifying level 3 extraordinary life-form physique, then he would have already fallen to the ground, unable to budge. With great difficulty, Yang Feng spat out a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell mind resistance in a flash. A magic radiance flickered inside him and stopped his headache. Taking advantage of that split second, Caril uttered 3 magic sentences in succession, pointed at Yang Feng, and cast the level 4 spell Advanced Disintegrate. A green magic radiance shot out of Carol's hand towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face fell. With a wave of his hand, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel flew out and collided with the green light of Advanced Disintegration. Under the illumination of the green magic light, the secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel collapsed inch by inch, turning into green dust that drifted down with the wind. The secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel was indestructible and extremely hard, yet it still couldn't withstand the power of magic. This was the power of magic. If the Advanced Disintegrate hit the body, then even a demigod rank powerhouse would be seriously injured. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared and mercilessly slashed at Caril. It's no use, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Caril sneered. A magic light enveloped his body, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Yang Feng's all-out sword strike hit empty air. Caril appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng, uttered 2 magic sentences, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles frantically converged and formed 2 long fire snakes that swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a firestorm instantly enveloped him. When the 2 fire snakes slammed into the firestorm barrier, they neutralized it. A cold look in his eyes, Caril quickly uttered a series of magic sentences and conjured the level 4 spell Water Dragon. In a flash, a tremendous amount of water elemental particles gathered around him and formed a 30-meter-long water dragon, which rushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying might. The berserk water dragon bit down and instantly swallowed the storm of fire around Yang Feng. At the same time, it swallowed Yang Feng in one gulp. In the belly of the water dragon, countless streams of water formed drill-like whirlpools that mercilessly stabbed Yang Feng. Yang Feng's tyrannical fleshly body, which was comparable to that of a level 3 extraordinary life form, was torn apart inch by the drill-like whirlpools, and copious amounts of blood dyed the terrifying water dragon red. Barrow's eyes flashed with regret, and he gave a long sigh. What a pity! Once the level 4 spell water dragon bit an enemy, even a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse would be easily torn to pieces. Apart from wizards, very few people could escape from the level 4 spell water dragon. Cassius' eyes flashed with a complicated glint. He clenched the sword in his hand, and then put it down. He could sense that the 4 sacred swordsmen guarding Morant's 2867th on the dais were eyeing him covetously. Once he did something irrational, a shocking blow would be waiting for him. Sacred swordsman rank powerhouses were strong in offense and weak in defense. When 4 sacred swordsmen besieged a sacred swordsman, the outcome would be decided by 1 or 2 sword strikes. Cassius had no chance of winning. Gaka's face was pale and he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Elena's face was pale as she looked at Yang Feng struggling inside the water dragon, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Becky also looked at Yang Feng struggling in pain within the water dragon. She clenched her fists and bit her lips, causing them to bleed. Sitting on a dais, Morin's 2867th looked at Yang Feng, who was struggling in pain inside the water dragon, and his eyes flashed with ridicule. At this time, he had completely forgotten the great sense of accomplishment Yang Feng brought him when he chose to join the Morin's empire. On the other hand, Porta and the other two princes revealed a delighted smile. Suddenly, an azure water curtain rose inside the berserk water dragon. The azure water curtain firmly protected Yang Feng and continuously intertwined with the water dragon. When Yang Feng broke out of the water dragon, he was covered in blood, looking like a man made of blood. After breaking free from the water dragon, Yang Feng was covered in blood and bruises. Exuding a ruthless and ferocious aura, as if a wounded peerless beast, he madly rushed towards Karil. Legend rank spell Sky Flower Water Curtain. Ian, a legend rank secret treasure. Is this what you have to challenge me with? Unfortunately, you'll never be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Karil smiled coldly and spat out the magic sentence representing blink. At that moment, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 4 black discs suddenly flew out and landed around Karil. Magic radiance suddenly lit up and formed a formidable spatial interference boundary. Karil had just uttered the magic sentence representing blink, when he felt the surrounding space become chaotic. His body swayed slightly, and he was unable to fully launch blink. What's going on? Karil's complexion suddenly changed dramatically and he panicked. He saw a huge sword descend from the sky and mercilessly slash at him. Morin's 2867 his complexion changed slightly, his eyes flashed with anger, and he barked, "Stop, Ian!" The 4 sacred swordsmen next to Morin's 2867th locked on Yang Feng with their aura, waiting for his order. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and without hesitation, he slashed at Karil with his sword. Karil's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, he unleashed the level 3 spell Mighty Fire Arrow, and a flame arrow shrouded in endless flames, capable of killing human sacred swordsmen, shot towards Yang Feng like a meteor. As long as Yang Feng dodged a little, Karil would get a chance to survive. Once Karil caught his breath, he would be able to use all kinds of exquisite spells to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. At the most critical moment, he unleashed his innate spell Black Dragon Scales in a flash. Countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body, as if he was covered in a black scale armor, and then he slashed at Karil. Under the blessing of Yang Feng's dragon force, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel slashed through Karil's magic shield and instantly chopped him in 2. Karil's severed upper body had an incredulous expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe that a legend wizard like him had died to Yang Feng's sword. At the same time, the flame arrow slammed into Yang Feng and blasted him away, sending him flying in the direction of the suspended dais. A large amount of blood flowed out of Yang Feng's body, and then was incinerated. Morin's 2867th gave Yang Feng a look of disgust, then waved his hand and ordered indifferently, "This bastard, how dare he kill a wizard by my side? Go and kill him." "Yes, your majesty." A sacred swordsman guarding Morin's 2867th responded respectfully, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yang Feng. Just as the sword saint moved, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared in front of him. His head suddenly flew high into the air, and blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 283. On the floating dais, Yang Feng had already ambushed 200 completely invisible phantom hunters. The 200 ghost hunters were completely invisible. Without moving, they were like stones, not attracting any attention. Now that they received Yang Feng's order, the 200 phantom hunters suddenly moved, brandished their scimitars mixed with divine bloodsteel, and slashed at Morin's 2867 at his guard suspended above the dais. Almost in the blink of an eye, the defenseless guards were slaughtered by the ghost hunters without the ability to resist. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen with astonishing battle prowess were cut into pieces. A copious amount of blood dyed the floating dais red. 3 phantom hunters arrived in front of Morin's 2867th in an instant and mercilessly brandished their scimitars mixed with divine bloodsteel at Morin's 2867th. A sacred, radiant, and magnificent white shield enveloped Morin's 2867th. When the 3 scimitars mercilessly slashed at Morin's 867 to a shield, they were immediately ricocheted. The imperial robe worn by Morin's 2867th was a triggered legend rank treasure with the legend rank spell Radiant Rampart. Even if besieged by legend wizards and sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, he wouldn't be insta-killed. Guards! Guards! Come and protect me. Whoever saves me, I'll promote him by 3 ranks. He'll enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. No longer indifferent and noble, Morin's 2867th scrambled out of his seat. A pool of yellow liquid flowed out from under his imperial robe. Tears flowed from his swollen eyes, and he screamed miserably. Seeing what suddenly happened on the dais, the greater aristocrats screamed, got up, and fled in all directions. Under the protection of their guards, most of the bigwigs quickly fled outside the magic college. Garca and the other princes and princesses looked at each other, their faces pale, as if they were frozen. No one escaped, and no one stepped forward to rescue them. They didn't want to be killed in vain for Morin's 2867th's sake, but they were also worried that once Morin's 2867th escaped, they would be held accountable for desertion. Therefore they were caught in a dilemma. Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! In addition to the 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morin's 2867th still had 500 Sky Knight rank personal guards and a brigade of court wizards. The personal guards and court wizards rushed madly towards Morin's 2867th. Once Morin's 2867th died here, his 500 personal guards and the team of court wizards would be beheaded according to the law of the Empire. At the same time, his family members would be implicated and reduced to slaves. For the sake of their families' glory, splendor, and wealth, the 500 personal guards had no choice but to rush towards Morin's 2867th despite the danger. Protect His Majesty. With me, Ian, here, no one will be allowed to harm a hair on His Majesty's head. Only by stepping on my corpse can you assassins harm His Majesty. With a heroic roar, Yang Feng shot up from the ground like a bolt of lightning and frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867th. Good. Ian, come and protect me. As long as you save me, you'll be the dean of the Magic College. By the way, I have 215 daughters. Whichever one you like, I'll let you marry. In the future, I'll make you the Grand Marshal of the Empire. When Morin's 2867th saw Yang Feng, as if he saw his savior, he cried madly and promised. Snot and tears flowed down his face, looking extremely unsightly. How ugly! Even the emperors of 2 human empires are just licentious, lustful, and stupid old men. Yang Feng had an impassioned expression on his face, but killing intent and ridicule flashed past the abyss of his eyes. When he was about to reach Morin's 2867th, an invisible mage hand grabbed the legend-ranked dagger Dusk and stabbed at Morin's 2867th. The legend-ranked dagger Dusk, with the power to penetrate all magic barriers, was the nightmare of all spellcasters, and was one of the most popular legend-ranked daggers among assassins. The Dusk easily pierced through Morin's 2867th's light rampart, stabbed into his abdomen, and frantically absorbed Morin's 2867th's life force. In just an instant, Morin's 2867th seemed to have aged several decades, and his eyes flashed with despair. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sent a voice transmission to Morin's 2867th's ear. Damned old bastard, if you don't court death, you won't die. If you court death, you'll die. You lecherous fool, since you want to lay your hands on my magic college, then go to hell. Morin's 2867th's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Feng. His aged and turbid eyes were filled with resentment, yet he couldn't say anything. A guard commander who was even more anxious than Yang Feng rushed to in front of Morin's 2867th, picked him up and said full of joy, Your Majesty, I, Eddie, have come to the rescue. Morin's 2867th's guards frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867th and blocked in front of Yang Feng, not letting him snatch the credit. Under Yang Feng's order, the ghost hunters dispersed and disappeared. Although ghost hunters could be completely invisible, but as long as spells were cast, traces of them could still be found. Yang Feng had no other choice but to use ghost hunters to assassinate Morin's 2867th. Now he had to eliminate the traces of their existence and not let them be discovered. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty! Don't scare me. All of a sudden, Eddie's complexion changed dramatically. His eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. Morin's 867's body had turned black, and he had lost all vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. He turned into a corpse and slumped in Eddie's arms. The guards looked at Morin's 867's corpse with despair and fear in their eyes. Morin's 2867th died tragically in front of the guards, and they all faced the fate of being beheaded. Eddie, you failed to protect His Majesty, so you should be implicated along with your entire family. Yang Feng took a step forward and barked sternly. Now, there is only one way to avoid the fate of you and your colleagues being beheaded. That is, to assist His Highness 6th Prince Garca to ascend the throne. After His Highness Garca ascends the throne, you can be pardoned for your crimes. With that, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 300 fully armed knight-rank powerhouses sprang out from the side and stared at Porta's group of 3 as well as their guards with ice-cold killing intent in their eyes. Garca was very quick-witted. He quickly stepped forward and said loudly, Commander Eddie, I saw with my own eyes that you did your best to protect my imperial father. Although according to the laws of the Morin's Empire, all of you will be beheaded. But as long as you are willing to assist me and help me ascend the throne, then I can use the privilege of His Majesty to pardon all of your crimes. The eyes of the 500 Sky Knight rank guards suddenly surged with a glimmer of hope. Eddie slowly got up and looked around. He saw that the 300 fully armed knight rank powerhouses had surrounded Porta and the other 2 princes. Under Yang Feng's orders, the 2 sacred swordsmen recruited by Yang Feng, the Earth Sacred Swordsman Wuxia and the Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, surrounded the 3 princes and their guards. The Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius had already walked to Yang Feng's side, pulled out the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel, and was ready to go. Once Yang Feng gave the order, Cassius would be able to kill Eddie with a sword strike. Eddie, who had always been impartial to the recruitment of the many princes in the court, understood that he was now at a critical juncture. If he made a wrong choice, he and his family would be destroyed. Eddie is willing to serve His Highness like a dog. Eddie knelt on one knee in front of the 6th Prince Garca and said respectfully, willing to serve His Highness like a dog. With no other choice, the 500 Sky Knight rank guards knelt in front of Garca and said respectfully, willing to serve His Highness like a dog. The large group of wizards also bowed slightly towards Garca and said in salute. Yang Feng walked up to Porta and the other 2 princes and said with a gentle smile, Your Highnesses, please have your guards hand over all their weapons. The St. Toulon city may be very chaotic, but we will protect you. Sucre gave Yang Feng an unruly look and said coldly, Ian, who do you think you are? Do you want to put us under house arrest? One of Sucre's guards drew his sword and stood in front of Sucre, glaring at Yang Feng. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, Kill him. The Earth Sacred Swordsman Wuxia took a step forward, a sword ray flickered, and Sucre's guard was cut in half. Blood sputtered all over Sucre, making the aloof prince issue a shrill scream. Yang Feng said indifferently, Since you've started, then kill them all. An ominous glint flashed past the Earth Sacred Swordsman Wuxia's eyes. He took a step forward and like a sword ray, shuttled through the crowd. In just a dozen breaths of time, Sucre's guards were all killed. A copious amount of blood splashed on him, making him scream in fear. Chapter 284. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, Shut up! As if he heard the voice of a fiend, Sucre covered his mouth with his hand and stared at Yang Feng with a look of horror in his eyes. The Raging Wave Sacred Swordsman Lucero didn't say a word. With a sword in hand, he stared at the 3 princes with an indifferent expression and a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. The 2 princes Porta and Sanel looked at Yang Feng with the same look of horror in the abyss of their eyes. Only now did they remember that Yang Feng had the nickname Fiend Ian in the Miracle City. An unknown number of people from the Hunting Fong Corps and the Silver Sword Corps died tragically under Yang Feng's orders. He even dared to kill greater aristocrats of the Morin's Empire. The fear that their lives were in the hands of others shrouded the hearts of Porta and the other 2 princes. Yang Feng smiled gently, and his words revealed frigid killing intent. Your Highnesses, will you order the guards to lay down their weapons, or will I help you so that they never have to pick up their weapons? As soon as he said that, the guards around Porta and Sanel tensed up, clenched their weapons, and waited for their master's order. Porta sighed slowly and said, Nehru, lay down your weapons. Yes, your highness. Only then did Nehru and a dozen of Porta's guards put down their weapons. Sanal was silent for a moment, and then ordered unhurriedly, Avan, lay down your weapons. Yes, your highness. Awan and the other guards of Sanal also put down their weapons. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, dozens of heavily armed warriors immediately pounced on Nehru and the other dozens of guards with extraordinary strength, binding them tightly. Yang Feng strode to in front of Garka and said with a dignified expression, Your Highness, our next target is the Imperial Palace. As long as we control the Imperial Palace, we'll be halfway there. At this time, Morin's 2867th was dead. The great Prince Andrei was in the Southern Army, and the three princes who had the right to inherit the throne were under Yang Feng's control. Now, only the two empresses and four consorts in the Imperial Palace had the ability to interfere with state affairs. As long as he controlled the two empresses and the four imperial concubines in the palace, Sanal could ascend the throne. Garka's eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His eyes flashed with endless heat, and he said word by word, Yes, the next step is the Imperial Palace. I'll definitely fulfill my promise after I ascend the throne, Ian. Garka's mood surged and he loudly promised. At the same time, I will also grant you a wish. Tell me, what do you want? Prime Minister of the Empire? Or the Imperial Grand Marshal? As long as you say it, I will agree to it. Garka was very smart. He knew that the biggest key to his ascension to the throne was to win Yang Feng's support. Otherwise, once Yang Feng switches sides, his ascension to the throne will come to nothing, and he may even become a prisoner. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a smile, If your highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick a few treasures I want. Garka made a prompt decision and said, Okay. I promise you. Yang Feng said solemnly, Now is a critical time. If your highness still has any power, then use them all. This is our best chance, and also our only chance. As the sixth prince of the empire, Garka had a tremendous hidden force. Even Yang Feng didn't know how much power Garka was hiding, or how many aristocrats had already sided with him. Garka's eyes flashed with graveness. He nodded, took out a communications crystal, and said grimly, The time has come, do it at once. A fearful yet firm voice came from the other side of the communications crystal. Yes, your highness. Garka took out communications crystals one after another, and issued a series of orders to the other side of the communications crystal. Porta and the other two princes could only watch helplessly as Garka issued a series of orders, yet did nothing. Porta and the other two princes also had tremendous hidden forces that infiltrated countless departments. A large number of aristocrats sided with them. But now that they were under semi-house arrest, they couldn't contact those forces to take action. The St. Toulon city had 4 city gates, east, west, south, and north. There was a corps stationed inside and outside each city gate. The 4 corps stationed outside the city belonged to the city guard system. The 4 corps stationed inside the city belonged to the Imperial Guard system. The South Gate, within the barracks of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Cataleo, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, strode into the command center of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. In the center of the command center sat a person. It was Chipiko, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, he was leisurely reading a book. The work of the Imperial Guards had always been leisurely. After all, apart from palace coups, no one dared to cause trouble in the St. Toulon city. Even demigod-rank powerhouses would be easily suppressed if they acted presumptuously in the St. Toulon city. When Chipiko saw Cataleo, his eyes lit up. He fished out a chessboard from under his desk and said with a smile, Cataleo, you came at the right time. Play a game of chess with me. When Cataleo walked up to Chipiko, a complicated glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted with Star Knight rank chi, drew his sword, and stabbed Chipiko in the heart lightning fast. Chipiko's eyes widened. Unable to believe his eyes, he reluctantly uttered, "Why?" Cataleo's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and he gave a long sigh and pulled out his sword. "I'm a man of His Highness the Sixth Prince. His Majesty is dead." "Chipiko, I'm sorry." Blood spurted out of Chipiko's chest. His eyes dimmed, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. In the barracks, the drums of assembly rang out. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately began to assemble. The high-ranking officers of the corps quickly came to the command center. There was a faint smell of blood in the command center. At the same time, the command center was surrounded by Cataleo's personal guards. As soon as the high-ranking officers entered the command center, they felt that something was amiss. The high-ranking officers focused their gazes on Cataleo, who was sitting on the throne of the corps commander, in the command center. Cataleo said solemnly, "Everyone is here. I'm going to announce unfortunate news. His Majesty the Great Emperor has just been assassinated in the St. Toulon city and is dead." "What? His Majesty the Emperor is dead?" "His Majesty, he is dead." The eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard Corps flickered with shock and they exclaimed, "The death of His Majesty the Emperor of the Morince Empire was a major event that would shock the world and change the situation of the entire Morince Empire." Cataleo said coldly, "Commander Chipico was suspected of plotting to assassinate His Majesty. I killed him on the spot. His Highness the 6th Prince sent an envoy to have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps capture the assassins and eradicate the traitors in the court. Who is willing to go with me?" A confidant of Cataleo immediately said loudly, "Since His Majesty is dead, His Highness the 6th Prince is the only heir to the throne of the Empire. We are willing to follow His Highness the 6th Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court. We are willing to be loyal to His Highness the 6th Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court with His Highness the 6th Prince." Voices of loyalty came from the command center. Almost 1/3 of the officers of the 3rd Corps swore allegiance to His Highness the 6th Prince at once. The rest of the officers looked at each other, and a sense of danger welled up in their hearts. They were soldiers who didn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of the power struggle. But the sudden change in the situation forced them to choose a side. Cataleo's gaze turned cold, and he said frigidly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you in cahoots with the traitors who assassinated His Majesty?" Cataleo's personal guards surrounding the command center drew their swords and surrounded the officers who didn't take a stand. If they said anything wrong, they would be hacked to death. An officer pointed at Cataleo and barked, "Cataleo, you're rebelling." Cataleo waved his hand, and a dozen-plus personal guards with tyrannical fighting strength rushed forward in a flash and killed the officer with a flurry of swords. "Cataleo, you're rebelling." One officer after another stepped forward and berated Cataleo. As soon as the officers came out, they were quickly killed by Cataleo's personal guards. The command center was suddenly enveloped in the smell of blood. After 7 officers were killed on the spot, the officers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps understood Cataleo's determination. Cataleo had gambled everything. If they didn't yield, then he would kill all of them. An officer was silent for a while, and then finally said loudly, "I'm willing to follow Sir and eradicate the assassins who assassinated His Majesty." One officer after another was finally forced to yield and stand forward. Cataleo got up and barked, "Then let's set off at once. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Along the way, whoever dares to block us is our enemy." Under Cataleo's leadership, the 20,000-strong troops of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately set out and quickly rushed towards the Imperial Palace. Drums also sounded in the barracks of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps at the East Gate. The officers of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly came to the command center of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. The entire command center was permeated with a somber and heavy atmosphere, pressuring the officers of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps somewhat out of breath. In the center of the command center sat a burly old man of about 56 or 57 years of age, with grizzled temples, yet still exuding a valiant aura. This burly old man was Buchak, the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Chapter 285. Buchak looked down and said solemnly, "His Majesty was assassinated and has passed away. By order of Her Highness Empress Susanna, I must immediately take troops to the palace to guard it. Are you willing to go with me?" "We are willing to serve, sir." The officers below were slightly taken aback. Many of Buchak's confidants immediately responded resolutely. "We are willing to serve, sir." The other officers hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said loudly. In the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, the prestige of Buchak, the commander of the corps, was much stronger than that of Cataleo, the deputy commander of the 3rd Corps. Not many people dared to question or disobey his orders. Under Buchak's order, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps quickly moved towards the palace without any supplies. Within the command center of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, a gloomy expression on his face, Ciceron, the commander of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, paced back and forth in the command center with a look of irritation, a communications crystal in his hand. A beautiful and charming face floated in his eyes. Finally, he gave a long sigh and made up his mind. The drums of assembly sounded in the barracks of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, and countless warriors poured out of the barracks to assemble. The upper echelon officers quickly came to the command center. Suddenly, sounds of fighting broke out in the command center. Before long, officers came out of the command center. The 2nd Imperial Guard Corps also rushed towards the royal palace of the St. Toulon city. At this time, fighting broke out in the barracks of the 4th Imperial Guard Corps. For the sake of their respective masters, former comrades gathered their subordinates to fight. Rivers of blood flowed in the barracks, and sounds of fighting continued. Outside the city gate, the 4 City Guard Corps remained motionless. Only some small disturbances broke out in the barracks before being suppressed. On the other side, Yang Feng took 300 heavily armed personal guards, 2 squads of wizards, and 500 Sky Knight rank troops commanded by Eddie to escort Garca and Ileana towards the royal palace. Your Highness Garca, where do you want to go? With a cold voice, Desser led 300 confidants from the Sword of Justice secret police force to block in front of the large force and stared at Garca, who was surrounded and protected by everyone. A terrifying sacred swordsman rank aura erupted from Desser's body, and a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Garca, making Garca feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He found it hard to breathe, and fear flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, His Majesty was assassinated in the Magic Academy. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, Master Ian is the biggest suspect. What you should do now is to return to your mansion. Otherwise, it will be a crime of treason. Even if you are a prince, you will still die here today. Desser's eyes widened, and he suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Through a mysterious secret method, he directly pierced into Garca's mind. At that moment, Garca felt a wave of fear in his heart. He actually had the thought of leaving immediately and going home to await his trial. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill him. Kill all those who stand in the way." Barros uttered a magic incantation, and a ray of magic light shrouded him and the magicians behind him. A mysterious spiritual resonance linked their mental strength together. Spirit resonance was the most powerful spell of wizard squads on the Feisua plane. After casting the mental resonance spell, the mental energy of all the magicians would be linked together, forming an incomparably wonderful resonance wave, as if they were one person. Through the power of the weave, they could cast level 4 spells like legend wizards. Barros quickly uttered a second magic sentence, and the level 4 spell Fire Dragon was unleashed in a flash. A copious amount of fire elemental particles gathered, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly took shape and lunged at Desser. Desser's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he retreated briskly. He erupted with pinnacle sacred swordsman rank chi, and his sword mercilessly slashed at the fearsome fire dragon. Thanks to the fearsome sacred swordsman rank chi, the fire dragon was nearly split in two. In the next moment, the berserk fire dragon that was split in two pounced at Desser and engulfed him. The sacred swordsman Desser turned into a terrifying flaming figure. He screamed and struggled, and then was burned to ashes by the flames. When he saw this, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius's pupils constricted slightly, and he sighed inwardly. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsman. Within that area, a sacred swordsman could insta-kill a legend wizard. If a legend wizard cast a level 4 spell, then if a sacred swordsman didn't have a defensive treasure to resist level 4 spells, they would also be insta-killed. Wizards were the most powerful existences on the Feisua plane, and they had the most distinguished status. The status of an archwizard was much higher than that of a sacred swordsman. On the Zhongji plane, unless the Zhongji plane's body-tempering warlocks were peerless geniuses who cultivated the most profound, difficult, and powerful secret methods, they could only contend against other types of warlocks with the help of secret treasures. The archmage of the other mage squad also cast mental resonance, then silently chanted an incantation, pointed at the more than 300 Sword of Justice secret police, and launched the level 4 spell Winter Maiden's Breath. The projection of a beautiful and moving Winter Maiden, who seemed to be covered in a layer of silver, suddenly appeared, parted her cherry lips and blew lightly. The Winter Maiden's cherry lips exhaled a white stream of cold air that swept towards the 300 Sword of Justice secret police. Crack! Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the 300 secret policemen of the Sword of Justice, who were above the night level, were all eroded by the terrifying cold air and turned into ice sculptures. Garca glanced at Yang Feng, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Dassault was one of the 5 bigwigs of the Sword of Justice secret police of the Morance Empire's police system. In the St. Toulon city, he was regarded as a bigwig. Even some greater aristocrats couldn't compare to him in status. Yet, Yang Feng killed such a bigwig without hesitation. This fierceness and decisiveness made Garca feel a chill inside. Fortunately, he's my man. Garca heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought welled up in his mind, lingering like a nightmare. What if he betrayed me? Who else can stop him? Yang Feng's gaze was indifferent, and he ordered frigidly, "Keep going. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Kill anyone who stands in our way." Under Yang Feng's order, the team advanced straight into the Imperial Palace. After passing a block, nearly 200+ assassins suddenly emerged from the street. The assassins, armed with military crossbows, frantically pulled the triggers at Garca. As if arrows leaving a bowstring, bolts shot towards Garca. As long as Garca was killed, any plot would turn into a bubble. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He raised a large shield forged from divine bloodsteel and swatted away the bolts shooting at Garca as if swatting mosquitoes. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and a wall on the side collapsed. A terrifying aura comparable to that of a sacred swordsman instantly erupted from the location of the wall, and an extremely fast sword light pierced towards Garca's head. That was a fatal strike from a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng had just swatted away countless bolts with his large shield, so he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed towards Garca. Despair couldn't help but flash past the abyss of his eyes. The 3 sacred swordsmen, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia, and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, were all swinging their swords at the military crossbows. They had no time to protect Garca. If Garca was assassinated, then no matter how strong Yang Feng was, it would already be amazing if he could escape from the St. Toulon city. Everything he had built up during this period of time would be destroyed in a single day. At this moment, an ordinary god next to Garca took a step forward, and the temperament of a lofty great grandmaster erupted from the ordinary guard. Frightening sacred swordsman rank Qi erupted in a flash, and a sword ray suddenly erupted and stabbed at the startling sword strike. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the guard next to Garca retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. The assassin who stabbed with the startling sword strike only retreated 2 steps. An assassin wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed, appeared in front of everyone. Yang Feng barked, "Baros, kill him!" Before his words fell, Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and unleashed the level 3 spell spirit hammer in a flash, and a magic ray landed on the assassin wrapped in black cloth. The assassin radiated magic rays and resisted the attack of the level 3 spell spirit hammer. Clearly, he had a magic equipment on him. The assassin's figure flickered as he dashed towards a room at the side like a bolt of lightning after missing his target. With the 4 sacred swordsmen and 2 wizard squads guarding him, even if the assassin was far stronger than ordinary human sacred swordsmen, he still couldn't resist. Yang Feng ordered frigidly, "Fire dragon!" Baros instantly uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at the room, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly erupted and rushed towards the room. Boom! Countless flames suddenly enveloped the room and burned fiercely. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the flames. A hurricane suddenly blew the flames away and swept towards the house where the assassins were located. Chapter 286. The wind fanned the flames, which surged and instantly engulfed the rooms where the assassins were located and set them ablaze. Countless assassins howled mournfully amidst the flames and jumped down one by one. Eyes bloodshot, Garca roared somewhat crazily, "Kill them all! Kill these assassins!" If it wasn't for the sacred swordsman recruited by Garca who saved his life at the most critical time, he would have become a corpse by now. At the thought of the dangerous situation just now, Garca felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickled down his back, and killing intent filled his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the somewhat hysterical Garca, frowned slightly, and said, "Your Highness, the urgent matter now is not to kill these people, but the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the key. After you ascend the throne, you can kill these ants at will." Garca's eyes shimmered with madness. Losing his usual demeanor, he barked at Yang Feng. They wanted to kill me. They were just one step away from killing me. I want them to die without a burial ground. I want these bastards to die now. Ian, kill them for me. Leave none alive. Yang Feng frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Garka was about to become the emperor, he sighed inside and waved his hand. 300 of his subordinates took out military crossbows in a flash and fired at the assassins. A dense rain of arrows shot the assassins to the ground, and then they screamed miserably and were swallowed by the flames. Eddie roared furiously, urged his Star Knight rank Qi, and rushed towards the assassins together with the 500 personal guards of the emperor. The fierce fight lasted for a full 10 minutes. The hundreds of assassins lying in ambush on both sides of the street were all killed by Eddie and them. Yang Feng and his party continued to advance towards the imperial palace. Fierce flames burned behind them, and at the same time, began to spread in other directions. Stop! At the order of Her Highness the Empress, I have sealed off this block. No one is allowed to pass. Violators will be punished with treason and their whole families will be executed. On a street leading to the imperial palace, a team of 500 imperial guards blocked in front of Yang Feng and his party, and a burly commander barked. The 500 royal guards pointed at Yang Feng and his party with their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent. Among the 500 imperial guards, 200 archers had already taken out their bows and were ready to shoot. Garka hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and the entire team stopped. Garka stepped out from the crowd and sternly shouted, I'm Garka, the 6th prince. His Majesty has passed away, and I suspect that someone in the palace was involved in the assassination of His Majesty. Commander Del, now that His Majesty is dead, I'm the only heir to the Morince Empire. If you side with me now, after I ascend the throne, you'll definitely enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. So it's your highness. Del's eyes flashed with shock and hesitation. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed with greed and he said in a deep voice, Your Highness, if your Highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to become a hereditary duke. He has a dukedom as his fief. Garka creased his eyebrows slightly and fell into hesitation. In the Morince Empire, hereditary duke was a first-rate greater aristocrat second only to grand princes. Every hereditary duke had a high status and great influence in the court. The Morince Empire was very cautious about the enfeoffment of hereditary duke aristocrats. Otherwise, all the territories of the empire would have been enfeoffed long ago. As time passed, Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He knew very well that now was not the time to waste time. With every passing minute, their chances of success would drop by a fraction. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered to Garka, Your Highness, we don't have much time left. Garka glanced at Yang Feng with some displeasure and said faintly, I know what to do. Garka said in a clear voice, Del, it's impossible to confer a hereditary duke. However, as long as you take everyone to side with me now, then after I ascend the throne, I can confer you the title of hereditary duke and let you enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Del's 500 imperial guards were also a considerable force. If Garka could recruit Del's 500 imperial guards, he could also improve his strength. At the same time, he could weaken Yang Feng's influence in the coup. Growing up in the Morince family, Garka's imperial schemes were no less than those of his brothers. Del had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said unhurriedly, Confer a hereditary duke? Your Highness, if I side with you, I'll be putting the lives of everyone in my family on your shoulders. A hereditary duke is really not enough. A hereditary duke marquis. As long as you agree to confer me a hereditary duke marquis, I'll take my 500 brothers to side with you. I still have a lot of good friends in the imperial palace. After I side with you, I'll go and recruit them for you. Garka's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. If Del could recruit the royal guards in the imperial palace, then his hopes of capturing the Victory Palace would increase by a bit. There were 20,000 royal guards stationed in the Victory Palace, which were firmly under the control of Morince 2867th. Anyone who tried to meddle with the 20,000 royal guards would suffer a fierce counterattack from Morince 2867th. The great Prince André once roped in a deputy commander of the royal guards. After being discovered by Morince 2867th, The deputy commander's family was exterminated by Morin's 2867th on an excuse. Andrei lost a lot of his military power and was transferred to the Southern Army. Only during festivals would he be allowed to return to the St. Toulon city. Empress Susanna, who was originally very favored by Morin's 2867th, was slowly neglected because of this matter. Garka and the other two princes didn't dare to meddle with the royal guards for fear of touching Morin's 867 Tich's reverse scale. Now that Del was willing to surrender to Garka and persuade others to surrender, Garka was very tempted. Garka hesitated for a while, then made a decision and said resolutely, "Okay, as long as you are willing to side with me, persuade others to surrender, and help me open the gate of the Victory Palace, then after I ascend the throne, I'll confer you the title of hereditary Peer Marquis." Del's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a beaming smile, "I want the divine bestow plains Marquisdom." Garka's complexion changed dramatically, and he refused resolutely, "Impossible." The divine bestow plain was a plain blessed by the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of agriculture. On many fertile lands of the Faisua plain, 1 mu of wheat could only yield about 200 to 250 caddies per mu. In the divine bestow plain, 1 mu of wheat could yield up to 2,000 caddies per mu, which was 10 times that of ordinary places. The divine bestow plain was the territory of the Morin's family and various divine descendant families. Except for a few founding heroes who followed Morin's eye and made great contributions, for more than 100,000 years, there had never been a precedent of a non-divine descendant family obtaining a fiefdom in the divine bestow plain. Del said loudly, "An earldom is fine. An earldom in the divine bestow plain is enough for me to enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. As long as your highness agrees to grant me an earldom in the divine bestow plain after you ascend the throne, then I'll immediately take 500 subordinates to side with you, your highness, and serve you faithfully." In other places, there would be natural and man-made disasters, which would lead to a decrease in the production of wheat due to various reasons. But in the divine bestow plain, such things would never happen. An earldom in the divine bestow plain was definitely the foundation for generations of glory, splendor, and wealth. With a gloomy face, Garka calculated in his mind. Naturally, such a fertile land like the divine bestow plain had been carved up by everyone. The Morin's family occupied the largest part of the divine bestow plain, which was also their foundation. There had never been a precedent of a territory in the divine bestow plain being infeft. The Morin's family was a huge family, and experts were as common as clouds in the family. The people of the Morin's family wouldn't care if Garka competed with other princes for the throne. After all, it wasn't the first time that the Morin's family's heirs fought each other for the throne for more than 100,000 years. Whichever prince won, the Morin's family would support that prince. But once Garka infeft the divine bestow plain, the entire Morin's family would rebel and oppose his succession to the throne. Garka shook his head and proposed, "No, I can grant you a fertile marquisdom. Even an earldom in the divine bestow plain won't do. It's the wealth that the mighty gods bestowed upon our Morin's family, and no one else is allowed to encroach on it." Del sank into his thoughts and said unhurriedly, "Another marquisdom? Let me think about it and see which marquisdom is better." At this moment, the earth shook, and the sound of hooves came from the east. Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he said to Yongfeng, "Buchak, the commander of the 1st Royal Guard Corps in the east, favors the great Prince Andrei. This is their cavalry." Yongfeng frowned slightly and looked at Del, only to see that Del was still hesitant and looked very embarrassed. Yongfeng suddenly pointed coldly at Del and said frigidly, "Baros, fire dragon, kill them!" "Yes." Baros quickly silently recited an incantation and launched spirit resonance, then uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at Del and the 500 royal guards. Countless violent fire elemental particles gathered in a flash and suddenly formed a 30-meter-long fire dragon. When Del saw the 30-meter-long fire dragon, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed with a pale face, "I surrender! Your Highness, spare my life! I surrender! Your Highness!" Chapter 287. In the next moment, the 30-meter-long fire dragon plunged into the midst of Del and his party. Wherever the flame dragon passed, all of the imperial guards were burned into flaming men, letting out waves of incomparably mournful screams. Most of the imperial guards were like ants in boiling water, scurrying in all directions. With Del's death, They could no longer organize themselves. Why? Garka's eyes shimmered with anger, and he barked at Yongfeng. They have surrendered. Yongfeng's eyes widened, a fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he barked, Your Highness! We don't have much time. The East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps is coming this way, and there are countless other forces ready to make a move. We must reach the Imperial Palace and take control of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die without a burial ground. Dell was clearly stalling for time just now. Garka was both ashamed and angry when he was barked at by Yongfeng. His thoughts revolved, and he realized that Yongfeng was right. He could only clench his teeth and order loudly, Keep going! The group quickly passed through the area shrouded in flames and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. The earth shook slightly, and the sound of hooves echoed. Behind Yongfeng and his party, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps were getting closer and closer. Garka frowned slightly and looked at Yongfeng, only to see Yongfeng looking ahead indifferently, without the slightest intention of having his subordinates bring up the rear. At this time, they were only a few streets away from the Imperial Palace. It was of great significance to intercept the forces of the East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps here. Garka only hesitated for a moment before issuing an order. Thanos, take some people and stay behind to bring up the rear. Don't let the 2,000 cavalrymen catch up. Yes, Your Highness. The sacred swordsman rank powerhouse who was originally guarding Garka responded respectfully, and then quickly took 600 private troops directly under Garka's command to set up a defense in this block. Garka took the rest of his people and continued to rush towards the Imperial Palace. Let's go! Shortly after Yongfeng and his party left the street, the 2,000 cavalrymen in the rear rushed over. Thanos' eyes were cold as he shouted sternly, Fire! The archers lying in ambush on both sides of the street quickly fired, and a rain of swords fell on the cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard Corps, shooting more than 100 cavalrymen down from their horses. Garka's 600 private troops were his lifeblood and the most powerful force he could publicly reveal. Among the 600 private troops, there were 300 archers. Each of the 300 archers had outstanding archery skills and were powerful archers who had cultivated chi. The arrows seemed to have a life of their own as they took the lives of the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps one by one, shooting them to the ground. That cavalry unit endured huge casualties and charged madly, attempting to rush through this street of death. The order they received was to catch up with Garka's main force at all costs, capture Garka alive, or delay Garka until the main force arrived. Even if they had to pay the price of a few hundred lives, the cavalry would definitely charge through this street and chase after them. This was a struggle for imperial power. If they failed, the losers' families would be ruined, and their families would be reduced to lowly slaves, living a life worse than death. As long as they participated in this game, there was no retreat. No matter how many sacrifices were made, they had to win. Just before the 2,000 cavalrymen were about to cross the street, Thanos pulled out a 2-meter-long magic sword and swung it hard. Streaks of incomparably blue sword light revolved around Thanos. The frightening fire dragon turned around, enveloped the room Thanos had jumped into, and turned the area into a sea of fire. A figure covered in fire rushed out of the sea of fire. After taking dozens of steps, the figure was finally swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. Buchak looked at Garka's private soldiers, who were still hiding in the corners of the streets and refusing to retreat, and ordered with a cold look in his eyes, "Takuro, kill them all!" "Yes, sir." A burly officer with a bear-like physique roared and took 1,000 warriors of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps to kill Garka's private soldiers. Buchak just glanced at Takuro, and then took the 1st Imperial Guard Corps straight into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. The Victory Palace was the core of the Morinth Empire's power and the focus of everyone's competition. Once Garka took control of the Victory Palace, then no matter how strong Buchak's 1st Imperial Guard Corps was, it would be in vain. Garka's private soldier hiding in a corner of the street suddenly came out of his hiding place, erupted with Earth Knight rank chi in a flash, and shot an arrow with crimson chi radiance towards Buchak. Buchak didn't even spare a glance at the arrow. A Star Knight rank officer next to him bellowed, swung his sword, and deflected the arrow. 50 warriors armed with military crossbows raised their crossbows and shot at Garka's private soldier. As if shooting stars, arrows enveloped the private soldier and turned him into a hedgehog. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere on the street, yet the 1st Imperial Guard Corps ignored them. They followed Buchak and marched quickly towards the Victory Palace. Baro's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reported to Yongfeng. Sir, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps has broken through Thanos' defensive line and is moving this way. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Garka's face also turned pale. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was the most powerful corps in the inner city of the St. Toulon city. It had the magic power of 2 squads of court wizards and 20,000 warriors. The St. Toulon city's city guard system was somewhat rotten and filled with aristocratic children and silk pants. However, due to the frequent coups d'état in the Morince Empire, the Imperial Guard system was the force the Empress relied on. Apart from the upper echelons of the Imperial Guards and the 4 Imperial Guard Corps in the inner city, the rest of the soldiers were elite warriors who were rotated back from the frontier army. Their fighting strength was amazing. The 4 Imperial Guard Corps were definitely the trump card of the Morince Empire. A single Imperial Guard Corps could easily defeat a formidable local corps like the Huntingfong Corps. Once the 1st Imperial Guard Legion caught up to them, everyone present would definitely be crushed by them. Even the 3 Sword Saints would find it difficult to resist a powerful existence like the 1st Imperial Guard Legion. The reason why Thanos was able to block 2,000 cavalrymen and slay more than 700 cavalrymen was because he was able to ride against 1,000 cavalrymen on the street. In a narrow area, the 2,000 cavalrymen couldn't give full play to their advantages and could only charge from the front. If the 2,000 cavalrymen charged from all directions and besieged him in a wide area, Thanos would be able to slay more than 400 cavalrymen at most before he ran out of chi and was besieged by the remaining cavalrymen. The strength and energy consumed to deal with enemies from only one direction and enemies from all directions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Chapter 288. Yongfeng's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. According to his idea, the best result was to kill his way into the Victory Palace before anyone could react. As long as he took control of the Victory Palace, then even if the 4 corps attacked together, Yongfeng wouldn't be afraid. Yongfeng frowned slightly and mused. It seems that I acted too hastily. However, it wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity. Yongfeng didn't get any information about Morince 867's sudden visit to the unveiling of the Magic College. Moreover, he had no intention of assassinating Morince 2867 before this. However, Morince 867's attempt to seize the Magic College, which Yongfeng spent a lot of effort and money to establish, provoked Yongfeng's retaliation, and he took the opportunity to kill Morince 2867. If Morince 2867 was in the Imperial Palace, Yongfeng wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Morince 2867 gave Yongfeng the opportunity to assassinate him. Although such a hasty assassination killed Morince 2867, but many things were also out of Yongfeng's control. Yongfeng's thoughts revolved slightly, and his eyes flashed with determination. It seems that I can only protect Garka and kill my way out, go to Garka's territory, and raise my troops again. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was inclined towards the great Prince Andrei. Now, without the Emperor's order, it acted on its own. Obviously, it had obtained information about the death of Morince 2867 and had made a choice. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps definitely wouldn't choose Garka. If Yongfeng and his party didn't escape, only death would await them. As a prince, Garka might be able to escape death and be placed under house arrest, but Yongfeng and the others would definitely meet their end. Yongfeng shot Garka a somewhat unwilling look, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, only a pig-like teammate. What a scam. According to Yongfeng's original plan, he would head straight for the Victory Palace, kill anyone that stood in his way, and kill anyone that stood in his way. As long as he could kill his way into the Victory Palace, it would be a victory. However, Garka stubbornly insisted on killing all the assassins that tried to assassinate him, which delayed him a lot of time. Furthermore, he had been tricked by Dell to stall for time, wasting a lot of time. In the end, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps caught up from behind. If Garka had listened to Yongfeng, they would have killed their way to the Victory Palace by now, and might have even killed their way into the Victory Palace. Once the coup d'état was launched, it had to be as fast as lightning, leaving no time for others to react. Once he failed to seize the Victory Palace, Garka, who had mobilized all his forces, would lose his momentum and could only escape from the St. Toulon city. Right at this time, the sounds of horse hooves could be heard from the south, and the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Regiment came into view. When Yang Feng saw the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, his eyes shimmered with unwillingness and regret, and he gave a long sigh. It's over, we can only retreat. Garka, on the other hand, smiled and laughed wildly, revealing endless ecstasy. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, haha, they're finally here. Ian, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, Cataleo, is my man. He now had complete control over the 3rd Praetorian Guard Corps. Those are our people. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The fact that Garka was able to rope in the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was beyond his expectations. The relationship between Garka and Cataleo was deeply hidden, with only a few people knowing about it. Even Elena didn't know about the relationship between the two, let alone Yang Feng. Yang Feng said solemnly, Your Highness, please have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps block this street. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps is not allowed to cross this street. Garka nodded, took out a communications crystal, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, Cataleo, it's me, it's Garka. Cataleo's capable voice came from the communications crystal. Your Highness, what are your orders? Please speak. Garka's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Take the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and guard the Street of Glory. No one is allowed to cross the Street of Glory. In the Imperial capital, Garka went all out to barely control the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which was already his full strength. Although there were still many aristocrats in the Imperial capital who had defected to Garka's side, but in a short period of time, those aristocrats couldn't give him any support. From the other side of the communications crystal came Cataleo's resolute voice. Yes. Your Highness, I'll guard this place firmly and won't let anyone pass. Yang Feng said solemnly, Let the 2 wizard squads Baros and Makon stay. The Victory Palace was a palace blessed by the gods and possessed countless formidable divine spells. In the Victory Palace, the vigor of heaven and earth was completely controlled by various divine spells. If wizards wanted to cast large-scale spells in the Victory Palace, they could only do so with the Emperor's permission. Morin's 2867th was dead, and the Morin's Empire was without an emperor. Therefore, wizards couldn't cast powerful spells in the Victory Palace. Garka said very decisively, Cataleo, I'll leave 2 wizard squads for you. You must guard this place. Cataleo said in a straightforward and capable manner, Yes, Your Highness. Soon after, the huge 3rd Imperial Guard Corps turned and walked towards the Street of Glory. The 2 wizards of the court squads Baros and Makon quickly walked towards the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Run forward. Garka's eyes flickered with a cold glint. He pointed at the Victory Palace with his sword and barked. At this time, Yang Feng and his party had no place to retreat. After being forced into a desperate situation, Garka erupted with a dauntless aura that was different from his usual cultured and refined demeanor. The whole team began to trot forward, moving towards the Victory Palace. After crossing 2 streets, sounds of explosions and fighting came from the rear. Clearly, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and the 1st Imperial Guard Corps had engaged in a fierce fight. Hearing the sounds of battle behind them, everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if they were being shrouded by a huge pressure. Once the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps' defensive line was breached, the people present would end up very miserable before they could capture the Victory Palace. After passing through 2 streets, the majestic gate of the Victory Palace appeared in front of everyone. Andro led 200 soldiers and escorted a group of people over. He said respectfully, My lord, I'm here to protect you. I've done what you asked me to do. Yang Feng swept the dense crowd with a glance, nodded slightly and praised, Well done. Next, it's up to him. Yang Feng swept the Victory Palace with a glance, and finally his gaze fell on Garka. A frightening might came from the Victory Palace, which was the majesty of a god. There were countless powerful divine spells in the Victory Palace. Even if a demigod entered the Victory Palace, they would be suppressed if they were careless. The Victory Palace was like a sleeping, frightening, fierce beast, quietly lying dormant on the ground, ready to erupt at any time and tear all enemies who dared to provoke it to pieces. Garka stepped out of the crowd, walked into the crowd, and shouted towards the Victory Palace, I am Garka of the Morin's family. Today, my imperial father, Morin's 2867th, was assassinated. I suspect that the mastermind of the assassin is in the palace. Ancestor, Please bless me. The huge victory palace seemed to wake up at once. A golden light shot out from the palace and enveloped Garka. As soon as the golden light touched Garka's body, it disappeared. The victory palace quietened down, as if it had become an ordinary city. The pressure that shrouded Yongfeng and the other powerhouses disappeared at once. It was very common for the Morin's family to fight for power, kill each other, and carry out coups. As long as someone with the bloodline of the Morin's family stood in front of the victory palace, the various divine spells that could even suppress demigods wouldn't be activated. A burly officer with short blonde hair stepped forward, looked down and barked sternly. Your Highness Garka, I am guarding this gate on the orders of the Empress. Please step back. Above the gate of glory of the victory palace, 4,000 fully armed royal guards appeared. Garka's complexion became very unsightly. Without any siege equipment, it would be extremely difficult to take down the gate of glory, which was guarded by 2,000 fully armed imperial guards. The gate of glory was 50 meters tall. Among the people present, only the sacred swordsman rank powerhouses could jump over the gate. Even if the 3 sacred swordsmen jumped over the city wall, they might not be a match for the 2,000 fully armed royal guards. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, the earth sacred swordsman Magia, and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero looked at the gate of glory's city wall with a dignified look in their eyes, and they prepared to fight to the death. Commander Villa, look who this is. Right at this moment, Andro took a step forward and grabbed a young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair. He lifted her up and placed her in front of everyone. The young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair cried loudly and implored bitterly. Darling, save me, I don't want to die. Above the city wall, the eyes of the commander of the royal guards flashed with a touch of blood, and he roared like a wild beast. Elaine! You bastard, you captured my wife. Chapter 289. Andros smiled coldly and clapped his hands. Not only did I capture your wife, but I also captured your parents, brothers, and your brother's children. A white-haired old man, an old woman, and a dozen young men and women were dragged over by the warriors and thrown in front of Villa. Commander Villa let out a painful howl. Father, mother, little brother. Commander Villa, you are loyal to this empire, to His Majesty the Emperor of this empire, to Morin's 2867th. Now that His Majesty has been assassinated, instead of avenging His Majesty, you block His Highness Garka from entering the palace. This is a crime of rebellion, a crime worthy of extermination. If you don't open the door, I'll give the order to execute your family on the spot. Furthermore, your Bello clan will be exterminated from today onwards. I'll give you some time to think about it. Andro's words had just fallen when he clapped his hands, and a middle-aged woman and 3 children were dragged out and thrown in front of Villa's family. The face of a burly man standing next to Villa changed dramatically, and he said with a trace of alarm, Weena, you bastards captured Weena. Deputy Commander Bell Tower, if Commander Villa doesn't want to surrender, then please put righteousness before family and kill him. Then you can inherit his position as commander. Otherwise, your wife and children, as well as the 56 members of your Bello family, will all die here. Think about it. Andros smiled coldly and clapped his hands, and dozens of men, women, old and young were escorted over. They were thrown in front of the high-ranking royal guards as if they were garbage, and their names were announced, causing the high-ranking royal guards to reveal looks of alarm and pain. Andros smiled at Villa above the city wall and said cruelly, Commander Villa, what do you think now? I want an answer from you. Open the gate or not. If you don't, I'll send your family to the netherworld and wait for you. Villa's complexion was pale. He could vaguely feel the fierce and murderous gazes staring at him from behind. Once he chose not to open the city, his former colleagues and subordinates would definitely not mind chopping him into pieces and then opening the city gates to allow the killing gods outside to enter the city. Villa is willing to serve His Highness Garka and fight against the rebels who tried to assassinate His Majesty. Open up. Villa looked at his beloved wife's pleading gaze. When he thought that the Morin's family would resort to such means in a power struggle, he became disheartened and shouted. The door of the Gate of Glory finally opened slowly. Garka looked at the slowly opening Gate of Glory, his heart filled with excitement. He glanced at Andro and said with a smile of admiration, Ian, you have a good subordinate. Yongfeng replied with a smile, Thank you for the praise, Your Highness. Goyina, who was standing next to Garka, gave Yongfeng a peculiar look. Eddie also gave Yang Feng a somewhat fearful look, his heart brimming with apprehension. Gaka pointed at the gate of glory in high spirits and shouted, "Enter the city!" When Villa arrived in front of Garka, he knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I was deceived by the traitors. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Garka smiled gently and said in a graceful manner, "Commander Villa, you were just dutifully performing your duty and were deceived by the traitors. I forgive you." Villa had 4,000 imperial guards under his command. In the Victory Palace, he was definitely a force that played a decisive role. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, time is of the essence." Now was not the time for Garka to put on an act and win over the hearts of the people. Every minute and every second was very precious. Garka raised his eyebrows, then stepped forward, drew his sword, pointed at the Victory Palace, and barked, "Everyone, follow me into the palace to eradicate the traitors who tried to assassinate my imperial father." After he finished speaking, he left 300 imperial guards to guard the Gate of Glory, and the huge army madly advanced into the depths of the imperial palace. Along the way, the sounds of fighting continued. Seeing that the situation was far from reassuring, some imperial guards immediately surrendered. Other imperial guards, however, fought to the death. However, the scattered imperial guards could not withstand a single blow from the nearly 4,000-strong army. Their resistance was easily crushed to smithereens. For generations, the courtmasters were loyal only to the emperor. After the news of the death of Morin's 2,867th came, they hid in the White Tower and didn't make any movements. No matter who won the fight for the throne, as long as they had no mental issues, they wouldn't treat the courtmasters shabbily. However, once they got involved in the fight for the throne, even the aloof wizards would be killed directly, and even their families would be exterminated. The Myriad Flowers Palace was the harem of the Victory Palace. It covered an extremely vast area and had 3,000 palaces. The 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines lived in the Myriad Flowers Palace and commanded the numerous imperial concubines. At the time, Morin's I, the founder of the Morin's Empire, went on expeditions and conquered numerous states. At the same time, he collected the beauties of countless states and raised them in the Myriad Flowers Palace, enjoying them day and night. Since Morin's I, except for some emperors who weren't fond of women, the Myriad Flowers Palace was extremely prosperous and raised countless beauties. Your Highness Garka, this is the Myriad Flowers Palace. Except for His Majesty, no one else is allowed to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace without His Majesty's decree. Otherwise, they will be regarded as rebels. You please go back. In front of the Myriad Flowers Palace, there were more than 5,000 imperial guards gathered. A middle-aged man with short blue hair, a burly figure, and a somewhat ugly appearance barked at Garka with a sword in hand. Garka's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, "Sina, I suspect that there are traitors in the Myriad Flowers Palace who participated in the plot to assassinate my imperial father. Get out of the way, or you'll be in cahoots with the rebels." Sina barked, "Your Highness Garka, the Theron family is loyal to the Morin's family. Otherwise, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't have appointed me as the guard commander of the Myriad Flowers Palace. Without an order from His Majesty the Emperor, anyone who wants to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace must step over my dead body." Garka's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed at Sina with a sword in hand and barked, "Then go to hell. Kill them. Kill the rebels." Goyina roared, and his Star Knight rank Chi burst forth. He took the lead and led his men directly towards Sina and the others. Eddie and Villa also led the Imperial Guards to engage in a frenzied slaughter with their former comrades. Blood dyed the ground in front of the Myriad Flowers Palace red. Soldiers died tragically at every moment. Seeing that the 2 armies were entangled, Yang Feng waved his hand and pointed at the crowd. The figures of the 2 sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, blurred into motion and rushed into the crowd. Sword rays flickered, and a copious amount of blood and fragments splashed about. Like 2 gods of death, the 2 sacred swordsmen urged their sacred swordsman rank Chi. In just a dozen breaths of time, they appeared in front of Sina. Surrounded by lightning, Cassius unleashed the lightning sword art. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, his sword stabbed towards Sina like a bolt of lightning. Sina's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He urged his Star Knight rank Chi, raised his sword horizontally, and blocked in front of him. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, Sina's sword was broken. With a flash of a resplendent sword ray, he was cut in half from the middle, and a copious amount of blood sprayed about. Yang Feng barked, "Commander Sina is dead. Why don't you surrender? Do you want to become a rebel and have your whole family wiped out?" When the Imperial Guard saw Sina killed, their low morale collapsed, and they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Gaka glanced at the sword in the hand of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, smiled slightly and praised, "Good sword, what a sharp sword!" The sword in the hand of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was forged from divine blood steel and was extremely sharp. With this sword, it was able to break the sword in Sina's hand. Otherwise, even if Cassius was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, he still wouldn't be able to kill the Star Knight rank Sina in the midst of chaos with a single sword strike. In high spirits, Garka led his people forward and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. Yang Feng followed beside Garka and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. How extravagant! As soon as Yang Feng entered the Myriad Flowers Palace, his eyes lit up slightly and flickered with a peculiar glint, and he mused. In the center of the 10,000 Flower Palace, there was a precious golden tree of the elves. The golden tree was dozens of meters tall and had luxuriant foliage. Every leaf emitted a golden radiance. Countless life auras were attracted from all directions and gathered on the golden leaves. It was incomparably beautiful. The gold tree was a treasure of the elves. It was extremely difficult for a gold tree to be born. It took 10,000 years for a gold tree to bear a gold seed and give birth to another gold tree. The leaves of the gold tree had mystical powers and were one of the most precious raw materials for many potions. Moreover, the leaves of the gold tree had various mystical powers such as dispelling curses, healing injuries, and so on. They were extremely rare on the market. If all the leaves of the gold tree in the Myriad Flowers Palace were plucked, they could be sold for tens of millions of gold coins. In addition to the gold tree, the Myriad Flowers Palace also had the rare plant Dragon Blood Orchid from the Country of Dragons, the rare plant 10,000 Beast Spirit Fruit from the Beastman Empire, the large energy absorption ancient tree from Warlock College Antalya from Tyrandit Subcontinent, and other precious extraordinary plants full of mystical abilities. The life magic energy in the Myriad Flowers Palace was very rich. It was a holy land for cultivation that didn't lose out to Warlock College Antalya in the slightest. If one practiced Warlock secret methods here, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 290. The entire Myriad Flower Palace was filled with a very pleasant fragrance of flowers. Rare flowers bloomed everywhere, and it was extremely beautiful. Garka, what do you want to do here? Under the protection of dozens of beautiful palace maids, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, a mixture of sexiness and innocence, youth and maturity, and all kinds of opposite charms, as if she was changing all the time, walked over slowly. She had a noble and cold temperament. After Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty, he secretly praised in his heart. This gorgeous woman was definitely one of the most feminine beauties he had ever seen. Garka watched the gorgeous woman exuding a different kind of charm walk over, and his eyes flashed with greed. He said with a smile, "Empress Susanna, I suspect that someone in the Myriad Flowers Palace is suspected of assassinating my imperial father and plotting a rebellion. Worried about your safety, Your Highness, I brought troops to protect Your Highness." The gorgeous woman, who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old and exuded a different kind of charm and temperament, was Susanna, one of the two empresses of the Morin's Empire. Susanna should be in her 50s, but she maintained herself very well. At the same time, under the effect of the court potion, she was still full of vitality, looking like a beautiful woman of 25 or 26 years old. Morin's 2867th lived a licentious life and never practiced cultivation. Even with the support of the court potion, his vitality still flowed away very quickly. After all, potions weren't omnipotent. Garka immediately barked, "Guards, protect Her Highness! Don't let anything happen to her." "Yes, Your Highness," Goyina responded promptly. He took 100 soldiers to surround Susanna, and then began to drive away the maids around Susanna. Susanna watched coldly as the 100 soldiers drove her maids to the side, and then surrounded her and put her under house arrest. After Garka caught Susanna, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately led his troops into the Myriad Flowers Palace. Countless soldiers quickly dispersed and rushed into each of the palaces of the Myriad Flower Palace, capturing the beautiful concubines and maids inside. Seeing the beautiful concubines and maids, some soldiers couldn't control their desires and pounced on them. The entire Myriad Flowers Palace was filled with the cries and wails of women. When Susanna saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. After learning that the Myriad Flowers Palace was breached, she immediately came out to see Garka. Otherwise, with her beauty, she might really be insulted by the soldiers. As if he didn't hear her, Garka led his troops into the depths of the Myriad Flowers Palace. "Garka, it's me!" Accompanied by a pleasantly surprised cry, a tall and slender woman with long blue hair walked over. She had a voluptuous figure and a slender waist. Every step she took seemed to sway in the wind. She looked like a ripe peach. When Garka saw the beautiful woman, his eyes flashed with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Mother!" This woman with long blue hair that looked like a ripe peach was Katerina, the southern imperial concubine, and also Garka's biological mother. Under the effect of the potion, she looked just a few years older than Garka, just like his elder sister. Behind Katerina were three top-notch beauties. One of them was tall and had wavy blonde hair. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and there was a charming aura between her brows. She was the third Prince Porta's mother, Sophia. The beautiful woman with a perfect and harmonious figure and exquisite facial features exuding a heroic aura was the mother of the ninth Prince Sanal, Yulina. The last beautiful woman with a petite figure that looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, a child's complexion, big breasts, and a delicate beauty that gave people a feeling of tenderness at first sight was the mother of Sucre, Alva. The three beauties following behind Katerina looked at Garka with complicated emotions in their eyes. They knew very well that since Garka had led his troops here in the struggle for the throne, it meant that Garka had already won half the battle. Katerina and Garka talked for a while, then looked at Xiaofan and revealed a beautiful and gentle smile. "You're Ian? Very good. Serve Garka well, and the Orthox family won't treat you unfairly." The gazes of Susanna, Sophia, Yulina, and Alva focused on Xiaofan. Garka's forces in the St. Toulon city weren't stronger than those of the other princes. The reason why it was Garka standing here and not the other princes was because Xiaofan was helping Garka from behind the scenes. Xiaofan smiled slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Serving His Highness is what I should do." On the Street of Glory, the sounds of fighting and explosions lingered incessantly. Sword in hand, Cataleo was covered in blood as he charged into the crowd, constantly killing the incoming Imperial Guard soldiers. He was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. A high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps came to Cataleo and cried, "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat. Leave some seeds for the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps." The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was much weaker than the 1st Imperial Guard Corps in terms of strength. With the support of the two magic brigades left behind by Xiaofan, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps barely managed to suppress the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, under the leadership of Commander Ciceron, the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps launched an attack on the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps from the flank. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps also launched a desperate attack. Under the desperate attack of the two Imperial Guard Corps, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps finally began to collapse. The commander of the corps, Cataleo, had to personally go forward to fight the enemy in an attempt to stabilize the front line. Cataleo shouted sternly, "No, hold on for me. Even if I die, I have to die here. We have no way out. Once His Highness fails, we'll all be turned into rebels, and there won't be any 3rd Imperial Guard Corps left. You, go take command of the army at once. If you die, I'll take your place." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps gritted his teeth and roared. His figure flickered, and he rushed to the front line. When the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps with a Sky Knight rank cultivation base rushed to the front line and killed 5 or 6 enemies, a meteor-like greatsword slashed at the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and cut him in two. Countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard legions, whose eyes were bloodshot, surged over like a tidal wave. "Shit! Retreat!" When the wizard squad led by Barros saw the warriors rushing over like a tide, his complexion changed slightly, and he said solemnly. Rays of magic light shrouded Barros and the other mages, making them disappear. "Retreat!" Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Macon immediately took his men to cast magic and quickly disappeared. Magicians were powerful and respected existences. Even if the coup failed, the wizards could flee the St. Toulon city and go into exile, becoming guests of other forces. No wizard was willing to fight to the death for Garca. The wizards of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps didn't organize their peers to escape. If they desperately cast spells, they might be able to keep the other side. However, the other side's counterattack would also put their lives at risk. Retreat! Cataleo looked around. When he saw that there were only more than 100 of his personal guards left, he gave a long sigh and issued the order to retreat. The more than 100 personal guards immediately escorted Cataleo and fled into the distance. The Imperial Guard soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps rushed through Street of Glory, converged, and advanced in the direction of the Victory Palace. Surrounded by countless Imperial Guard soldiers, Buchak didn't have the slightest joy on his face. He looked into the distance, his eyes full of worry. Cicerin spurred his horse and walked together with Buchak. Gazing at the tall imperial city of the Victory Palace from afar, his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Buchak said lightly, "Cicerin, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." Cicerin came back to his senses and said faintly, "Buchak, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." With a complicated look in his eyes, Buchak sighed slowly. "I just think that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei is the most suitable to be the master of this empire." The Great Prince Andrei was wise and valiant, and possessed great military talent. He was the target of support from many bigwigs in the military of the Morince Empire. Cicerin suddenly gave a long sigh, and his eyes flashed with a gloomy look. "I also hope that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei can become the master of this empire. Unfortunately, we're too late." The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps finally arrived in front of the Victory Palace. However, the Gate of Glory of the Victory Palace was locked, with no traces of fighting. At the same time, above the city wall, more than 50 giant catapults and more than 100 magic crossbows, which could even injure or severely injure dragons, were in place. Above the Gate of Glory, 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard were standing in neat rows, looking down at the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps like tigers watching their prey. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps went into battle lightly, not carrying any siege equipment. Moreover, the magic of wizards was practically ineffective against the Victory Palace. Except for a few Star Knights and Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses, they had no means to open the Gate of Glory. At this moment, surrounded by countless people, Garca walked to the top of the Gate of Glory and looked down at the countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps. His eyes flashed with a touch of pleasure, and he said in a cold and dignified voice, "Buchak, Cicerin, you two brought troops to Victory Palace without a summons. Are you trying to rebel?" Chapter 291. Buchak looked up at Garca above the city wall and said unhurriedly, "Your Highness Garca, we came to guard the Imperial Palace at the order of Her Highness the Empress. We have no intention of rebelling. Please let us in and meet Her Highness the Empress." Garca barked, "Shut up! You rebels dare to besiege an ally of the Empire. Obviously, you're all traitors trying to assassinate His Majesty. Drop your weapons, kneel on the ground, surrender, and await your punishment." A cold glint flashed past Cicerin's eyes, and he quietly made a gesture. A divine archer of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, a high-ranking officer with the cultivation base of a firmament knight, took out a bow, urged his chi, and shot an arrow at Garca. An arrow shrouded in red chi shot towards Garca like a meteor, locking onto his heart. A long sword covered in lightning struck the arrow, shattering it into pieces. "Damn you rebels, all of you deserve to die." Garca's complexion changed dramatically. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he took out a divine imprint about 10 centimeters in diameter inscribed with countless mysterious runes. The divine imprint was a treasure bestowed by the gods to the Morince family to control the Victory Palace. Only the bloodline of the Morince family could use it, and it could not be taken out of the Victory Palace. As soon as the divine seal appeared, rays of dazzling light spread out from the divine seal and enveloped the Victory Palace. The Victory Palace blossomed with resplendent light, as if a peerless beast was slowly awakening. A frightening pressure beyond that of mortals shrouded the area 10 kilometers in radius around the Victory Palace. Under this pressure, everyone felt a little breathless. This is a frightening pressure above that of the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The power contained in the Victory Palace is indeed above that of the Moonlight Warlock rank, touching upon the domain of gods. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Under this frightening pressure, the vigor of heaven and earth in this area was completely locked and fell under the control of the Victory Palace. With the vigor of heaven and earth locked, Yang Feng could only use his 3 great blood meridian innate spells. The rest of the spells couldn't be cast. So-called spells were spells that the spellcasters used their own mental strength as a bridge to communicate with the various elements in the world's vitality through spell models, forming a kind of extraordinary power that borrowed the power of heaven and earth. If the vitality of heaven and earth was locked or the vitality of heaven and earth was thin, it would definitely be a nightmare for spellcasters. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi was locked, and many powerful spells could not be used. Moreover, if the heaven and earth essence Qi was thin, the power of the spells cast would be greatly reduced. The so-called magic forbidding field was when the essence of heaven and earth was expelled or locked by a powerful force, causing the caster to be unable to borrow the power of the essence of heaven and earth. This was why they were unable to cast various spells. In the anti-magic domain, a legendary mage might not even be as powerful as a high-level warrior. Amid the frightening pressure, countless specks of light poured out of the Victory Palace, condensed in midair, and formed a 10-meter tall, shining with golden light, looking exactly like Morin's eye. When Buchak saw the statue of Morin's eye, his heart filled with shock. He knelt on the ground and implored loudly, "Your Highness, please calm down. We surrender. We surrender." Garka's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he revealed a cruel smile. "It's too late. I gave you a chance. Since you're not willing to submit to me, then you can all go to hell." Above the Victory Palace, Morin's looked down at the 2 Imperial Guard Corps warriors like a god and brandished the lightsaber in his hand. In an instant, an almost endless rain of lightsabers shot out of Morin's sword and shot towards the 2 Imperial Guard Corps warriors like raindrops. A rain of blood splattered in all directions. Amidst the miserable screams, the Imperial Guards were pierced by the rain of light and turned into dried corpses. All of their lives and souls were absorbed by the light swords. Cicerone roared furiously, burst out with Star Knight rank Qi, brandished his sword, and chopped the lightsabers to pieces. The Star Knight rank powerhouses of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps also urged their Qi to resist the bombardment of the lightsabers. The Imperial Guard warriors below the Star Knight rank were turned into ashes by the lightsabers, and their life force and souls were devoured by the rain of lightsabers. In less than 30 seconds, the more than 30,000 Imperial Guard Corps warriors were turned into ashes by the rain of lightsabers released by Morin's eye, and their life force and souls were devoured. After wiping out all the small fries, Morin's looked coldly at Cicerone. Cicerone suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a frightening force erupted inside him in a flash and blew him into countless pieces. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. Looking at the godlike Morin's in the sky, he mused, "What a frightening being!" When the Imperial Guard warriors above the Gate of Glory saw this scene, they were both fearful and glad. They were fearful that the 40,000 elite warriors of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps were annihilated by Garka, but glad that they were finally on the side of the victor and escaped the calamity of the purge. Every time Morin's took a careful look at the Star Knight rank powerhouses of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the Star Knight rank powerhouses would explode into countless pieces. In less than 5 minutes, there was no one left alive in the 2 Imperial Guard Corps. The wizards of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps were even more fragile than ordinary warriors, and were insta-killed by the rain of lightsabers. "Ha ha ha, this is the fate of traitors." Garka burst into laughter and urged the divine seal in his hand. The projection of Morin's in the sky collapsed, turned into motes of light, and disappeared into the Victory Palace. Garka inadvertently glanced at Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng salute him respectfully. The Imperial Guard warriors stared at Garka with both respect and awe. They knew that the man in front of them was about to ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Morin's Empire, and no one could stop him. Yang Feng looked at the tens of thousands of corpses in front of the Gate of Glory and sighed inside. Only in the world of gods can a dynasty be passed down for more than 100,000 years without change. With such frightening power, how could mortals overthrow this dynasty? The Morin's Empire exuded a sense of decay, degeneration, and debauchery from top to bottom. Yet it still had a legacy of more than 100,000 years, completely backed by gods. Otherwise, such an empire would have been overthrown a long time ago. The news that Garka destroyed the 20,000-strong Imperial Guard Corps quickly reached the ears of the major forces of the St. Toulon city. The major forces of the St. Toulon city understood that the situation was completely under Garka's control. The 4th Imperial Guard Corps immediately declared allegiance to Garka and purged the great Prince Andrei's people within the corps. The 4 City Guard Corps of the Outer City also pledged allegiance to Garka. The Imperial Guard Hall also declared allegiance to Garka and began to arrest rebels who assassinated Morin's 2867th. The so-called rebels who assassinated Morin's 2867th were naturally people who supported the great Prince Andrei, and many of them were important ministers of the imperial court. 3 days later, Garka couldn't wait to hold an enthronement ceremony and announce his ascension to the throne. During the enthronement ceremony, the great Prince Andrei's people were all arrested and thrown into prison. Porta and the other 2 princes were placed under house arrest by Garka. No one objected to the enthronement ceremony, and Garka ascended the throne smoothly as Morin's 2868th. In the imperial palace's conference hall, Garka, dressed in an imperial robe, sat on the throne, looking down at the important ministers of the imperial court from above, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. In the imperial court, many important ministers held high positions and power. Even a prince like Garka was somewhat inferior in front of these important ministers. But now, as long as Garka gave the order, these important ministers would be deprived of all their rights, and then dragged into prison like dead dogs to spend the rest of their miserable lives. Wherever Garka looked, the important ministers of the imperial court lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look him in the eye. Garka's gaze finally fell on Yang Feng, who was standing respectfully aside, and he said lightly, "Ian." Yang Feng stepped forward and said respectfully, "I'm here." Garka stared at Yang Feng for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "I promised you that as long as you support me to ascend the throne, I will confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief. From today on, you are a Duke of the Empire. The Funès province and the Red Earth wasteland are your hereditary fief." Envious and jealous gazes came from the side. A hereditary enfeefment of an imperial duke was already the apex of the Morin's Empire system for ordinary aristocrats. In the Morin's Empire, even ordinary dukes were already existences with high status and power. Hereditary dukes with huge fiefs were definitely greater aristocrats among greater aristocrats. 100 years ago, Salamander, the legendary hero who cultivated both magic and martial arts, had worked hard for his entire life, but he had only become a great noble. His greater aristocratic status was also far less valuable than Yang Feng's. That was the territory of a province. Such a huge territory was comparable to that of many small principalities of the Feisua Plain. The only drawback was that the population of the Funès province was slightly smaller. Yang Feng stepped forward and bowed slightly to Garka. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 292. Garka said with a smile, "I officially appoint you as the Dean of the St. Toulon City's Magic College. Dean Ian, you have to cultivate more magic talents for the Empire." When they heard Garka's words, the eyes of the surrounding ministers flickered with jealousy. The position of Dean of a Magic College was extremely important. It was the cradle for cultivating magic talents for the Empire. Mastering the Magic College was equivalent to mastering a large number of wizards. This was definitely one of the most important positions of the Empire. At the time, Morin's 2867th shamelessly brought people to seize this important position, only to die at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." In addition to Yang Feng, Garka continued to confer titles to his ministers. Goyina was made a court marquis and the commander of the royal guards, commanding 20,000 royal guards. Cataleo was made a court duke and the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Busso was also made the governor of the very prosperous Jadali province, which was the closest to the imperial capital. Barros and McCann were made court grand masters. The meritorious ministers who participated in the coup d'état were enfeoffed by Garka and became important ministers of the Morin's Empire. The Gahilid province in the south of the Morin's Empire was adjacent to the Southern Desert Empire and was the first front against the Southern Desert Empire. On the Feisua Plain, the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire were far stronger than other human forces. They were recognized as the 2 most powerful human empires on the Feisua Plain. However, in addition to the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire, there were still countless states of various sizes on the Feisua Plain, and the Desert Empire was one of them. Although the Desert Empire was far inferior to the Morin's Empire in terms of national strength, but it struggled to survive in the cruel environment of the desert. Practically everyone was a natural warrior. They would often attack the Morin's Empire, burn, kill, and loot people and various materials. The Morince Empire formed the Southern Army to deal with the invasion of the Desert Empire. The Southern Field Army was stationed in Gahilid province. The entire Southern Field Army had 200,000 soldiers, and if the various auxiliary soldiers were added together, their numbers would exceed 1,000,000. The Dry Rock Fortress, within the Southern Army's headquarters. Andrei took a document, carefully looked at it for a while, and then said with an ambiguous smile, "He wants me to return to the St. Toulon city to report on my work. My younger brother Garca seems to have made some progress. At least he didn't order people to arrest me as soon as he ascended to the throne." The complexion of a thin and ordinary middle-aged man slightly changed as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you mustn't go back. Once you return to the St. Toulon city, Garca will definitely execute you." This thin, ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the leader of Andrei's think tank, Anzalev. "Anzalev, how did your talk with the desert barbarians go?" Anzalev said, "The desert barbarians have agreed to sign a peace treaty with us. Within a year, they will not invade Gahilid province." Andrei lightly tapped the table with his index finger and said lightly, "Do you think they will abide by the agreement?" Anzalev shook his head slightly and said, "Those desert barbarians are vicious by nature, forgetting what's right at the sight of profit. It's impossible for them to abide by the agreement. There are also smart people among them who want us to attack the St. Toulon city. They would then take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack on Gahilid province. I'm 80% sure that once our main force leaves, those barbarians will break the agreement and attack us." Andrei said with a smile, "That's right. Those desert barbarians are vicious by nature and simply can't be trusted. However, I haven't pinned my hopes on them keeping their word. Have you contacted those few tribes?" Anzalev said in a deep voice, "I have, Your Highness." A cold glint flashed past Andrei's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Since everything is ready, let's get started." On the 6th day after Garca ascended to the throne, Andrei, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, issued a declaration denouncing Garca for assassinating Morince 2867th and for being a traitor of the empire. Andrei dispatched 100,000 troops to advance on the St. Toulon city. The Gahilid province, which had been run by Andrei for many years, suddenly leaned towards him. Garca promptly mobilized the 4 corps of the nearby Angelo province and the Merton province to resist Andrei. The 4 corps of the two provinces engaged in a decisive battle with the Southern Army commanded by Andrei beside the White Sand River. During the decisive battle, a corps of the Merton province switched sides on the battlefield and launched a pincer attack with the Southern Army commanded by Andrei. They defeated the main forces of the 3 corps in one fell swoop, and countless people surrendered. After absorbing the countless surrendered soldiers, Andrei's 100,000-strong army expanded to 160,000-strong army. After the main forces of the Garalo province and the Merton province were swept clean, Andrei took the opportunity to send envoys to the two provinces. Practically all the officials of the two provinces surrendered at the mere sight of him, and most of them easily chose to surrender to Andrei. The Morince Empire exuded a rotten smell from top to bottom. Coupled with the fact that it was a civil war in the Morince Empire, the officials naturally weren't willing to risk their lives for Garca. As soon as the Garalo province and the Merton province surrendered, the gate leading to the St. Toulon city opened. Andrei's 160,000-strong army had to pass through the Tandu province, the Notus province, and the Povii province to reach the St. Toulon city. After the 4 corps of the Garalo province and the Merton province were defeated and surrendered to Andrei, the rest of the provinces adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Only Andrei's base, the Povania province, fully supported Andrei and sent 2 corps to the Street Toulon city to obey Garca's dispatch. The border armies with the strongest fighting strength of the Morince Empire didn't transfer their most elite troops to the St. Toulon city on the pretext of the appearance of foreign enemies. Instead, they transferred some veterans and some second-line troops to the St. Toulon city. Garca's position was precarious, and he was in a precarious situation. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to kill Porta and the other 2 princes. Once Garca killed Porta and the other 2 princes, the remaining forces of the 3 princes would side with the great Prince Andrei, and Garca would be besieged on all sides. The Victory Palace, inside the Imperial Study. Looking somewhat haggard, Garca paced back and forth anxiously in the Imperial Study. Beside Garca stood an ordinary-looking, blue-haired middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Ghost Fox Bracy, the head of Garca's think tanks. At this moment, Bracy took a document and carefully looked at it for a while before putting it down. Garka asked anxiously at once, "Bracy, what should I do now?" Bracy comforted, "No need to worry, Your Majesty. At present, more than 95% of the Morince Empire's provinces are in our hands. Our strength is more than 20 times that of Andre's rebels. The White Tower has pledged allegiance to you. The St. Toulon city has gathered 300,000 troops. Andre is no match for us." Garka's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Bracy, don't comfort me with these words. Andre's southern army is an elite border army tempered by decades of fierce battles with the Desert Empire. Even though he only dispatched 100,000 troops, it's still a terrifying force. His military talent is indeed recognized as among the top 10 famous generals of the Empire. Only those old fogies can fight him. Hateful that none of those old fogies is willing to come out and help me. How hateful!" Andre was indeed a famous general of the Morince Empire. However, the Morince Empire's military was filled with powerhouses and experts. There were also quite a few famous generals who were as famous as Andre. However, most of these famous generals were border army commanders who had no intention of intervening in the struggle for the throne. As such, they didn't provide much support to Garka. Previously, Garka hadn't roped in any famous generals of the Morince Empire. Previously, he spent all his energy on infiltrating the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which allowed him to take control of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps at the most critical time. As for the border army of the Morince Empire, it had always been impartial and never participated in the struggle for the throne. Only the Southern Army, which was under Andre's complete control, would get involved in the struggle for the throne and become Andre's helper. Bracy suddenly said, "Your Majesty, we also have someone who can contend with Andre." Garka hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, "You mean Duke Ian?" Bracy said slowly, "Yes, Duke Ian is a man who can create miracles. With the meager forces of the Miracle City, he could defeat the Hunting Fong Corps and the Silver Sword Corps. There is no doubt about his military talent. If it's him, he has a good chance of defeating Andre." Garka's brows furrowed, and he fell into silence. In the Imperial study, there was a peculiar silence. Bracy said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know that Duke Ian is already the Dean of the Magic College. If he also holds a military post, there may be some hidden dangers. However, the urgent matter at hand is to defeat Andre. If he can't defeat Andre, the consequences will be unimaginable." Garka hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can't Goyina do it?" In Garka's mind, Goyina was the most suitable candidate to lead the army. Bracy frowned slightly and said slowly, "Although Goyina performed very well in the military college, but he has no experience in large-scale warfare. If it was against an ordinary enemy, he might perform very well. But he's not Andre's opponent. That battle is very important to you, Your Majesty. If you lose, our favorable situation will be reversed in an instant." Garka paced back and forth in the Imperial study for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally gave a long sigh and said, "All right, let Ian go." Chapter 293. The Victory Palace. Inside the Imperial study. Garka stared at Yang Feng in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes, and said slowly, "Ian, if I appoint you as the Imperial Marshal and command the army, how sure are you that you can defeat Andre?" Yang Feng said confidently, "Your Majesty, if you entrust me with full authority to be the Imperial Marshal and command the army, I'm 90% sure that I can defeat Andre." Garka's eyes flashed with joy, and then a glint of apprehension flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, Your Majesty, didn't you promise me before that I could enter the royal treasury of the Morince Empire and pick a few treasures that I want? I'm looking forward to it." Garka pondered for a while, then recalled the promise he made during the coup d'état, and looked at Yang Feng with a smile in his eyes. Unless it was a robot, a perfect, powerful, flawless, and desireless subordinate was a dangerous existence that was difficult to control for those in power. Garka said with a smile, "Okay, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morince Empire and pick 2 treasures. After you defeat Andre and come back, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morince Empire and pick 2 more treasures." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without any pretense, Yang Feng showed a smile of joy. Garka casually pressed on the chair he was sitting on, and a wave of magic fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the chair. The space twisted slightly, and an old man with white hair and beard, who gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling, walked out of the void, saluted Garca, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the white-haired old man, and his pupils constricted slightly. What a strong fellow. He's at least a pinnacle legend rank powerhouse. Such a powerhouse didn't appear on the day of the coup d'état. It seems that he's one of the underlying forces of the Moritz family. On the day of Garca's coup d'état, very few powerhouses appeared. That was because, apart from the few legend rank powerhouses who were already involved in the struggle for the throne, the rest were unwilling to risk the destruction of their families and the extermination of their clans by participating in such a dangerous game. The top powerhouses of the Moritz family hid in the darkness and didn't take action. The white-haired old man was clearly one of the underlying forces of the Moritz family, a powerhouse who specialized in seclusion and guarding the imperial palace. In this victory palace, any attempt to assassinate Garca would be easily disrupted. Inside the victory palace, there were definitely experts as common as clouds, powerhouses like rain. It was just that those experts and powerhouses would only be loyal to the master of Victory Palace and would not participate in the fight for the throne. This was the iron law of the Moritz family. Garca said indifferently, "Rain, take Ian to the treasury and let him choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rain responded respectfully, and then said to Yang Feng, "Ian, come with me." With that said, Rain stretched out his hand and drew a line. With a flash of magic light, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Inside the Victory Palace, with the blessings of the gods, one could do all kinds of unimaginable and magical things. If such a space door was outside the Victory Palace, even among the legendary mages, only the top legendary mages would be able to open it so easily. Yang Feng stepped into the spatial door. With a flash of spatial fluctuations, countless rays of light shrouded him. His eyes blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of a 10-meter-tall huge bronze gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Reen walked up to Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the huge bronze gate. A cyan ray entered the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! Following a series of sounds, the huge bronze gate slowly opened, and dazzling rays of light shot out of the bronze gate. "Go in! You can only choose 2 treasures from inside." Reen hesitated for a while before saying unhurriedly, "There are restrictions set up by the gods in this treasury. Once you take more than 1 treasure, you'll trigger the restrictions and won't get a single treasure." Yang Feng nodded slightly and walked through the bronze gate. As soon as he entered the bronze gate, Yang Feng's eyes were dazzled by the various rays of light coming from inside. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement, as expected of the treasury of the Moritz Empire. There was no such thing as gold or silver in the royal treasury. Instead, it was filled with great fiend hearts, great devil heads, dragon crystals, gold tree seeds, and large energy absorption ancient tree seeds. Each of these treasures could move the hearts of legend wizards. This is the heart of an abyssal fiend baron. When Yang Feng walked into the royal treasury, he heard the sound of a heartbeat. He turned around and looked in the direction of the heartbeat, and his heart shook violently and filled with excitement. He saw a transparent crystal engraved with countless mysterious runes. Inside the transparent crystal, there was a black heart the size of a human head beating continuously. This black heart was the heart of a fiend baron. Abyssal fiends were a powerful and terrifying race. The fighting strength of great fiends was comparable to that of human legend rank powerhouses. Fiend barons, on the other hand, were terrifying existences comparable to human demigod rank powerhouses. In the Zhongji Plain, there were fiend warlock families dominated by fiend blood meridians. If the fiend baron heart was properly implanted into a human warlock, and let the human warlock practice the corresponding fiend secret method, then it would only take a few hundred years to give birth to a starry sky warlock rank fiend warlock. In a place like the Turandot subcontinent, this fiend baron heart would be extremely priceless. Even if a state were to be offered in exchange for it, no one would be willing to sell it. Yang Feng looked at the fiend baron heart with some regret and sighed inside. Unfortunately, fiend blood meridians and black dragon blood meridians can't be fused. Even if I take the fiend baron heart, I can only create a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse after a few hundred years, which isn't in line with my interests. Bloodlines were exclusive. Black dragon blood meridians couldn't be fused with fiend blood meridians. Once the fiend heart was implanted, Yang Feng would explode and die due to a clash of bloodlines. If Yang Feng wanted to implant the fiend barren heart, then he would have to spend his strength and countless precious resources to completely eliminate his bloodline, and then practice cultivation anew. If Yang Feng hadn't planned to walk the god path, then he might have crippled his strength and implanted the fiend barren heart. However, since Yang Feng planned to walk the god path, fiend power and god power were diametrically opposed, so he naturally wouldn't implant the fiend barren heart. Yang Feng shook his head, shifted his gaze away from the fiend barren heart, and began to look for other treasures. The treasury was divided into the Fiend District, the Devil District, the Elf District, the Beastman District, the Sea Tribe District, the Giant District, the Dragon District, the Blood Tribe District, the Dark Elf District, and the Rare Species District. Each area had its own special products. The Morin's Empire, which had existed for more than 100,000 years and experienced countless wars, had collected countless treasures. The treasures in each area made Yang Feng's heart itch, wishing that he could loot them all. Without hesitation, Yang Feng went to the dragon area. Only in the dragon area, the various rare materials of black dragons could greatly enhance Yang Feng's strength. When Yang Feng arrived at the black dragon area and took a look, his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, all the usable materials have been used up. Every part of a dragon was a treasure. Dragon blood, dragon flesh, dragon liver, and dragon eyes were all first-rate materials for refining elixirs. Successive emperors of the Morin's Empire had already used up all the usable parts of a dragon, leaving only some dragon bones that were difficult to deal with. This is the bone of a Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon. There are no fluctuations of divine power in these dragon bones. They are the bones of an immemorial dragon. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and flickered with excitement. He walked up to a 50-meter-long dragon skeleton and carefully stroked and examined it. Dragons were divided into 5 categories, namely ordinary dragons, ancient dragons, immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. The evolution potential of ordinary dragons was Great Warlock rank. The evolution potential of archaic dragons was Starry Sky Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of immemorial dragons was Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of archaic dragons was Infinity Warlock rank. As for primordial dragons, they could even evolve to contend against human warlock emperors. In the history of the Zhongji Plain, the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, slayed a time primordial dragon that contained the mysteries of time. After absorbing countless mysteries of time, he finally became invincible, suppressed countless planes, and founded the first warlock dynasty. The giant dragon clan was also one of the most powerful extraordinary creatures in the many planes that could compete with the gods without taking the path of the gods. Of course, the number of immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons among dragons was very small. Now that Yang Feng saw a Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial dragon bone, he was naturally very excited. In the Zhongji Plain, the Black Dragon Morph secret method contained a secret method to absorb the bone essence of advanced black dragons. As long as he absorbed and refined the bone essence of the immemorial dragon, Yang Feng's strength would increase by a large margin, and his bones would evolve into fearsome immemorial dragon rank existences. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng extended his hand towards the immemorial dragon bone. With a flash of resplendent light, the immemorial dragon bone shrank and condensed into a ball of light that entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 294. Yang Feng looked at the immemorial black dragon skeleton in his hand, and his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Fortunately, the grade of this Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon skeleton is too high, which is why they haven't used it yet. I've picked up a bargain. There were all kinds of dragon skeletons everywhere in the dragon area. Dragon bones were the most difficult material to process, which was why they were left behind. The rest of the dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon crystals were mostly used up. In fact, there were relatively more rare materials in the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire. After all, great alchemists were very rare in the Morin's Empire. In the royal treasury, there were only 2 or 3 arch-wizard rank great alchemists. Yang Feng carefully examined the dragon area for a while and saw a lot of good things. Unfortunately, they were of no help in promoting his cultivation base, so he could only choose to give them up. Yang Feng went directly to the rare ore area. When he saw the rare ores, his heart jumped and he clenched his fists, full of excitement. This is star spiral steel ore, which can be used to make antimatter annihilation artillery. This is inert atlam stone, which can be used to make warp gates and perform spatial jumps. This is star rune stone, which can be used to make automatic recovery armor. When Yang Feng saw the various rare ores, his heart thumped violently, and he wished he could snatch them all. After Yang Feng obtained number 3796, he had a large number of super technological designs in his hands. However, if he wanted to make those super technological items, he first had to solve the problem of materials. In the rare ore area, there were precious ores collected by the Morin's Empire over 100,000 years. If he could take away all the rare ores in the ore area, Yang Feng would be able to make terrifying battle robots capable of hunting demigod-rank powerhouses. This is black bonita stone, which can be used to make closed space. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he walked up to a 6-meter-tall black stone. After carefully examining it for a while, he revealed a trace of a smile, extended his hand, and the black bonita stone flew into his hand. The moment the black bonita stone entered Yang Feng's hand, a ray of light shone, and he disappeared from where he stood. He appeared outside the door. "You can leave." Rain waved his hand, and a spatial door appeared out of thin air. Yang Feng smiled faintly, walked into the spatial gate, and appeared in the imperial study. Gaka smiled and said, "How is it? Ian, are you satisfied with those treasures?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very satisfied. I hope I can go in a few more times." Garka glanced at a hidden corner without anyone noticing, and saw a blue light appear on a piece of jade. The smile on his face became even wider. Garka revealed a smile and said, "Good. Ian, I will now officially appoint you as the Supreme General of the Empire. You will lead the army and suppress the traitor André." Yang Feng responded calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." After leaving the imperial palace, Yang Feng rode a luxurious carriage towards his villa, a look of indescribable joy in his eyes. Once Yang Feng used the secret method recorded in the Black Dragon Morph to refine the Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial Black Dragon bones. The hardness of his bones would surpass that of the Great Warlock rank, and reach the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and even Moonlight Warlock rank. It could greatly enhance the strength of his body. In this way, his body would be comparable to the toughest weapon, and his hands would be able to resist legend rank magic weapons. Suddenly, the carriage slowly stopped. A magnetic voice came from outside the carriage. "Duke Ian, I am Florence. I have something to talk to you about." Yang Feng raised the curtain of the carriage and saw Florence standing quietly not far away. She was beautiful and otherworldly, looking like a beautiful painting. Yang Feng looked at Florence, and his heart stirred slightly, and he revealed a smile saying, "Of course, please come up." With a sweet smile, Florence boarded the carriage and sat opposite Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Looking at the bright and moving Florence, Yang Feng felt that the carriage seemed to have brightened up a lot, and he silently praised, as expected of a divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Under Yang Feng's unbridled gaze, the always cheerful and generous Florence's pretty face was tainted with a touch of redness. She waited for a moment and found that Yang Feng had no intention of asking anything, and then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Duke Ian," Yang Feng said with a smile. "Just call me Ian. Aren't we friends?" Florence secretly clenched her silver teeth and said, "Ian, I hope you can help me save 2 people." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "Who?" Florence looked at Yang Feng with a pitiful look in her eyes and pleaded softly, "Emily and Erica of the Umla family are the 2 daughters of the Umla family. Both of them are my intimate friends. Because of my father, they are going to be banished to the Rose Pavilion. Please save them." As a divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence was very noble. Even the emperor of the Morin's Empire didn't dare to be rude to her. But even so, she didn't have any power, and could only watch helplessly as her close friends were pushed into the fire pit. The Rose Pavilion was a place that specialized in receiving female relatives of criminal officials and nurturing them into prostitutes. It was one of the largest brothel houses in the St. Toulon city. As long as you had money, you could unscrupulously enjoy the feeling of being a guest of former aristocratic ladies of the empire. Countless merchants flocked to the Rose Pavilion. It should be noted that many aristocratic ladies looked down on merchants like them. But now they had no choice but to endure being toyed with by them. Many merchants were very addicted to this feeling. The Umla family was a medium-sized family. The backer they chose was an important minister of the court who was close to the great prince. During the Great Purge, the family was swept away by the typhoon. The men were thrown into prison, while the women were sent to the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng stared at Florence, stroked his chin with his hand, and said meaningfully, "If I save them, how will you thank me?" Florence said with a sweet smile, "Then how about I dance a few times for you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." The luxurious carriage carried Yang Feng's group of 2 to the Rose Pavilion. Although it was daytime, but there were all kinds of luxurious carriages parked in front of the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng and Florence alighted from the luxurious carriage and strode into the Rose Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Rose Pavilion, the dozens of men in the Rose Pavilion were deeply attracted by Florence next to Yang Feng, unable to shift their gazes away. A 31 to 32-year-old beautiful young woman dressed in a black evening gown with an exposed chest and back, a tall and well-developed figure, still charming, and a head full of blonde hair welcomed Yang Feng's duo with a touch of a fragrant breeze. "Hello, I'm the manager here, Ina. May I ask why you're here?" "What a beautiful woman. So beautiful. Haha, little beauty, how many gold coins do you want for one night? I'll take care of it." A young man with a frivolous expression, slightly puffy eyes, a tall yet somewhat obese figure, and the appearance of a silk pants walked over and frivolously reached out to grab Florence. Florence creased her eyebrows slightly, then took a few steps back and retreated behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and slapped the young man in the face. The young man's mouth was filled with blood, and several of his teeth were broken. "You've got guts to hit people in the Rose Pavilion." "Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion." "Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covered his face, looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes, and shouted somewhat incoherently. Tyrannical auras rose from the Rose Pavilion. Most of the auras belonged to Knight rank experts, but one of them was a tyrannical Star Knight rank aura. There were countless beautiful women in the Rose Pavilion, many of which were the family members of officials who had committed crimes. In order to prevent people from robbing them, there were also many experts stationed in the Rose Pavilion. Before long, a squinting, somewhat obese middle-aged man, escorted by a Star Knight rank swordsman and 20 swordsmen at the Great Knight rank and above, came over. When the middle-aged man appeared, he squinted his eyes, stared at Florence and said eerily, "Who dares to use force in my Rose Pavilion?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, "It's me, Kalos." "It's you, what guts to actually." Kalos smiled coldly and was about to give an order, when suddenly his eyelids twitched, his mouth opened wide. His face twisted as if by magic, and he revealed a flattering smile. "So it's the great Duke Ian of the Red Earth continent. Since it's you, you naturally have the qualifications to use force in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covering his face was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Kalos was the director of the Rose Pavilion. In the eyes of the young man, he was a bigwig who could interact with greater aristocrats on equal footing. Many unruly people were put in order by Kalos when they entered the Rose Pavilion. Yet now, he was fawning over Yang Feng, making the young man unable to believe his eyes. Kalos swept the young man with a glance, sneered and waved his hand. "Did this little bastard annoy you? Men, beat him up. How dare you provoke the great Duke Ian? You really don't know what death is." The 2 guards took out 2 big sticks and mercilessly whipped the young man, causing him to scream miserably. "Sir Duke, please come with me." Kalos imperceptibly swept Florence with a glance, and then said to Yang Feng with a flattering expression. Chapter 295. Under the guidance of Kalos, Yang Feng and his party walked towards the depths of the Rose Pavilion. Along the way, many beautiful women stared at Yang Feng with curious looks. Kalos was the local tyrant of the Rose Pavilion, a bigwig who controlled the lives and deaths of beautiful women. This was the first time they saw Kalos being so respectful to someone. In a beautifully decorated and luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng leaned on a sofa made of demonic beast demonic flame tiger skin. Feeling the warmth emitted by the demonic flame tiger skin, he stared at Kalos with an enigmatic smile. Under Yang Feng's gaze, Kalos finally couldn't stand it any longer. He revealed a flattering smile and asked, "Duke Ian, may I ask why you came to the Rose Pavilion in person today?" When Florence saw Kalos's flattering expression, her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. At first, She wanted to have a chat with Kalos, but she couldn't even meet him. Now that Kalos was so flattering to Yang Feng, complicated feelings welled up inside her. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Emily and Erica, the two daughters of the Umla family, you haven't touched them yet, have you?" With a flattering smile on his face, Kalos said neither softly nor firmly, "Yes, yes. Not yet. However, they are famous twin dancers in the St. Toulon city. I originally planned to offer them to His Majesty the Emperor." Florence's heart suddenly sank. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Kalos shook his head at once. "No. How dare I threaten you, sir? I'll call them out at once." Not long after, two girls who looked exactly the same, with fair and supple skin, a tall and voluptuous figure, long golden hair, and a pair of sexy slender legs, were brought in. They looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. When the two beautiful young twins saw Florence, a hint of joy flashed through their eyes. However, they did not say a word and stood quietly behind Kalos. Yang Feng looked at the identical twin dancers with a look of admiration in his eyes. Emily and Erica, even apart from each other, were both first-rate beauties. When the two identical beauties stood side by side, it added a bit of charm to their beauty. Yang Feng said overbearingly, "I want the two of them. Kalos, go handle the paperwork." Kalos stared blankly for a moment and revealed an awkward expression. Then he forced a smile and said, "Duke Ian, they're the families of the criminals involved in that case. Unless His Majesty gives me a special pardon, I have no right to give them to you. However, if you want to play with them, I can let them accompany you now." The beauties in the Rose Pavilion were the family members of the offending officials. Kalos could make them accompany anyone, but he didn't have the authority to make them leave the Rose Pavilion. A hint of sadness flashed through Emily's and Erica's eyes. Kalos quickly added, "Of course, Your Excellency the Duke, I can arrange a room in the Rose Pavilion for them to live alone. I can also guarantee that no man will touch them." Many of the VIPs who visited the Rose Pavilion didn't like to share a woman with other men. Therefore, there were many rooms reserved for these VIPs in the Rose Pavilion. As the master of the Rose Pavilion, Kalos could indeed play with many women in the Rose Pavilion. However, he didn't dare to lightly offend some of the women attached to the Empire's VIPs. When he said that, a glimmer of hope streaked past the eyes of Emily and Erica. They would rather be Yang Feng's women than become prostitutes that anyone could sleep with. When she heard that, Florence sighed slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed past the abyss of her eyes. This might be the best outcome. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flipped his hand, and a black eagle appeared in his hand. White magic light flashed in his hand, and a slip of paper appeared at the foot of the black eagle. Yang Feng opened his hand, and the black eagle flapped its wings and flew out of the room. Kalos looked at the black eagle that flew out and vaguely guessed what was going on. He looked at Yang Feng more and more respectfully. The black eagle flew to the Victory Palace and landed at the gate of the Victory Palace. After a royal guard took the slip of paper from the foot of the black eagle, he scanned it, his complexion changed slightly, and he quickly went inside the Victory Palace. Inside the imperial study, Ian has taken a fancy to two girls of the Umla family, and he's asking me for them. Garka took the slip of paper Yang Feng put on, and revealed an amused and angry expression. Since Garka ascended the throne, this was the first time that someone had asked him for a woman. Garka smiled, then took out another slip of paper, wrote a few words, and stamped it with his personal seal. The two girls of the Umla family seem to dance pretty well, and they're twins. What a bargain. Inside the Rose Pavilion, the black eagle flew in through the window and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took out a slip of paper from the foot of the black eagle, scanned it, and revealed a smile. He flicked his finger, and the slip of paper flew in front of Kalos. "Whatever woman Duke Ian wants, give it to him." When Kalos saw the slip of paper, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment, and he looked at Yang Feng with even more respect. The Rose Pavilion was not only a place for bigwigs to have fun, but it also had to cater to the needs of the emperor in the palace. On many occasions, the Rose Pavilion was the favorite place of the emperor of the Morince Empire. In the Rose Pavilion, there were many girls who had been trained and were ready to enter the palace to serve the emperor. For Garka to issue such an order, it was evident how much he favored Yang Feng. This meant that as long as Yang Feng took a fancy to a woman in the Rose Pavilion, he could have her with a word. Kalos said full of dignity, "Emily, Erica, Why aren't you going to meet your new master? Emily, Erica. Greets master. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls brimming with the aura of youthful girls, prostrated in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully as if lowly female slaves. When Florence saw this, her heart ached slightly, and she gave a long sigh. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls, were a pair of very famous sisters in the social circles of the St. Toulon city. Who knows how many aristocratic youngsters wanted to get close to them. At the time, they even refused the pursuit of the heirs of many greater aristocrats. They were extremely proud. However, this pair of beautiful twin lotus flowers prostrated at Yang Feng's feet as if lowly female slaves. The cruelty of political struggles was once again displayed in front of Florence. Yang Feng said lightly, "Get up. Master, I have a presumptuous request. Please help me, master." "No, I beg you, please help me." The elder sister Emily suddenly looked up at Yang Feng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He fell into silence and stared coldly at Emily. Erica's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of fear. Emily begged with teary eyes, "Master, please save my mother and auntie. As long as you save our mother and aunt, Erica and I will serve you wholeheartedly. We are willing to do anything you want us to do." Erica hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and kowtowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Master, I beg you, please save my family. Even if you want them to be your female slaves, that's fine." Being a female slave at Yang Feng's side was better than being a prostitute in the Rose Pavilion. After all, when the women in the Rose Pavilion were young and beautiful, they could enjoy a bit of glory. But once they grew old, they would be reduced to the lowest rung of the Rose Pavilion, where they couldn't even compare to the prostitutes outside. The most tragic thing was that it was impossible for the women in the Rose Pavilion to marry a good man. The bigwigs who came to the Rose Pavilion to have fun only treated the women in the Rose Pavilion as toys. No one would waste their strength to rescue the women in the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Kalos, give me their relatives." Kalos replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." What did a trifling family of Emily and Erica count for? As long as Yang Feng wanted them, Kalos would even pack up all the women in the Rose Pavilion and give them to him. This was an order from His Majesty the Emperor. A nobody like Kalos didn't dare to disobey. There were a total of more than 30 women in the Umla family, and they were all very beautiful women. The women who weren't beautiful were already dead. In a luxurious carriage, Yang Feng was sitting on a soft chair with the beautiful twins Emily and Erica in his arms. His feet were placed on the 35-year-old Federica, who had a voluptuous and sexy figure and exuded the aura of a mature woman. She looked quite similar to Emily and Erica. Federica was Emily's mother. At this time, she was meekly massaging Yang Feng's thigh. Emily and Erica carefully peeled fruits and sent them into Yang Feng's mouth to please him. Greed and lust, such weaknesses should make him feel a bit relieved. With Emily in his arms, Yang Feng's eyes didn't fall on her beautiful and delicate body. Instead, he sank into his thoughts, calculating Garca's reaction. On the day Yang Feng assisted Garca in the coup, his performance was too dazzling. Vaguely, he also felt that Garca was afraid of him. Therefore, he selectively created some weaknesses and exposed them to Garca. A greater aristocrat with no weaknesses, formidable strength, and seemingly no desires was what Garca feared the most. Ian, who was greedy and lustful, was a great general that Garca could trust with ease. This was also the reason why Yang Feng agreed to help Florence. Chapter 296. A day later, Garca appointed Yang Feng as the Empire's Grand General and Marshal of suppressing rebellions. He assigned an Imperial Guard Corps of 20,000 soldiers, 2 City Guard Corps of 40,000 soldiers, and 2 miscellaneous corps of 40,000 soldiers from other places, a total of 100,000 soldiers, to serve as Yang Feng's direct subordinates. In addition to the 100,000 troops, Yang Feng could also control the 6 main corps of the Tandu province, the Notus province, and the Povii province with 120,000 soldiers, the 3 provinces with a total of 500,000 local troops, as well as the 6 corps with 120,000 soldiers transferred from various places. As a result, Yang Feng had more than 340,000 soldiers under his control. Coupled with auxiliary troops and other types of troops, the number of troops under his control exceeded 1 million. After he took over the position of marshal, His power almost reached its peak. In front of the gate of Yang Feng's villa, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Every day, countless people came to see him. On the third day, Yang Feng took the 100,000 troops directly under his command and moved towards the Tandu province. The news that Yang Feng became the imperial general and marshal of the rebellion suppression spread throughout the Morin's Empire. All the major forces of the Morin's Empire knew of Yang Feng's name. Numerous forces sent people to collect information on Yang Feng. Countless forces of the Morin's Empire focused their gazes on Yang Feng, the headquarters of the Morin's Empire's southern army. Ian, it's actually him. Andre, who was holding a document, frowned slightly, and Yang Feng's voice and smiling face appeared in his mind. Andre pondered for a while, and then asked slowly, Anzolev, what do you think of Ian? Anzolev replied with a smile. An outstanding person. According to the information obtained so far, Ian not only cultivates magic and martial dual cultivation, but also has some accomplishments in military and politics. He was able to defeat the Hunting Fang Legion and the Silver Sword Legion. Even in the Empire, his commanding ability was definitely among the outstanding generals. Such a genius is only slightly inferior to you, Your Highness. Andre asked calmly, how should we deal with him? Although Ian is very outstanding, but he has two fatal weaknesses. First, he isn't from the imperial military and doesn't have much seniority in the imperial military. It will be very difficult to convince the 6 corps of the Tandu province, the Notice province, and the Povii province as well as the 6 corps transferred from other places. Secondly, although Garka is very smart, it's only petty cleverness. In essence, he was still a suspicious person. It was impossible for him to let Ian, who was not his direct descendant, lead an army of 1,000,000. We can send someone to the St. Toulon city to spread a rumor that Ian is independent. When a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. As long as we drive a wedge between them, we can get Garka to transfer him back. Anzolev said methodically. Andre was full of confidence and said proudly, well said. My brother is very smart, but he's too smart. He doesn't trust anyone but himself. Moreover, there's one more thing you didn't mention. How can those ordinary armies that haven't been stained with blood compare to the strength of the 100,000 border soldiers in my hands? Even in a head-on battle, my army of 100,000 can still defeat his army of 1,000,000. The 100,000 soldiers under Andre's command were all elite soldiers that had been trained for more than 10 years to fight against the Desert Empire's army. Their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. This was also what he relied on to start the rebellion. In the field, only a few elite border armies in the entire Morin's Empire had the strength to contend against Andre's army. The 12 legions that were mobilized from the other provinces were nothing in Andre's eyes. Anzolev said with a look of worship, Your Highness is wise. Andre revealed a trace of a smile and said, Before he comes, I will give him a big gift. 3 days later, Andre led 30,000 cavalrymen and directly plunged into the Tandu province. With the help of the mages accompanying the army, he easily seized more than a dozen cities in the Tandu province and moved towards the capital of the Tandu province, Newton City. Alarmed, the governor of the Tandu province sent a dozen bloodletters to Yang Feng in a row, begging him to send reinforcements. Behind the Tandu province was the Notice province. In the Notice province, there were 4 main battle legions and 6 main battle legions dispatched from all over the country, a total of 10 main battle legions. After receiving the bloodletters from the governor of the Tandu province, Yang Feng glanced at them, and then threw them into the trash can. On one hand, he ordered the governor of the Tandu province to defend the Newton city to the death, and on the other hand, he sped up the march. Andre rampaged through the Tandu province. Wherever he went, the cities of the Tandu province surrendered at the mere sight of him. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, the governor of the Tandu province recruited 100,000 recruits. Together with the 80,000 warriors in the Newton city, he formed a large corps of 180,000 people to defend the Newton city to the death. After Andre's army reached the Newton city, it tried to besiege the city, but was stopped by the governor of the Tandu province. Andre immediately stopped the siege and began to dispatch a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, surrounding the Newton city. The area outside the Burgos city, the capital of the Notice province, had turned into a huge barracks with barracks stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a barracks, he saw 8 sentries standing lazily in front of the barracks. The 8 sentries gathered together and chatted with each other, not paying any attention to their vigilance. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. Then he conjured a magic stealth and disappeared at once. He strode into the barracks. As soon as he entered the barracks, Yang Feng heard the sounds of gambling. There were also women's groans and men's lewd laughter coming from many barracks. Along the way, Yang Feng's eyebrows creased more and more, and a frigid killing intent appeared in the abyss of his eyes. This is the army I want to command? With such an army, it's no wonder they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Andrei. The Morince Empire was rotten to the core, and the army was similarly rotten. Apart from the several border armies of the empire, most of the standing corps in the other provinces had become tools for officers of all levels to fish for money. It was normal for them to eat without pay and drink the blood of the soldiers. The reason why Yang Feng could defeat the armies of the Morince Empire with an irresistible force with the meager troops of the Miracle City was that, apart from some main corps, the fighting strength of the other troops of the Morince Empire wasn't high. After going around the barracks, Yang Feng turned around and left. 2 days later, an emissary rode into the Burgos city. Before long, the officials of the Burgos city were led by Governor Chiron of the Notice province to wait 10 kilometers outside the city. After waiting for about an hour, a huge army stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of everyone. At the forefront of the huge legion, the person in the lead riding a majestic black horse was Yang Feng. Yang Feng rode the handsome black horse and arrived in front of Chiron and company under the escort of 3 sacred swordsmen. He dismounted and walked towards Chiron and company with a smile on his face. Chiron carefully looked at Yang Feng for a while, then took a step forward and saluted him, saying, "Governor Chiron of the Notice province greets Marshal Ian." The officials of the Notice province behind Governor Chiron also saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Marshal." "Hello. I'm Ian." Yang Feng swept the officials who came to greet him with a glance and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the city." As soon as they returned to the Burgos city, Chiron held a grand welcome banquet to greet Yang Feng. At the banquet, celebrities and aristocrats of the Burgos city came one after another. Countless young and beautiful aristocratic girls surrounded Yang Feng and fawned on him. With Chiron's introduction, Yang Feng got to know Ennio, the commander of the Olive Leaf Corps, Duccio, the commander of the Polar Bear Corps, Gan, the commander of the Cyan Falcon Corps, and Giacomo, the commander of the Iron Thornwood Corps. The commanders of the 4 corps were respectively the commanders of the 4 main corps of the Notice province and the Povii province. They participated in greeting Yang Feng. As for the commanders of the other 6 corps, they were dismissive of Yang Feng, and none of them went to greet Yang Feng. The next morning, the headquarters of the rebellion subduing marshal. Yang Feng, who was sitting on the seat of honor in the marshal's barracks, glanced at Andro with an ice-cold expression, and said lightly, "Sound the assembly drums." Andro responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." The impassioned and resounding assembly drums reverberated in the barracks. After hearing the drums, a commander immediately rushed to the marshal's barracks. When the high-ranking officers entered the marshal's barracks, they saw a gloomy Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor, and they kept silent, not daring to say anything. Ennio, Duccio, Gan, and Giacomo, the 4 commanders rushed to the marshal's barracks before the assembly drums were about to disappear. After the assembly drums stopped, only the high-ranking officers of the Olive Leaf Corps, the Polar Bear Corps, Duccio, the Cyan Falcon Corps, the Iron Thornwood Corps, as well as the Imperial Guard system and the City Guard system were left standing in the marshal's barracks. The high-ranking officers stared at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor with ridicule in the abyss of their eyes. For Yang Feng to become the marshal of the empire at such a young age, the high-ranking officers were naturally unconvinced. Even though Yang Feng was the master of the Miracle City and had successively defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, but the high-ranking officers of the Morince Empire still didn't take him seriously. "Sorry, we're late." "Haha, I'm really sorry." Amid a burst of insincere laughter, a burly middle-aged high-ranking officer stepped into the barracks. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he looked somewhat provocatively at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor. This middle-aged high-ranking officer was Julio, the commander of the Bear Fang Corps who was transferred from another place. Chapter 297. When Julio entered the barracks, the other high-ranking officers of the Bear Fang Corps followed him into the barracks. With contemptuous smiles on their faces, they stared at Yang Feng unscrupulously. Jacob, the commander of the Wild Leopard Corps, also came in. Hiccuping, he glanced at Yang Feng and said with contempt in his eyes, "Haha, I'm really sorry, Marshal Ian. Yesterday, we were too happy to see you in the Burgos city, so we drank a bit too much. I'm really sorry for getting up a bit late." Lorenzo, the commander of the Cyan Flame Corps, also came in and said with an insincere smile, "Marshal Ian, I'm really sorry, we drank a bit too much." Mario, the commander of the Five-Leaf Clover Corps, said with a contemptuous smile, "Marshal Ian, please say that you like women. I know that there are two very good women in the Emerald House in the Burgos city. Let's go and have some fun tonight." Novely, the commander of the Cyan River Corps, took out a wineskin, poured out a glass of wine, gave Yang Feng a provocative look and sneered, "Marshal Ian, if you think highly of us uncouth fellows, then cheers." Barassi, the commander of the Inferno River Corps, also jeered loudly, "Okay. Marshal Ian, if you think highly of us, let's have a toast. Cheers. Cheers." The entire camp immediately fell into chaos, and uniform voices rang out. The high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps jeered together, and gazes of contempt focused on Yang Feng. The high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps linked up to give Yang Feng a show of strength. Once Yang Feng yielded, then the great marshal would no longer be able to bring the army together and command it as if it were an extension of his arm. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo, the four commanders remained silent. They looked at Yang Feng, wanting to see how he would deal with the situation. Yang Feng's way of dealing with the situation would also affect their future choices. Yang Feng shot Julio an indifferent look and said indifferently, "Commander Julio, according to the military law, if a marshal doesn't arrive at the marshal's tent on time after the drums have sounded, how will he be dealt with?" When Yang Feng's words came out, the tent suddenly fell into a silent and tense atmosphere. Julio was taken aback, then his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he threatened fiercely, "According to the military law, you will be beheaded. However, the law is nothing more than human feelings. In order to celebrate your arrival, Sir Marshal, we drank a bit too much. Besides, so many of us violated this military law. Sir Marshal, do you want to kill us all?" The eyes of the generals of the Sixth Corps also flashed with ferocious glints. Waves of powerful night level and above chi gushed out of their bodies. Frigid killing intent locked onto Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor. Jacobo smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Haha, don't panic, everyone. I think Marshal Ian just wants to give us a warning." "Feng, let's today's matter." "Feng," Yang said. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng clapped his hands. "As the Empire's marshal, I order all of you to immediately lay down your weapons and wait to be captured. In this way, we won't implicate our families. Otherwise, according to the laws of the Empire, all of you will be charged with the crime of treason, and your entire clan will be implicated." 500 warriors armed with military crossbows and 500 warriors armed with great swords quickly rushed over and surrounded the commanders of the Sixth Corps. The commanders of the Sixth Corps felt that things were far from reassuring, and their eyes flashed with fear. Julio's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he burst out with Sky Knight rank chi and barked, "Brothers, let's kill our way out. After we kill our way out, we'll go and seek refuge with His Highness André." Yang Feng frowned and ordered coldly, "Kill them all." In an instant, a dense rain of crossbow bolts covered the commanders of the Sixth Corps. The Morince Empire's special military crossbows were so powerful that they could even pierce through knights wearing heavy armor. When the commanders of the Sixth Corps came here, they didn't wear any armor. More than half of them were pierced by the crossbow bolts and shot dead on the spot. The generals of the other 6 legions activated their battle chi and frantically deflected the crossbow bolts, sending them flying one by one. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Jacopo, who had been smiling all along, and he bellowed. He burst out with Star Knight rank chi, his figure shook, and he madly rushed towards Yang Feng. Only by capturing Yang Feng alive would they have a chance at survival. At this moment, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, who was standing quietly next to Yang Feng, took a step forward and stabbed with his sword, and a resplendent lightning ray suddenly stabbed at Jacopo's sword. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Jacopo's sword broke, and Cassius took advantage of the situation and chopped Jacopo in two. The eyes of the raging sacred swordsman Lucero flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, and he suddenly erupted and slashed at Julio like a raging sea. Julio's complexion changed greatly, and he raised his sword to block. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Julio was instantly chopped in two by the sacred swordsman Lucero's sword. Blood splashed about, and he died on the spot. The two sacred swordsman rank experts, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero, attacked with all their might. The commanders of the Sixth Corps couldn't withstand a single blow, and were chopped in two. The smell of blood pervaded the camp. The commanders in the camp were awed by this scene, and their eyes flashed with fear as they looked at Yang Feng sitting in the commander's seat. It didn't take long for the commanders of the Sixth Corps to be slaughtered, with not a single survivor remaining. Yang Feng said lightly, "Andro." Andro immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Marshal, your subordinate is here." Yang Feng said coldly, "These people dared to resist our arrest. Immediately draw up a list of names, send it back to the military headquarters, and punish them for the crime of rebellion." Andro replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." When the commanders of the four corps saw this scene, they were even more alarmed. Once the commanders of the Sixth Corps were convicted of rebellion, their families would be reduced to slaves, and they would no longer have a chance to rise up in the Morin's empire. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with apprehension. They had already guessed that Yang Feng might take them down a notch, but they didn't expect it to be so ruthless. The commanders of the Sixth Corps were slaughtered by Yang Feng, which meant that more than half of the 120,000 soldiers of the Sixth Corps were crippled. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo didn't expect that Yang Feng would act so ruthlessly against the Sixth Corps under the threat of Andre. Yang Feng smiled gently at the commanders of the four corps and said, "Don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person. As long as you don't violate my orders in the future, I guarantee that such an unpleasant thing won't happen a second time." Ennio hurriedly shouted, "We will definitely not disobey Lord Marshal's orders." "We will never disobey your orders, Lord Marshal." A uniform voice that was filled with a trace of fear and dread rang out in the camp. Yang Feng nodded with some satisfaction. Although the commanders might not be completely convinced by him, but at least they wouldn't disobey his orders. After killing the commanders of the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng immediately took his 100,000 troops and surrounded the Sixth Corps one by one. Without a leader, the Sixth Corps allowed Yang Feng to capture the confidants of the commanders of the Sixth Corps without any resistance, and then imprisoned them. Yang Feng sent people to escort the commanders in the direction of the St. Toulon city. After seeing Yang Feng's methods, the wizards of the Sixth Corps chose to acquiesce to Yang Feng's actions. After all, Yang Feng was a genuine marshal of the empire and had the power to control the armies. While carrying out a purge in the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng transferred some backbone of the Imperial Guards and City Guards into the Sixth Corps. It didn't take long for the Sixth Corps to fall into Yang Feng's hands. Of course, since a large number of commanders were purged by Yang Feng, the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps plummeted and their morale plummeted. After purging the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng didn't rashly send troops to the Tandu province. Instead, he concentrated all his troops in the Burgos city and carried out military training. Day and night, he drilled his 100,000 troops as well as the 125,000 troops of the Sixth Corps. In front of the Newton city, the 300,000 troops surrounded the city of Newton so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When Andre killed his way out of Gahilid province, only 100,000 border soldiers followed him. But along the way, his army snowballed, reaching a total of 300,000 soldiers. Besides, the 300,000 troops were basically field troops or local troops of the Morin's Empire, and they possessed considerable fighting strength. Andre held a document in his hand, frowned and sighed slowly. How ruthless! So many generals and he actually killed them just like that. How ruthless! Anzalev's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said solemnly, "That's right. To be so ruthless, it seems that we underestimated him." In this way, the 6 legions would truly fall into his control. Although the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps declined a lot due to the purge. But if we give him a few months, we'll be faced with a powerful monster that has finished integrating. Your Highness, it's time to make up your mind. We can't give him time. Andre pondered for a long time, then paced up and down in the room. Finally, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Anzalev, contact them and tell them that I agree to their conditions." Anzalev lowered his head slightly, and the abyss of his eyes flashed with joy. "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 298. Newton City. Inside the governor's mansion. Arsini, the governor of Tandu province, sat in his study, his eyes swollen and his face haggard. He slumped weakly on a large soft sofa. These days, Andrei had tentatively attacked the city twice, but each time, he was repelled by the army led by Arsini relying on the city wall. However, the bravery and fighting skills of Andrei's soldiers still shocked Arsini. As the defending party, Arsini should have had a great advantage. But in the actual battle, the ratio of casualties was as high as 1:3. On average, 3 people died in Newton City to kill one of Andrei's soldiers. If it weren't for Andrei not wanting to lose too many of his elites in Newton City would have been taken by Andrei long ago. As the governor, Arsini was also under tremendous pressure these days. He often woke up in the middle of the night, fearing that Andrei had already attacked the city. Arsini was a hardcore supporter of the Orthox family. He had spoiled many of Andrei's plans, so he didn't dare to surrender to Andrei. He could only desperately resist Andrei's attacks with all his might. Massaging his temples, Arsini constantly calculated in his mind, "No, this can't go on. It seems that I have to recruit more soldiers tomorrow. Recruit 50,000 more. No, 100,000 more." The door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall, sexy, and voluptuous young woman of about 17 or 18 years old walked in with a bowl of chicken soup. Arsini frowned and shouted sternly, "It's you? Sua. Didn't I order you not to come here?" Sua was one of Arsini's concubines and his most favored concubine. He had originally ordered that no one except the important military and political officials of Tandu province should enter this place. Seeing Sua now, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. Sua was as gentle as water. She said with a sweet smile, "Master, you haven't eaten well for several days. I'm giving you a bowl of chicken soup to let you nourish your body. I'll leave after putting down the chicken soup." Arsini looked at Sua's sweet smile. The anger in his heart slowly faded, and he nodded slightly. Only then did Sua approach Arsini with seductive cat-like steps. "Little slut." Arsini swallowed his saliva, his eyes flashing with flames as he pulled Sua into his arms. The moment Sua was embraced by Arsini, her eyes quickly changed from blue to pure black, a pair of goat horns grew out of her head, and her snow-white face was covered with strange magic runes. "You!" Alarmed, Arsini's eyes flickered with endless fear. Just as he was about to shout, an arm with sharp claws pierced through his chest and dug out his heart. Arsini's body trembled a few times, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Then he saw Sua swallow his heart with a smile. This human's heart is really unpalatable. As expected, the hearts of the strongest humans are the most delicious. Sua stuck out her sexy tongue and licked the blood on her jade-like hand, revealing a beautiful, dangerous, and seductive smile. The corpse of a middle-aged man lying next to a fiendish beauty formed a strange, dangerous, and strangely beautiful picture. With a flick of her wrist, a sword appeared in Sua's hand, and she chopped off Arsini's head. Then, she reached out and put away the lower half of Arsini's body. Suya's body was shrouded in faint black qi, and all the abnormalities in her body disappeared. She turned back into a beautiful young woman. Sua pushed open the door and said to the guards on both sides, "Sir is tired and needs to take a good rest. Guard this place well. No one is allowed to enter for 2 hours." The guards on both sides replied respectfully, "Yes." Under the gazes of countless powerhouses, Sua swaggered out of the city master's mansion. As soon as she left the city master's mansion, Sua turned invisible and disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a cluster of incomparably bright fireworks rose from Newton City and bloomed. "Attack the city!" After Andrei saw the resplendent fireworks, he promptly issued an order. The huge weapons of war began to operate, and siege troops madly attacked Newton City. Newton City Master's Mansion. "Governor, is Sir Governor here?" An official hurriedly ran towards the direction of the study. A guard stopped the official and said, "Sir Beko, Sir Governor is resting and won't see anyone." Beko barked, "Get lost. That traitor Andrei has begun to attack the city. Sir Governor needs to preside over the overall situation." The face of the guard changed slightly, and he immediately retreated to the side. Beko pushed open the door of the study and saw Arsini's head lying on the desk with his eyes wide open. He screamed shrilly, "Sir Governor was killed." "Who was it?" Who killed the governor? The guards outside the door also rushed into the study. When they saw Arseni's corpse, their eyes were filled with shock. The news of Arseni's death quickly spread in Newton City. When the soldiers of Newton City heard the news, their morale plummeted. Many generals chose to surrender to André on the spot, and the situation quickly collapsed like an avalanche. Before long, the entire Newton City fell into André's control. When the Newton City fell, the entire Tandu province surrendered at the first sign of trouble. Whenever André's emissaries went to a city, those cities surrendered to André. After André captured the Newton City, he left behind a division responsible for reorganizing the surrendered soldiers of the Newton City, while he commanded his army and madly charged towards the Notus province. Along the way, the cities of the Notus province also surrendered at the first sign of trouble. So long as André's army arrived, the gates of those cities would be opened, and the military and political officials would come out and surrender. The main forces of the Notus province had already gathered in the Burgos city. As for the rest of the provinces, even the local forces had already been mobilized by Yang Feng, and they had no power to resist. After André's main forces killed their way into the Notus province, they slowed down and advanced towards the Burgos city very carefully. André's advance was very careful, not giving Yang Feng any chance to mount a sneak attack. At the same time, his main forces poured into the Notus province from the rear. As long as Yang Feng was defeated in the Notus province, then there would be no force on the road leading to the Saint Toulon city that could contend against André's army. Many forces of the Morince Empire were now spectating the struggle between the two princes, André and Garca. They had no intention of getting involved in this whirlpool. If Yang Feng was defeated, then André would gain a huge advantage, and he would be a few steps closer to the throne of the Morince Empire. Chapter 299. The imperial city of the Saint Toulon city was the symbol of imperial power of the Morince Empire. Whichever prince occupied the city was the tacit emperor. Before the emperor was overthrown by the other princes, the other provinces of the Morince Empire would obey the orders issued by the Saint Toulon city. Once André captured the Saint Toulon city, apart from Garca and the forces of the other princes who would resist, the rest of the provinces would obey his orders. This was the tacit unspoken rule of the Morince Empire. It was for this reason that André led the rebellion and targeted the Saint Toulon city, attacking cities and seizing territory along the way. He had no intention of attacking the other provinces. Bracy's eyes flashed with worry, and he said solemnly. However, Duke Ian was too impatient, and his methods were too intense. He purged the upper echelon of the Sixth Corps at once. The fighting strength of the Sixth Corps declined sharply. I think that André won't let go of this great opportunity. The upper echelon of the Sixth Corps was purged by Yang Feng. Although it allowed Yang Feng to take full control of the Sixth Corps, but it also greatly weakened the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps. This was equivalent to crippling the 120,000 troops of the Sixth Corps. After incorporating the surrendered troops of the Empire several times, André's troops had exceeded 300,000 troops. Yang Feng had crippled the Sixth Corps by severing his own arm. Now, he only had 180,000 troops with fighting strength. The strength of both sides had reversed. Garca's eyes flashed with regret and he sighed. He's still too young and impetuous, Bracy said with a smile. No need to worry, Your Majesty. Duke Ian must have his own considerations. He still has more than 300,000 troops at his disposal, so holding the Burgos city won't be an issue. As long as he stays there and buys us more time to consume André's strength, we'll be the ones to emerge victorious in the end. Garca's eyes flashed with worry and he sighed slowly. I hope so. Notus province. After André joined up with his main force, he advanced all the way. When the army arrived, the cities of the Notus province changed sides and surrendered. A huge encirclement slowly took shape and completely surrounded the Burgos city. Yang Feng just watched coldly from the sidelines. From time to time, he sent teams of cavalrymen to devour André's troops. When they encountered André's main force, they immediately chose to retreat to Burgos city. In the scattered battles, Yang Feng also devoured nearly 4,000 of André's troops. However, André didn't care about the loss of his troops at all. He continued to make arrangements in an orderly manner, constantly shrinking the encirclement, like a noose tightly wrapped around the Burgos city. After the huge encirclement was formed, Andrei commanded the 460,000-strong army to surround the Burgos city. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Outside Burgos city, there were countless banners and barracks. Fear surged in the hearts of some soldiers above the Burgos city as they looked at the mighty, majestic, and densely packed enemies outside the city. Andrei rode his horse to the front of Burgos city and shouted, "I am Andrei, Count Ian, I want to talk to you." Andrei's voice, which had been strengthened by Star Knight rank Qi, shrouded the entire Burgos city, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. Xiaofan took the numerous ministers of the Burgos city to the top of the city wall, looked at Andrei from afar, and said with a faint smile, "Your Highness Andrei, what else is there to talk about? Could it be that you intend to surrender?" "Ian, I've already mobilized 800,000 soldiers to surround the Burgos city. You are now alone, and there won't be any reinforcements coming to your aid. There are less than 300,000 combat-ready troops in your city. Furthermore, you have purged the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps and crippled their fighting strength. With less than 200,000 combat-ready troops, it will only take me 3 days at most to break through the Burgos city. Ian, I admire you very much. Surrender. As long as you surrender to me, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also let you continue to be the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland." Andrei said with a confident smile in high spirits. Xiaofan said with a faint smile, "Andrei, I still have 300,000 troops at my disposal. You're looking down on me too much if you want me to surrender with just a few words." Andrei showed a smile and clapped his hands. "Very well, I'll let you see the true strength and trump cards of the Southern Army." An arch-wizard dressed in a black wizard robe took out a black cloth, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the black cloth, and a magic radiance entered the black cloth. Rays of black light shone from the black cloth, and a 30-meter-tall beast with a flat body the size of a football field appeared in front of everyone. It had 8 thick, short legs, and was covered in a layer of black scales. Its head was wrapped in a layer of black scales, and at the same time, it had a 3-meter-long curved blade. When Chiron saw this, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "That's a black-scaled siege behemoth. Fuck, that's one of the strongest siege weapons of the Empire. Damn it, they actually used such a behemoth." Atop the city wall, the complexions of the upper echelon of the Burgos city changed greatly, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The black-scaled siege behemoth was a kind of siege behemoth that was born from the hybridization of several siege divine beasts and other species bred by the god of war Barrios. The black-scaled magic siege behemoth was immune to disintegrate and many other deadly spells. Moreover, its magic resistance and physical resistance were top-notch. Its only weaknesses were its slow movement and slow reaction. However, as a siege weapon it was very qualified. Only a large city like the Burgos city could withstand the charge of the black-scaled siege behemoth. The city walls of some small cities would collapse upon being hit by the black-scaled siege behemoth. Even if it was a huge city like the Burgos city, Andrei's subordinates could still stand on the back of the black-scaled siege behemoth and shoot down the soldiers on the walls. These black-scaled siege behemoths were the treasures of the Southern Army, and they were very rare. Each time they were bred, it would cost at least 60 million gold coins. Moreover, the cost of taking care of these behemoths and the cost of eating them would reach 1 million gold coins every year, and the entire Southern Army only had 4 of them. Now, those 4 black-scaled siege behemoths appeared on the walls of the Burgos city. Seeing those 4 terrifying behemoths even taller than the city walls, the morale of the soldiers on the city walls plummeted. The 4 black-scaled siege behemoths were like 4 tall mobile city walls. As soon as these 4 terrifying black-scaled siege behemoths appeared, the advantage of the Burgos city walls shrank a lot. Andrei had a proud smile on his face as he clapped his hands. An arch-wizard took out a black pouch and tossed it casually. Black light shone from the black pouch and fell on the ground. A 20-meter-tall, bald giant with a 15-meter-long wolf tooth club in hand, engraved with countless mysterious magic runes, and lifeless eyes appeared in front of everyone. Chiron's voice trembled, and he exclaimed, "Golem giants!" Golem giants were weapons that the radiant primary god Prados of the Morans Empire made from the corpses of the giants after he defeated them. The top-notch alchemy puppet giant had already been taken back to Prados' divine kingdom, leaving only some defective products in the mortal world. But even the defective golem giants were very frightening in terms of fighting strength, especially on the battlefield. When wielding the wolf tooth clubs, Even demigod-rank powerhouses wouldn't be willing to clash head-on with them. Andrei released one golem giant after another, until a total of 8 golem giants appeared on the battlefield. The complexions of the upper echelon atop the Burgos city's city wall were very unsightly when they saw the 8 golem giants. If Andrei didn't have a wizard squad under his command, then by relying on the power of the wizard squad, the Burgos city might have a chance to get rid of the 8 golem giants after paying a painful price. But the power of the wizard squad under Andrei's command might be even stronger than that of Yang Feng's. Under such circumstances, the Burgos city could do nothing about the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths and the golem giants. Andrei's eyes shimmered with an ominous glint, and he barked, "Ian Chiron, you have no chance of winning. If you don't surrender, I'll attack the Burgos city with all my strength. On the day the city is breached, the whole city will be slaughtered. Your family, friends, and relatives will all be demoted to slaves for the crime of treason, and they'll sink into depravity forever." When these words came out, the complexions of the Burgos city's upper echelon atop the city wall changed dramatically. Gazes full of peculiar glints fell on Yang Feng. Seeing how powerful Andrei was, many people's hearts had quietly changed. Apart from Garca's die-hard supporters, no one was willing to risk their lives for Garca in a war they were bound to lose. Yang Feng clapped his hands and praised with a smile. "Amazing! Really amazing! Your Highness Andrei, you're too modest. With this force, you'll be able to breach the Burgos city in 2 days at most." The upper echelon atop the city wall stared dumbfounded at Yang Feng, unable to believe their ears. For Yang Feng to say such a thing at such a critical time was a blow to the morale of the defenders. Andrei frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up inside him. Yang Feng's calm and indifferent attitude made him very uneasy. Chapter 300. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. "Unfortunately, you don't have that much time. Listen, the sound of billowing waves is coming from afar." Andrei frowned slightly, then his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he pointed at Yang Feng and said in a trembling voice, "You destroyed the Homanta Dam." When these words came out, the complexion of the officials proficient in the Notice province changed dramatically, and they looked at Yang Feng with incredulity and panic in their eyes. The Homanta Dam was a dam built on the upper reaches of the Domani River, which ran through the entire Notice province. Before the construction of the Homanta Dam, the Notice province was often plagued by floods. After the Homanta Dam was built, the Notice province experienced favorable weather, and the use of water became very convenient. Furthermore, the Notice province developed rapidly. Once the Homanta Dam was destroyed, the Notice province would be flooded, and the more than 10 million people in the Notice province would be displaced by the flood. Andrei didn't expect Yang Feng to be so ruthless as to destroy the Homanta Dam. Yang Feng smiled faintly, not admitting to it. A white line rose up in the distance, and a great flood that could engulf everything surged from upstream, sweeping toward them with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour everything. "Retreat! Retreat at once!" When Andrei saw the white line in the distance, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared frantically. Outside the Burgos city, the soldiers of the Southern Army panicked and fled into the distance like ants under the leadership of their generals. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Cast a spell to strengthen the city wall." "Yes, sir." Barros, the leader of the wizard squad standing next to Yang Feng, said respectfully. The wizard squads inside the Burgos city silently recited incantations and cast the spell to strengthen the city wall that they prepared the day before. Rays of magical radiance fell on the city wall, making the city wall, which already had an astonishing defensive power, even harder. The flood was extremely ferocious and fast. With the power to crush everything, it swept from upstream and slammed into the 460,000 troops under Andrei's command. The 460,000 soldiers that Andrei had painstakingly recruited and trained were washed away by the flood like ants being washed away by a stream. The terrifying flood fiercely hit the walls of the Burgos city, causing the walls to shake. However, the walls of the Burgos city could originally withstand the bombardment of legendary spells. Under the blessing of those spells, even a demigod powerhouse might not be able to destroy these terrifying walls in one hit. The entire Burgos city was like a reef, withstanding wave after wave of the flood. Rays of magic light flashed, and the mages under Andrei's command flew into the sky one after another. Fire! Following Yang Feng's order, countless crossbow bolts, and arrows shot towards Andre's wizards like locusts in the Burgos city. Amidst the dense rain of arrows, the protective spells on the bodies of the mages under Andre's command exploded, and then they were shot full of holes and fell from the sky. Forbidden Space Technique. Barros and the other members of the Burgos city's wizard squads unleashed spirit resonance, then pointed at the mages flying in midair with magic staffs in their hands and conjured the legend-rank spell Forbidden Space Technique. A formidable fluctuation of magic enveloped the area, and as if dumplings, the mages flying in the sky fell into the flood. When the mages fell into the flood, they immediately cast a variety of spells in an attempt to escape from the flood. However, the mages didn't expect to encounter a flood. They didn't prepare any spells beforehand. Except for a few dozen people, the rest fell into the flood, flopped around a bit, and then fell silent. In that terrifying flood, almost all of Andre's 460,000 soldiers were swept away. Only the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege behemoths remained standing under the impact of the flood. On their backs, which were as flat as a football field, stood the high-ranking officers under Andre's command. The 8 alchemy golem giants were the first to be swept away by the terrifying flood. They fell into the flood and were washed downstream. After the terrifying flood calmed down a bit, the warships that Yang Feng had prepared long ago were released from the city wall. The goods that Andro had secretly transported back to Burgos City were precisely these battleships that could be assembled. Ennio, Duccio, John and Giacomo. The 4 commanders led their subordinates aboard the warships and charged towards Andre and his party. The Notus province was traversed by the Domani River. Although the 4 legions weren't professional naval troops, but they could still ride warships and use crossbows to fight. Fire Dragon. Standing on the warships, Barros and the other wizards launched spirit resonance, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at Andre and his party. Numerous fire dragons suddenly appeared and charged towards Andre and his subordinates who were standing on the backs of the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege beasts. Water Curtain Sky Flower. The magicians on the backs of the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege behemoths also cast mental resonance. Curtains of water suddenly appeared and enveloped the area above them. The fire dragons descended from the sky, intertwined with the water curtains, issued sizzling sounds, and large tracts of mist rose. Just as the wizards of both sides were engaged in offense and defense, a swarm of locust-like arrows shot from the warships towards Andre and his subordinates standing on the backs of the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths. Amidst the dense rain of arrows, one powerful officer after another of the Southern Field Army died tragically under the rain of arrows. At the same time, some wizards whose defenses weren't tight enough were shot to death by the rain of arrows, falling to the ground and falling into the flood. Standing on the back of the black-scaled siege behemoth, Andre brandished his sword to parry the rain of arrows. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. In this battle, the 100,000 elites brought by Andre from the Southern Army were swept clean by Yang Feng. At the same time, a large number of elite surrendered troops suffered heavy casualties. Once he retreated to the south in defeat, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Garca could rely on this period of time to stabilize his position on the throne. With the passage of time, Garca's position on the throne would become more and more stable. Andre wouldn't stand a chance. While parrying the arrows, a high-ranking officer with a Star Knight rank cultivation base barked, "Your Highness Andre, run! We'll stay behind to bring up the rear, but you must avenge us in the future. Your Highness Andre, leave here and avenge us in the future." The high-ranking officers of the Southern Army shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. As long as Andre didn't die, the families of the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army would have a chance to make a comeback. Once Andre died here, the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army would be labeled as traitors, and their families would sink to the bottom. Andre gritted his teeth, turned around, and his figure blurred. Like a big bird, he landed on the flood, tapped lightly, and his shoes flickered with blue magic light, and a mirror suddenly appeared under his feet. Andre's figure flickered. Stepping on the mirror in the flood, he quickly fled into the distance. If he stayed outside the Burgos city, then even if he led his subordinates to fight bitterly to the end, the best outcome would be to become a prisoner. He decisively chose to retreat. After all, the warriors of the 4 Corps weren't professional Marines. They could only watch helplessly as Andre escaped by himself. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Chiron." Chiron's eyes flickered with a complicated glint, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." The many high-ranking officers atop the city wall stared at Yang Feng with a complicated glint in their eyes. Andrei's previously invincible army was wiped out by Yang Feng's flood, suffering heavy casualties. However, the destruction of the Homanta Dam also turned the Notice province into a swamp. More than 10 million residents of the Notice province would become homeless and become refugees. Although the battle was won, but the Notice province might not be able to recover for decades due to the flood. However, a victory was a victory. Yang Feng wiped out Andrei's main force in one fell swoop and reversed the situation. Now, no one could disobey his orders. His prestige in the army had also risen to its peak. Yang Feng said lightly, "I'll leave this place to you. I'm going back to rest." Chiron replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." At this time, Andrei's remnants were struggling against the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths. Their defeat was already inevitable, and there was no need for Yang Feng's command. As soon as Yang Feng left the Burgos city's city wall, his body disintegrated, turned into white mist, and collapsed. Andrei gasped for breath as he quickly darted through the flood. He had already fled for dozens of kilometers, yet everywhere he looked, there was still the hateful flood. Looking at the flood, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Other troops were fine, but the 100,000 elites he brought from the Southern Corps were the strongest troops under his command, as well as his foundation. Now that they were thrown outside the Burgos city, it was definitely a heavy blow to him. "Your Highness Andrei, please wait." A black ray of light descended from the sky, landed in front of Andrei, and condensed into Yang Feng's figure. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng blocked Andrei's path of escape. Andrei's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashed past them, and he said coldly, "Ian, are you here to take my head and claim credit from Garca? Interesting. I really want to see what kind of ability you have to actually dare to chase after me alone." Moreover, he had the support of the top powerhouses of the 3 empires. At the time, he only poached Yang Feng because he wanted Garca to have one less helper. If Yang Feng had sided with him at the time, he might not have paid much attention to him. Andrei's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he promised, "I admit that I underestimated you before. Ian, as long as you side with me now, then when I ascend to the throne, I'll confer you the title of a prince. You'll be the first prince of the Morince Empire with a different surname." Yang Feng smiled faintly and made way. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness." "Please." Andrei heaved a long sigh and walked past Yang Feng vigilantly. Yang Feng suddenly said, "I'll submit my resignation to His Majesty Garca later and take responsibility for the flood of the Notice province." Andrei's body trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a complicated glint. His figure shook, and he rushed into the distance. Yang Feng looked at Andrei's departing figure, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. In front of the Burgos city, Andrei's 460,000 troops were washed away by the flood, suffering heavy casualties. Only 100+ wizards chose to surrender, while the rest of the generals died in battle. Andrei had just fled back to the Newton city when he took his subordinates, abandoned their supplies, and fled the Newton city. Andrei had just fled, when a mysterious cavalryman appeared outside the Newton city, ransacked the city, and then mysteriously disappeared again. Yang Feng commanded the 300,000 troops to advance steadily and sent envoys to various places. When Yang Feng's envoys arrived at the Tandu province, the major cities of the Tandu province immediately changed their banners and issued envoys. Just as Yang Feng advanced steadily, the memorials sent by countless aristocrats flew into the St. Toulon city like flowers of blood. The greater aristocrats with fiefs in the Notice province, in particular, attacked Yang Feng frantically. Yang Feng's flood not only submerged more than half of the Notice province, but also affected the 2 surrounding provinces. The greater aristocrats' fiefs were completely submerged, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They hated Yang Feng to the core. However, they didn't dare to explode in front of Yang Feng, a god of death. They could only complain to Garca sitting on the throne in the St. Toulon city. The St. Toulon city, inside the imperial study. Garca held a document and looked at it carefully. His eyes were filled with indescribable joy and delight, but when his gaze fell on a memorial on his right, he frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he picked up the memorial and handed it to Bracy, who was standing at the side. "Bracy, take a look." After Bracy picked up the memorial, he looked at it carefully, and his expression became more and more solemn. Garca showed a relaxed smile and said, "Marshal Ian has already submitted his resignation, taking responsibility for the flooding of the Notice province, and recommended Goyina as the Supreme General of the Rebel Suppression Army, commanding the various divisions of the Rebel Suppression Army. What do you think?" Bracy's complexion changed dramatically, and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You mustn't allow Marshal Ian to resign. Instead, you should let him wipe out André and the other rebels in one fell swoop." Garca said hesitantly, "But there are many memorials denouncing Ian. Many greater aristocrats expressed their dissatisfaction with Ian. That great flood drowned the entire Notice province, and more than 10 million people lost their homes." Chapter 302. Bracy said solemnly, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Marshal Ian's flood drowned His Highness André's forces. This proves that Marshal Ian is a godly commander and the best candidate to deal with His Highness André. As for the refugees, we can think of other ways to settle them. The top priority now is to eliminate His Highness André." Garca was silent for a while, then frowned and handed a few documents to Bracy. Bracy took a look and saw that the documents reported that Yang Feng was cultivating his own forces in the Sixth Corps, which was suspicious of his intentions. At the same time, there were various rumors in the St. Toulon city that Yang Feng wanted to take control of the Sixth Corps and establish himself as the king of the southern part of the empire. Bracy said decisively, "These are rumors, they are not credible." Garca suddenly said, "Bracy, André's forces are now gone. If Goyina becomes the commander-in-chief, will he really lose to him?" Bracy sighed inside. Knowing that Garca had made up his mind, he said dispiritedly, "I don't dare to speculate, but Marshal Ian is the best candidate." Garca was silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can take your leave." Bracy sighed helplessly and took his leave. "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 days later, more than 30 griffins descended from the sky and flew into the headquarters of the Rebel Suppression Army. "Marshal Ian, His Majesty has ordered you to be removed from the post of Marshal and recalled back to the St. Toulon city. I will take over as the Rebel Suppression Army's Marshal. Here are the documents." Goyina found Yang Feng, announced Garca's order, and showed him the documents signed by Garca. After Yang Feng checked the documents, he smiled, took out his marshal seal, handed it to Goyina, and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you, Goyina. My people are currently evacuating refugees from the Notice province. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of them." When Goyina saw that Yang Feng handed over his military authority so readily, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little nervous before coming. He was very clear that once Yang Feng became ruthless, he would kill without batting an eye. If he had a choice, he would absolutely not want to offend such an enemy. Goyina smiled and said, "Don't worry, Duke Ian. I will definitely protect your people as if they are my own people." After a quick handover, Yang Feng took 500 personal guards and headed for the St. Toulon city. Andro said indignantly, "My lord, why did he hand over the military power to him so easily? We were the ones who defeated André. Now we're only one step away from defeating André, and Goy has come to reap the fruits of our labor. Truly despicable." The Grand Marshal of the Rebellion Subjugation Army had the authority to command 300,000 troops. Furthermore, the nearby provinces had to listen to the Grand Marshal's orders. His power was monstrous. After Yang Feng defeated André, Goyina came over and snatched the position of Marshal, subduing rebellion without doing anything, which made Andro feel very unbalanced. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and he said with a faint smile, "The position of Marshal is a big furnace, I have no interest in it. Besides, we've already reaped enough benefits from this trip. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province are our foundation. This time, as long as we transfer the more than 10 million people of the Notice province to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province, we'll have made a fortune." The position of Marshal Subjugation Yang Feng was conferred by Garca. He had no foundation in the military of the Morince Empire. Garca could take the position of Marshal Subjugation Yang Feng with an order. He didn't care about the position of Marshal Subjugation Yang Feng. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province were Yang Feng's fief and his real foundation. Andro thought for a moment, then looked at Yang Feng with eyes full of admiration and exclaimed in admiration. So that's how it is. No wonder I saw so many caravans and slave traders in the Notice province these days. With their help, we'll be able to better evacuate the refugees from the Notice province. My lord, you're really wise. The flood washed away the fields and residences of most of the people of the Notice province. Now they could only become refugees. In this way, Yang Feng could transfer them to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funes province as a savior. At this time, the Notice province was already full of caravans of all sizes. Yang Feng offered a high price of 10 gold coins per refugee. As long as the caravans transported the refugees who were willing to leave to the Red Earth Wasteland or the Funes province, they could get a high price of 10 gold coins per refugee. Stimulated by the gold coins, countless caravans rushed into the Notice province like hungry wolves and began to transport the refugees to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funes province. The St. Toulon City. Inside the Imperial Study. Ian, you did a good job. You didn't let me down. Sitting on the magic chair that only the Emperor could sit on in the Imperial Study, Garca looked at Yang Feng standing in front of him, and the abyss of his eyes flashed with satisfaction. Yang Feng handed over the authority of the general to Goyina without hesitation, leaving Garca very satisfied. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said somewhat impatiently, "Thanks to your Majesty, I was able to defeat Andre smoothly. Your Majesty, I think I should be able to enter the royal treasury and choose 2 more treasures, right?" Garca's eyebrows creased slightly at first, then relaxed, showed a smile and clapped his hands, saying, "Of course you can." Ripples rose in space, and the pinnacle legend rank powerhouse Reen walked out and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Garca said, "Reen, take him to the treasury and choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Reen responded, then glanced at Yang Feng, slashed with his hand, opened a spatial gate, and said indifferently, "Come with me." Yang Feng stepped into the spatial gate and entered the royal treasury of the Morance Empire just like last time. Once he entered the royal treasury of the Morance Empire, Yang Feng went to the fiend area, stared at the sealed fiend baron heart, and sank into his thoughts. Fiend barons were frightening existences comparable to starry sky warlocks, and their hearts were extremely rare. Once Yang Feng got his hands on the fiend baron heart, he could create a fiend bloodline warlock family. A peculiar glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he grabbed the fiend baron's heart. By the way, the Cyan Akatani star core and the fiend baron's heart can be made into that treasure. Although it can't improve my cultivation base, but it can greatly improve my fighting strength in a short period of time. After putting the fiend baron heart into his pocket, Yang Feng went towards the mining area. There were also countless treasures in the other areas, but for Yang Feng, the various rare ores in the ore area were of the greatest use to him. There were a lot of dragon crystals in the dragon area, but there were no demigod-ranked dragon crystals, only legend-ranked dragon crystals. Such dragon crystals could at most be used to make a level 4 extraordinary life-form battle robot, which had little effect on improving Yang Feng's strength. This is inert Atlam stone, one of the main materials for making warp gates. The inert Atlam stone can be used to make 5 warp gates with a radiation range of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Feng stopped in front of a huge red ore and looked at it with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Warp gate technology was one of the technologies grasped by the Shizu. So long as a huge amount of energy was consumed between 2 warp gates, it could allow people to cross a great distance and reach the location of another gate. The red ore was the core material for making warp gates. This kind of inert Atlam stone could only be produced in level 2 strongholds or above by consuming a large amount of energy and materials using a more advanced energy and material converter. If he could make 5 warp gates, it would mean that it would take Yang Feng less than a minute to return to the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland from the St. Toulon City. As long as the warp gates were distributed in Yang Feng's territory, he could go to his territory at any time, which was equivalent to bringing his territory closer. The maximum distance of warp gates wasn't just 3,000 kilometers, but the quality and quantity of inert Atlam stone weren't good enough. They could only be used to make warp gates that could cross 3,000 kilometers. Star River Mysterious Heavy Stone, the core material for the supergravity gun. Yang Feng hesitated again and again, before his gaze finally fell on a huge black ore. He made a decision and extended his hand towards the huge black ore. With a flash of light, the Star River Mysterious Heavy Stone flew into Yang Feng's hand. Warp gates could enhance Yang Feng's control over the major forces under his command. while the Star River mysterious heavy stone could greatly enhance Yang Feng's fighting strength and make his combat methods more varied. In the end, Yang Feng chose to enhance his fighting strength. Warlock cultivation basically followed a prescribed order. Yang Feng has already assessed that with his current cultivation speed, it would take him at least a decade to promote to a great warlock. During this process, it was particularly important to enhance his fighting strength. Otherwise, once he died, all his plans would be for naught. After Yang Feng selected the treasures he wanted from the treasury of the Morin's Empire, he returned to the imperial study. After feigning civility with Garca, he left the Victory Palace. As soon as Yang Feng left the Victory Palace, he went straight to his villa. After entering the villa, he closed the door and refused to see anyone. Before long, outside the St. Toulon city, a level 4 extraordinary life-form Thunderhawk, shrouded in countless arcs of lightning, appeared in the air and flew towards the Miracle City at Mach 5 speed while carrying Yang Feng. Chapter 303. The Red Earth Wasteland. Inside the portable fortified stronghold. Yang Feng took out a black cloak from an export box, and his eyes flickered with excitement. It's finally done. The crystallization of Shizu technology and Warlock technology. The magical mechanical cloak. That black cloak looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary cloak. There was no difference between it and the cloak. However, if a god-rank powerhouse cast a secret method, they would see a small space in the center of the black cloak. Inside the space, there was a crystal petri dish. The petri dish contained a large amount of precious culture fluid. Soaked in the culture fluid was the still-beating fiend Baron Heart. Yang Feng draped the black cloak over his body. With a thought, 2 extremely sharp spikes suddenly extended from the cloak and pierced his neck. From the black cloak came bursts of wicked, formidable, and bloodthirsty power. Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph, concealed his Black Dragon's blood meridian power, and allowed the formidable wicked power to enter his body. In a split second, a pair of ox horns engraved with mysterious runes grew from the top of Yang Feng's head. The pupils of his eyes dilated and turned crimson, and sharp claws grew from his hands. A bloodthirsty and warlike desire shrouded him, and a terrifying great warlock rank aura diffused from him. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body, and then silently operated a secret method to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse. This is great warlock rank power. The power of a great fiend. This power really isn't easy to manipulate. If one's mind isn't firm enough, then one will become a captive of dark power and sink into slaughter. Fiend warlocks, blood meridian warlocks that rely on dark power, if they don't have secret methods to suppress this desire, or if they have an extremely firm will, then they will become a bunch of dregs. This is one of the flaws of blood meridian warlocks, that is, they are too easily influenced by the life form of the bloodline source. Blood meridian warlocks had the advantages of easy cultivation and long lifespan, but they also had the disadvantages of blood meridian shackles, being suppressed by blood meridian, being influenced by the power of the life form of the bloodline source, and so on. There were advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, the Zhongji Plain was still the world of orthodox warlocks. After Yang Feng transformed into a great fiend, he immediately carried out violent movements and unleashed all kinds of great fiend offensive secret methods, destroying everything in the underground laboratory without the slightest scruple. 10 minutes later, Yang Feng shed his transformation and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Yang Feng silently calculated, the great fiend transformation can only last for 10 minutes at most, any longer and I won't be able to support it. This calculation was very crucial, which meant that transforming into a greater demon couldn't be used as a regular method. It could only be used as a trump card. After resting for an hour, Yang Feng drank a few vials of elixirs. Only then did he feel that his body had completely recovered to its peak. Let's begin the experiment of transforming into a demon baron. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes congealed, and with a thought, 2 sharp spikes extended from the magical mechanical cloak and pierced his neck. A vast and nearly endless evil force entered Yang Feng from the spike. The black magical mechanical cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. Enveloped by dense black demonic qi, high energy crystals in the power source chamber turned into ashes in an instant. Yang Feng's body swelled, and he became 3 meters tall. A pair of 30-centimeter long horns grew on his head. His face became sinister and distorted, covered in mysterious black magic runes. He operated the various secret methods recorded in the Black Dragon Morph and absorbed the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence. On the other side, after Goyina obtained military power, he attacked all the way, causing Andrei to retreat in defeat and recovering numerous lost territories along the way. Andrei retreated all the way until he finally retreated to the Merton province. Taking advantage of Goyina's arrogance and complacency, Andrei suddenly took 30,000 cavalrymen to the rear of Goyina's army, attacked the Dandun city, where Goyina had stockpiled provisions, and burned the provisions of the 400,000 troops commanded by Goyina in one fell swoop. After Goyina's army received the news, its morale wavered, and it could only retreat. Taking advantage of Goyina's retreat, Andrei frantically pursued and defeated Goyina's army in one fell swoop, killing and accepting the surrender of countless people. Goyina could only flee back to the Tandu province in a sorry state. He mobilized 300,000 troops from the Tandu province to defend and contend against Andrei. Just as Andrei was preparing for a decisive battle with Goyina in the Tandu province, the Desert Empire launched a sneak attack on the Gahilid province. Andrei had no choice but to turn back and fight the Desert Empire. Time passed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. The deepest secret chamber of an 8-story tall magic tower located in the Magic College slowly opened, and Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber. After a year of bitter cultivation, Yang Feng used a secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph to absorb a part of the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence into his body. However, with Yang Feng's current strength, he was still far from being able to fully absorb the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence. Even so, after absorbing part of the Dragon Bone essence, the strength of Yang Feng's bones was strengthened by dozens of times, and they were even harder than some frail Starry Sky warlocks. To absorb Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence, many rare materials were needed. Even if ordinary warlocks with Black Dragon bloodline got their hands on Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence, they would find it difficult to absorb its essence. Yang Feng plundered the wealth of the entire Tyrandot subcontinent and had countless precious materials on him. Therefore, absorbing Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone essence wasn't a problem. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng looked at the black summon stone in his hand, and his eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. He whispered, "It seems that I have to make a trip to the Elven Empire." The ancient Green Forest City was the only window of communication between the elves and the outside world. It was a super city blessed by the Elven Divine System's gods. An incomparably huge fleet of carriages slowly approached from afar. What a beautiful city! Sitting in a luxurious carriage, Yang Feng looked outside through the carriage's window and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That ancient Green Forest City was like a huge mountain that had its top shaved off by someone with supreme divine power and hollowed out the inside, forming a majestic and extraordinary super city. Although the ancient Green Forest City was called a city, but in fact, it was full of all kinds of plants. Because it was a place blessed by the gods, it was like spring all year round, and fragrant flowers grew everywhere. When the wind blew, bursts of refreshing fragrance wafted in the air, full of natural beauty. Sitting on the other side of the carriage, Faldina smiled sweetly and said, "Of course. Elves are the race closest to nature. Many of them claim to be children of nature." Chapter 304. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Son of nature, are there any other sons of nature among the elves? What other sons of nature are there?" Sons of nature were strange beings of the Feisua plain. Children of nature were born to be nature's favorites. They could learn countless nature-attributed spells from nature without a teacher. They didn't need to construct spell models in their spirit sea to be able to cast spells like human warlocks. Sons of nature were one of the strongest beings of the Feisua plain. In forests, jungles, swamps, and other areas with complex natural environments, they possessed terrifying power bonuses. More than 2/3 of the elven gods of the Feisua plain had the title of Son of Nature. Faldina rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said, "Elves might not even give birth to a son of nature in 100 years. How could they be so simple? As I said, elves call themselves sons of nature. Do you understand?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "Now I understand." When Faldina saw Yang Feng's indifferent smile, she became furious. She lifted the curtains covering the carriage's window and looked outside, admiring the beautiful ancient Green Forest City. "This is the ancient Green Forest City. Please show me your proof of identity." When the huge convoy arrived in front of the ancient Green Forest City, Two elven warriors immediately stopped the convoy. "Elves for you." Yang Feng carefully sized up the two elven warriors blocking the way, and his eyes flashed with appreciation. Elves had more females than males, and the number of female elves was far greater than that of male elves. The two elven warriors were both female elves, and they were both beautiful. The reason why elves had more females than males was related to the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. After the Zhangji Plains human warlocks conquered the Feisua Plain, terrifying human warlocks unleashed secret methods and reversed the fertility of the elven mother tree. More than 95% of the elves born from the elven mother tree were female. During the time when the Zhangji Plains human warlocks dominated the Feisua Plain, the position of Great Elven Monarch, which had always been held by male elves, was replaced by a female elven monarch, and that tradition had been maintained until now. On the Feisua Plain, traces of the Zhangji Plains past could be found in many places. After a flat-chested beautiful elven warrior examined Yang Feng's identity card, she said coldly, "Go in. However, I have to remind you that this is not your human kingdom. Any attempt to do harm to our fellow countrymen will be severely punished. This kind of punishment will even implicate your companions and guarantors, so please pay attention to your actions." If a human wanted to enter the ancient green forest city to trade with the elves, not only would they need to prove their identity, but they would also need to prove that they had no criminal records. At the same time, they also needed a reputable guarantor. Once someone hunted elves in the ancient green forest city, the Elven Empire would kill everyone in that person's caravan as well as their guarantor. Any human who approached the ancient green forest city without identification or a guarantor would be warned by the elves, or even attacked directly. Even so, the huge profits from hunting elves still made countless human slave hunters use all kinds of methods to sneak into the ancient green forest city to hunt elves. The human slave hunters who attempted to hunt the elves in the ancient green forest paid a huge price. Their skulls hung all over the ironwood corpse forest, but there were still people who wanted to hunt the elves in the ancient green forest. The beautiful elven warriors weren't very friendly towards Yang Feng. The huge caravan slowly entered the ancient green forest city. Once he entered the ancient green forest city, Yang Feng saw that the inside of the ancient green forest city was completely different from the human cities of the Feisua Plain. In the ancient green forest city, the streets were very spacious. At the same time, the streets were covered with a layer of fluff-like grass that was only 5 centimeters long. On both sides of the streets, there were large hollow trees up to 30 meters tall and a few meters to 10 meters in diameter. The large hollow trees had been transformed into tree houses, inns, and shops. The ancient green forest city was filled with a mixture of the fragrance of flowers and grass, and the air was extremely fresh. Yang Feng keenly felt that the life magic energy and the vigor of heaven and earth in the ancient green forest city were several times higher than in other places. It was very suitable for cultivation and living. The ancient green forest city was like a flat and orderly huge forest, but there were elves and many merchants living in the forest. Many elves in the Elven Empire had removed their rejection of the outside world, and were holed up in the elven woods to live their simple lives. There were also many elves who liked to come into contact with humans. The ancient green forest city was the window through which elves came into contact with the outside world. Therefore, elves that were rarely seen in the outside world were very common here. Artes had already made preparations in the ancient green forest city. Yang Feng and his huge caravan went directly to the prearranged settlement and unloaded the goods. After doing all this, Yang Feng took Faldina and the 3 sacred swordsmen to the entrance of the Elven Woods. The entrance to the Elven Woods was behind the ancient green forest city. At the entrance, there were 1,000 elite Elven warriors stationed. The 1,000 elite Elven warriors were all great knight rank powerhouses or above. This is the entrance to the Elven Woods. Don't come within 500 meters of this place unless it's an emergency. Yang Feng's group of 5 had just arrived at the entrance of the Elven Woods, when a flat-chested elven beauty dressed in green leather armor, with a beautiful appearance, slender legs, and a heroic aura blocked their path and barked. At the same time as the flat-chested elven girl berated, the 100 elven warriors quickly drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Yang Feng's group of 5. Yang Feng took out the green leaf given to him by Karina. "I am a good friend of Belinda and Karina, the Red Earth Wasteland's Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. This is my token." As soon as the green leaf appeared, it blossomed with faint green radiance containing the aura of nature. When the flat-chested elven commander saw the green leaf, her pretty face changed, and she looked at Yang Feng with a somewhat strange gaze. The tone of the flat-chested elven commander became a bit gentler. So you are Ian. My name is Danny. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone notify the higher-ups. Danny waved her hand, and the 100 elven warriors behind her lowered their bows. Then she said a few words to an elf beside her. That elf walked briskly to the side of a big tree, grabbed a bowl-sized red flower that was chained to a vine, and whispered a few words. There was a soundproof barrier set up in the area where the big tree was located. Even Xiaofan, an expert with a level 3 warlock rank physique, couldn't hear what the elf said. Before long, a handsome young elf with snow-white skin, short silver hair, and gorgeous clothes arrived at the entrance to the elven woods under the escort of a dozen beautiful silver-haired elves. The peerlessly handsome young male elf, who was even more handsome than Amadeo, who was known as the most handsome man in the Morince Empire, exuded endless arrogance. He glanced at Xiaofan with an aloof gaze. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he barked, "You're Ian! You lowly, petty, ugly and disgusting human, you dare to come to our elven empire. Men, capture him for me." Danny's complexion changed slightly, her eyebrows creased slightly, and she raised her hand. The 100 elven warriors behind her immediately raised their bows and pointed at Xiaofan's group of 5. Danny's beautiful eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and she said frigidly, "Ian, surrender. If you resist, you'll be killed without mercy." The elves at the entrance to the elven woods were battle elves who had gone through countless battles. Each of them had hearts of stone, and they had killed who knew how many slave hunters who attempted to hunt elves. So long as they received an order from their superiors, these battle elves could even kill unarmed human women and children. They were the most iron-blooded elven warriors. Xiaofan frowned slightly, stared at Danny, and said unhurriedly, "Is this how elves treat their guests?" Danny's beautiful eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and she said frigidly, "I'm just a commander. I can only carry out orders from my superiors. Ian, please give up resistance. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy." Xiaofang's gaze shifted and fell on the handsome male elf, saying in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Elf. I don't think we've met before, have we? Excuse me, when did I offend you? Why did you order me to be arrested as soon as we met?" The eyes of the handsome silver-haired elf flashed coldly, and he barked, "You executioner whose hands are stained with the blood of elves, you have no right to ask my name. Why haven't you arrested him yet? Do you want to disobey my orders?" The eyes of the elven guards at the entrance to the elven woods shimmered coldly, and they stared at Xiaofan with frigid killing intent. The elven population was relatively small. The total elven population of the Elven Empire was only a little over 20 million. It couldn't even compare to the population of the most populous province of the Morince Empire. The sparse population led to the elves being very united. When they heard that Xiaofan was the murderer of their compatriots, their eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Before the silver-haired handsome elf's words fell, Xiaofan suddenly rushed towards the silver-haired handsome elf lightning fast. Chapter 305. It happened so suddenly that the elves didn't expect Xiaofan to take the initiative to attack. Only Danny, who had been staring at Xiaofan, had her pretty face change. She erupted with Sky Knight rank chi and stabbed at Xiaofang's back like a meteor. Xiaofan didn't evade in the slightest. As if a ghost, he appeared in front of the silver-haired elf and extended his hand to grab him. A silver moonlight suddenly erupted from the necklace on the chest of the silver-haired elf and formed a silver moonlight shield. Xiaofang's fist slammed into the silver moonlight shield, and the frightening force completely shattered the silver moonlight shield. The silver moonlight shield was only a level 2 defensive spell, so how could it block an all-out blow from the humanoid dragon-like Xiaofan? However, the silver moonlight shield also blocked Xiaofang's sure-kill blow, giving the silver-haired male elf some time to catch his breath. His face twisted in horror, he turned around and shouted, "Save me! Quickly save me!" Ding! Danny's sword stabbed at the cloak on Xiaofang's back, issuing a crisp sound of metal striking metal. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of horror. She poured all her strength into this sword strike. Even human sacred swordsman rank powerhouses wouldn't dare to block this sword strike with their bodies. Xiaofang's gaze was silent, and he slapped Danny in the abdomen. With a wah sound, Danny was sent flying backward like a broken rag doll. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs sprayed from her cherry lips. "Stop, you lowly and damned human!" Following a tender shout, the figures of two silver-haired elves, who looked more beautiful than ordinary elves, shook, and they appeared in front of Yang Feng. They pulled out elven swords from their waists and, carrying Sky Knight rank silver moonlight chi, stabbed at Yang Feng like vipers. Without evading, Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf, and then swung the swords of the two beautiful silver-haired female elves. The pretty complexions of the two silver-haired elves changed. They reversed their chi and forcibly withdrew their swords. The reversal of chi caused the two silver-haired elves' pretty faces to turn bright red, and they directly spat out a mouthful of blood. With the force of a mountain, Yang Feng's palm slammed into the abdomen of a silver-haired female elf and sent her flying. As if a meteor, she slammed into another silver-haired female elf, causing them to collide and seriously injure each other. All of this happened very quickly. As soon as Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf, he felt a frightening aura firmly lock on his head, as if a divine bow was pointed at his head, ready to shoot at any time. A feeling of life-threatening danger welled up inside him. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf and blocked in that direction. That terrifying aura suddenly stagnated. Yang Feng looked at the elven warriors and barked, "All of you, stop! Otherwise, I'll kill this stupid silver-haired pig." The elven warriors suddenly froze, staring at Yang Feng and the silver-haired male elf in his hand. Yang Feng said coldly, "Put down your weapons. Otherwise, I'll break one of his fingers." The silver-haired male elf screamed, "Don't you dare! Ian, I am the only male of the Ramonfan family. Benedict. If you dare harm a finger of mine, I will kill you. If you dare to hurt a finger of mine, I'll have your whole family die without a burial ground." Among the elves, the two races most favored by the elven primary goddess Mophasareja were the Sun Elves and the Moonlight Elves. Among the Sun Elves, the Crossdale family and the Moonlight Elves, the Ramonfan family, were known as families with divine beauty. The Moonlight Elves were royalty among the elves. Males were scarce among the elves. Benedict was simply a treasure of the elves. He was the hope of the Moonlight Elves to maintain the purity of their bloodline and not rely on the inheritance of the elven mother tree. His status in the Elven Empire was extremely high. "Is that so? Then I'll break one of your fingers first." Yang Feng smiled coldly, then pinched his hands and easily broke one of the fingers of the silver-haired male elf. Blood gushed out of Benedict's finger and scattered on the ground. Benedict's face turned pale and distorted, and he screamed, "My finger! It hurts! It hurts! My finger, you dare to break my finger! You fiend! You fiend!" Yang Feng barked, "Shut up!" Benedict immediately sobbed and shut his mouth. Looking at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with resentment. Yang Feng said coldly, "Have them put down their weapons. Otherwise, I'll break another finger of yours." Benedict immediately shouted at the elven guards, "What are you waiting for? Drop your weapons. Do you want me to break another finger?" The elven guards looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, then clenched their teeth and dropped their weapons. Yang Feng pointed with a finger. Magic radiance flickered on his finger and, like a whirlpool, collected the weapons of the fallen elven warriors and flew into his storage ring. Yang Feng turned to look at a tall tree in the west and said coldly, "The elf hiding in the west, come out. I'm not happy that you're hiding there. If I'm not happy, I might break another finger of his." On top of a large tree with lush foliage, a tall and slender woman with long silver hair walked out. She was wearing an exquisite emerald green leaf armor that was unique to the elves. She had a slim waist and perky buttocks. Her breasts were full and alluring, and her shape was perfect. She exuded an alluring charm, and her appearance was even more beautiful than Karina's. However, she had a hint of a heroic aura about her. The eyes of the peerless beauty were as cold as two sharp arrows, never leaving Yang Feng's vital parts. There was a silver bow in her hand, and the silver bow exuded heart-palpitating fluctuations of power. Yang Feng looked at the peerless, silver-haired elven beauty and exclaimed in admiration, "What an elven beauty! What's your name? Which elven family do you come from? Don't refuse to answer my questions. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your brother will have to break another finger." A look of fear and pain on his face, Benedict implored, "Kafalina, save me, I don't want to break another finger." It hurts. It's killing me. Coughalina shot Benedict a somewhat resentful look, sighed faintly, and said in a magnetic voice, I am Coughalina from the Ramonfan family, the elder sister of the good-for-nothing guy in your hands. Yang Feng said coldly, Coughalina, drop the bow in your hand. If you still want to keep your brother intact. With the powerful perception of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng could sense the frightening power contained in the silver bow. Coughalina raised her eyebrows and said coldly, This is the Moonlight Divine Bow, a treasure of our family. We won't give it to anyone. Ian, you're just a trifling star knight. In the elven woods, you can't escape even if you grow wings. Let go of my brother, and I'll spare your life. Frightening auras rose in the vicinity of the elven woods, and elven experts at the Sky Knight rank and above rushed over. Among them, there were even 3 sacred swordsman rank chi soaring into the sky, and legend wizard rank spirit force stirred the vigor of heaven and earth, forming dark clouds in the sky. The complexions of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen changed slightly, and their eyes shimmered with graveness. Foldina, on the other hand, stared at Yang Feng with a bright smile, not caring about the arrival of the elven experts. Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's see what you have. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. A secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel pierced Benedict's abdomen, and a copious amount of blood flowed out of Benedict's abdomen and scattered on the ground. Benedict looked at the sword that had pierced through his abdomen. His handsome face contorted as he screamed miserably, Save me! Save me! Sister! Save me! Sister! Coughalina's pretty complexion changed, and she barked, Stop! Ian, what do you want? Do you really want to be enemies with us elves? Very interesting. I'd like to see if you can keep me here. Before that, let me kill the only male of the Ramonfan family. I'll let the Ramonfan family die out. I think that if he dies, the expressions of the gods you believe in will be very interesting. By the way, I'm a duke conferred by His Majesty the Emperor of the Morince Empire. I have more than 500,000 troops in my territory. You elves are welcome to attack. I think that many human aristocrats will be looking forward to a large number of elven slaves. Yang Feng grabbed Benedict and flung him around, revealing a frigid smile. Coughalina felt a slight chill in her heart when she heard that, and her eyes filled with apprehension as she looked at Yang Feng. Elves were extremely powerful in the elven woods. Even if a 1 million human army came to suppress them, only death would await them in the woods. However, once elves went to fight in other places, although they were still the best archers, but they were no longer invincible existences. Once Benedict was killed by Yang Feng, the elven gods in the starry sky would fly into a rage, and the elves would be forced to leave the elven woods and fight outside. In that case, the advantage of the elves would be lost, and who knows how many elves would have to die to win the war. Who knows how many elves would end up as slaves and playthings of human aristocrats. Chapter 306. Coughalina, since Duke Ian wants the Moonlight Divine Bow in your hands, then give it to him. Exuding the aura of a powerhouse, 4 beautiful elves around the age of 27 or 28 walked over. In the lead was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, and a charming appearance. Exuding the majesty of a superior, she looked like a ripe honey peach and slowly walked over. Coughalina's eyebrows creased slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand and threw the Moonlight Divine Bow to Yang Feng. Yang Feng grabbed the Moonlight Divine Bow and put it into a storage ring. The beautiful woman full of majesty raised her lily-white hand, and the elven warriors guarding the entrance to the elven woods put away their bows and arrows. At the same time she said with a gentle smile towards Yang Feng, Duke Ian, I am Urza, an elder of the elves. We elves have no malice towards you. Now, can you release Benedict? He is still a naive child. If he offended you in any way, then I apologize on his behalf. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then pulled out the sword that pierced Benedict's abdomen, pointed with his finger, and a stream of healing water suddenly flew out and entered Benedict's abdomen, healing his injuries. Yang Feng's sword deliberately avoided Benedict's vital points. Under the effect of the healing water, the injury on Benedict's abdomen quickly healed. Aisha silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, and streams of healing water suddenly appeared and entered the bodies of the elven warriors injured by Yang Feng, quickly healing their injuries. Speak, why are you framing me? You're saying that I'm an executioner with elven blood on my hands. If you dare to lie, then I'll stab you in the gut. That'll be fun. Yang Feng grabbed Benedict and cast a lie detection spell on him. Staring fiercely at Benedict, he unleashed the divine energy of fear, and a frightening pressure emanated from him and enveloped Benedict. Benedict was originally full of fear of Yang Feng. Just now, he was stabbed by Yang Feng, which further proved that Yang Feng didn't care about his identity as a member of the Ramonfan family. Under the effect of the divine energy of fear, he viewed Yang Feng as a godlike existence, and poured out all of his dirty thoughts. Karina always mentions your name, Ian. I'm jealous of you, and that's why I came to frame you. Let me go, Ian. I won't do it again. Hearing Benedict's words, the surrounding elves were disappointed. The elven warriors at the entrance of the elven forest stared at the lie detection spell on Benedict's body. After discovering that the spell proved Benedict's words, they became even more disappointed. Disdainful gazes were focused on Benedict. Kofalina's brows furrowed slightly. The expressions of Elsa and the 3 elven elders behind her weren't very good. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, I heard that elves are an elegant and noble race. It seems that they're just what a disappointment. Elsa said with a gentle smile. Duke Ian, Benedict is still an insensible child. Why do you have to be calculative with a child? Yang Feng frowned slightly. Aisha's gentle attitude made it hard for him to continue to be overbearing. However, he was also somewhat unwilling to let go of Benedict in this way. Ian, you're here. Big sister Kofalina, Elder Elsa. Why are you here? Along with a bell-like voice, Karina, dressed in an emerald green leaf armor, leaped out of the elven forest and appeared in front of everyone, her innocent eyes full of curiosity. Karina saw Benedict, who was held hostage by Yang Feng, at a glance, and her slim eyebrows creased slightly. Ian, why did you capture Big Brother Benedict? Yang Feng replied with a smile. He framed me and wanted to capture me. So I captured him in passing. The elven warriors of the elven forest shimmered with shame in the abyss of their eyes. More than 100 elven warriors couldn't stop Yang Feng, allowing him to easily capture Benedict. This was a dereliction of duty. Karina looked at Elsa and the other elven elders standing aside and said, Let him go. I'm begging you, okay? Okay. Yang Feng very straightforwardly threw Benedict towards the silver-haired elves as if he was a large piece of trash. The silver-haired moonlight elves quickly stepped forward, helped Benedict up, and glared at Yang Feng. Once Benedict was safe, his handsome face twisted, and he screamed loudly, Capture him! Elder Elsa, Big Sister Kofalina, quickly capture him. He broke 2 of my fingers, you have to avenge me. Yang Feng frowned slightly, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he looked coldly at the elves. If the elves really lost their reason and wanted to capture him, he would no longer be merciful. Aisha frowned and said in a cold voice, Isabel, the 2 of you take Benedict back and lock him in the Blackwood Tree dungeon. That's my order. Yes, Elder Elsa. The 2 silver-haired moonlight elves responded respectfully, then helplessly grabbed Benedict and walked towards the elven forest. As he walked, Benedict shouted loudly, Elsa, you don't have the right to treat me like this. I'll tell my mother and let her punish you. You better remember this. For a lowly human to treat me like this, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Elsa smiled helplessly and said, I'm sorry, Duke Ian, for making a fool of himself. He's just a spoiled brat. I hope this won't affect the friendship between us elves and the Red Earth Wasteland. The lower-class elves might not know of Yang Feng's prestige. However, the upper-class elves were well aware that a giant had risen in the Red Earth Wasteland in recent years, and that was Duke Ian. After absorbing millions of people from the Notice province, the strength of the Red Earth Wasteland skyrocketed geometrically. The number of its main forces had expanded to 200,000, and they were drilling day and night. In addition to the Red Earth Wasteland, the Funès province had also received millions of refugees from the Notice province, who had now settled in the Funès province. The population of Duke Ian's territory exceeded 10 million, which was equivalent to a quarter of the Elven Empire's population. Even Elsa didn't dare to slight such a bigwig. Benedict was the only male of the Ramonfan family. He had been pampered and spoiled since childhood. He was completely spoiled and ignorant of the continent's situation. Elsa and the other elven elders understood the weight of the Red Earth Duke Ian's name. Yang Feng's title of duke and his territory were built on the backs of countless corpses. Besides, Yang Feng had a close relationship with the emperor of the Morin's Empire, and he was a masterful strategist. Once a war broke out, it would be a situation that the Elven Empire didn't want to see. Indifferent, Yang Feng replied politely with a trace of alienation. Of course not. Elsa's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She could naturally sense the alienation and indifference in Yang Feng's words. Karina smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming, making people feel relaxed and happy. Let's not talk about these trivial matters. Ian, let's go. I'll take you to the Elven Woods to have a good time. When Yang Feng saw Karina's smile, the pressure in his heart was swept away, and he said with a smile, Okay. Kofalina creased her eyebrows slightly and said, Elder Elsa. The Elven Woods was the place where the elves of the Elven Empire lived. Apart from elves, very few people could enter. Even half-elves, who had a close relationship with elves, could only live outside the Elven Woods. Kofalina felt a little uncomfortable that Yang Feng's group of humans entered the Elven Woods. Elsa shook her head and didn't let Kofalina stop Yang Feng's party. The Elven Woods was the place where elves lived. As soon as he entered the Elven Woods, Yang Feng saw many magic plants that were rarely seen in the outside world. Elves were high elves of the Sandra Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Reportedly, the Sandra Plane was filled with countless extraordinary plants. It was the most popular paradise for extraordinary plant-type human warlocks. High elves of the Sandra Plane were terrifying existences that weren't inferior to fiends, dragons, giants, and other extraordinary life forms. In terms of physical constitution alone, high elves of the Sandra Plane couldn't compare to fiends, dragons, giants, and other extraordinary life forms that excelled in physical constitution. However, high elves were proficient in all kinds of nature spells and elemental spells. Children of nature and elemental children were very common among high elves. After elves came to the Feisua Plane, they gradually degenerated and merged with the Feisua Plane, forming the present ordinary elves. Although they were still much more talented than humans, but they were far from comparable to the high elves of the Sandra Plane. Most of the elves of the Feisua Plane were proficient in nature spells, influenced by their ancestors. As for elves proficient in elemental spells, there were very few. On the Feisua Plane, an elven son of nature would appear every few hundred years. As for elemental children, none had appeared. Elves proficient in nature spells continuously transformed the elven woods they lived in. After tens of thousands of years of transformation, the elven woods had become a paradise for extraordinary plants. Here one could find extraordinary plants that many apothecaries yearned for. Chapter 307. When sunlight fell on the elven woods, it was absorbed by the extraordinary plants in different ways, forming magnificent and resplendent rainbows. The elven woods was full of vitality and filled with formidable life magic energy. The concentration of life magic energy here was even higher than in the Victory Palace. Walking in the elven woods, Yang Feng admired the beautiful scenery and exclaimed, "The scenery here is really beautiful." The elven woods was really picturesque. If it was on Earth, who knows how many people would come here as tourists? Karina said proudly, "Of course it's beautiful. This is the home that we elves built with great difficulty." Yang Feng smiled. He, who was proficient in the history of the Feisua Plane, understood why Karina was so proud. The elves of the Feisua Plane were annihilation squads dispatched by high elves of the Sandra Plane. After the high elven annihilation squads came to the Feisua Plane, they fought countless fierce battles with the indigenous gods of the Feisua Plane, and then obtained the elven woods to recuperate. The high elven annihilation squad suffered heavy casualties in the fierce battles. The surviving powerhouses ignited their divine fire and became elven gods of the Feisua Plane. After the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, which prohibited the true bodies of gods from descending to the secular world to fight. Under the divine decree of the human gods, the Morin's Empire, the Titan Empire, and other human states had formed several expeditionary forces to suppress the elves. The expeditionary forces that were sent to subjugate the elves were thrown into disarray by the elves in the elven forest and suffered heavy casualties. As a result, the elves were able to gain a foothold on the Feisua Plane. It was also during the past several millennia that the elves were gradually accepted by the races of the Feisua Plain. Divine decrees to suppress the elves were rarely seen. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Karina, why did you call me over this time?" "In a few days, I will come of age. According to the customs of the elves, I will be an adult in a few days. I can get married. A few guys came over and wanted to marry me. I didn't want to, so I came to you for help." After Karina said that straightforwardly, she suddenly fell into hesitation. She silently recited an incantation, waved her lily-white hand, and a silent spell enveloped her and Yang Feng. Not far behind, Fuldina raised her eyebrows slightly, and then looked around curiously with a look of indifference. The Elven Forest was an important place in the Elven Empire. Very few other races could enter this area. Karina had an extraordinary status in the Elven Empire, and Yang Feng was a greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Due to these two factors, he was able to set foot in the Elven Forest. If Yang Feng was just an ordinary person, then even if he was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse or even a legend rank wizard, it would be very difficult to get permission from the elves to enter the Elven Woods. A solemn expression flashed across Karina's pretty face. "I have the ability to foresee. Clairvoyance." When Yang Feng heard that, raging waves were suddenly set off in his heart. The ability to foresee was one of the extraordinary powers of time. There were very few intelligent beings with the ability to foresee and predict. This kind of extraordinary ability had nothing to do with cultivation, only talent. Even strong divine force rank gods might not have the ability to foresee. Those who possessed this ability were extremely rare, but once they appeared, they would be fought over by various powerful forces. Ordinary foresight was fine, but if it involved the rise and fall of a major force, then it could even save a major force or make it more prosperous. Of course, the ability to foresee was very unstable. Even in the history of the Zhongji Plain, the Time Lord, who was known to have the strongest ability to foresee, could only see some fragments of the future. Besides, the future wasn't unchangeable. When you saw fragments of the future, some of your inadvertent actions might affect the changes in the future. Even so, existences with the ability to foresee were even crowned as prophets among many races and civilizations, and were worshipped by countless people. With a strange expression on her face, Karina said unhurriedly, "Recently, I have often seen some vague fragments of the Elven Woods flowing with blood, and you standing in a sea of blood." Yang Feng's body stiffened slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. Frowning tightly, the power inside him surged, and he prepared for battle. Karina chuckled mischievously. "Don't be so nervous, I haven't finished yet. You are a helper on our side, while our enemy is shrouded in obscurity. I can't see their true faces." Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief. He thought that he had been tricked into the Elven Woods and was about to be killed. Karina's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she pleaded softly. "However, I really have an ominous premonition. After seeing the vague fragments, I called you over. My intuition tells me that the Elven Woods might undergo a great change. Ian, please help me." Yang Feng asked. "What's in it for me?" Karina smiled tenderly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a crafty glint. "In it for me? Aren't we friends? Isn't it a matter of course to help a friend?" Yang Feng spread his hands and said, "The Elven Woods is flowing with blood, so the enemy must not be underestimated. If there's no benefit, I won't have the motivation to help." Yang Feng was indeed a bit fond of the innocent Karina. But for him to risk his life to help her, their friendship had yet to reach that point. Karina thought for a moment, and then said, "Okay, what do you want?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a light smile, "Seeds of large ancient energy-absorbing trees." Large ancient energy-absorbing trees could absorb all kinds of energy from different spaces and condense them into magic crystals. The pure magic energy contained in a low-grade magic crystal was dozens of times that of a top-notch magic stone. Once cultivated, a large ancient energy-absorbing tree was a cornucopia that could produce magic crystals in a steady stream. A large ancient energy-absorbing tree had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, so its value could be well imagined. Even in the Zhongji Plains Great Cloud Dynasty, large ancient energy-absorbing trees were still very precious treasures. Karina creased her eyebrows slightly, saying, "The seeds of such treasures are too precious. Generally, large ancient energy-absorbing trees can only bear a single seed every 10,000 years. We elves have no more than 200 seeds in reserve, so I can't get my hands on them. Chapter 308. Yang Feng looked at the capital of the Elven Empire, the Saint Moonlight City, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful city!" That Saint Moonlight City was a huge tree with lush foliage, boundlessly vast, and towering into the clouds. This towering tree was called the Towering Ancient Tree, and it was a worship of the High Elves dispatched from the Sandra Plain. The Towering Ancient Tree was seriously damaged in the War of the Gods. In the end, in order to protect the elves of the Feisua Plain, the gods of the Elven divine system left it in the secular world, and it became the capital of the elves. Around the Saint Moonlight City, there were countless branches, and on those branches, there were all kinds of strange flowers, bright purple and brilliant red, incomparably beautiful. Rays of sunlight fell on the branches of the Towering Ancient Tree, and then were reflected by the branches and leaves of the Towering Ancient Tree, transforming the sunlight into bright moonlight that fell on the earth. Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, beautiful elves riding silver pegasi and noble and holy unicorns that only virgins were allowed to approach shuttled back and forth among the towering ancient trees, forming a beautiful scene that only appeared in fairy tales. Silver pegasi were demonic beasts with wings on their ribs that could fly. Reportedly, these silver pegasi had unicorn bloodline, and could carry elven warriors for 100 to 200 kilometers without interruption. However, due to the difficulty of reproduction and huge appetite, they needed to be fed with special plants. As a result, the number of silver pegasi in the Elven Empire didn't exceed 20,000. When Faldina and the three sacred swordsmen saw Saint Moonlight City, their eyes showed a touch of shock. They were shocked by the beautiful scenery. Elves were outsiders. After they descended on the Feisua Plain, they had conflicts with the gods of the Feisua Plain, resulting in a war of the gods. On the Feisua Plain, the human divine system had the largest number of gods. At the time, many elven gods died at the hands of the human gods. At the same time, many human gods also died at the hands of the elven gods, and a deep hatred was formed between the two sides. Even though the Treaty of the Gods was signed, the human gods still issued divine decrees from time to time to form a human expeditionary force to suppress the elves. The shadows of the human gods were also hidden behind the hunting of elves. The relationship between humans and elves wasn't friendly. In fact, elves were relatively isolated on the Feisua Plain. In the last 1,000 years, elves slowly integrated into the Feisua Plain. However, their relationship with humans was still very tense. There were very few humans who could see the true face of Saint Moonlight City with their own eyes. But through those elf slaves, humans were very clear that in the depths of the elven forest, there was an incomparably beautiful Saint Moonlight City. Karina proudly showed off. "Beautiful, right? This is my home." Yang Feng praised sincerely. "Of course, it's really a beautiful city. You have good taste. Let's go in." Karina smiled proudly. Like a lively deer, she skipped toward Moonlight City. As soon as he approached Moonlight City, relying on the terrifying perception of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng felt a sense of danger from Moonlight City. Frightening killing intent lingered on the flowers on the lush branches of Moonlight City. At the same time, the countless thick roots rooted deep in the ground gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling. At the same time, there were countless elves with powerful auras hidden in the lush branches and leaves. Clearly, these elves were ruthless and powerful battle elves. When Karina arrived in front of Moonlight City, she said in her pleasant voice, "I am Karina, these humans are my friends. Please open the door." Moonlight containing fluctuations of divine power fell from the sky and fell on Yang Feng and company. When the moonlight disappeared, Yang Feng and company had already disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes blurred, and he found himself in a place filled with tree houses. There was a layer of grass about 5 centimeters tall growing on the ground, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants mixed with the fragrance of flowers. At the same time, by relying on the keen perception of the vigor of heaven and earth of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng also sensed that the life magic energy here was very rich. Practicing various secret methods here would yield twice the results with half the effort. As soon as Yang Feng and his party appeared, curious gazes came from all directions. Yang Feng also looked around curiously. The elves in the Saint Moonlight City were clearly different from the elves Yang Feng saw in the ancient Green Forest City. Most of the elves in the Saint Moonlight City looked at them with a trace of curiosity, indifference, and even vigilance. The elves in the ancient Green Forest City, on the other hand, seemed to be very fond of coming into contact with humans. A team of heavily armed elven guards riding silver-winged Pegasi descended from the sky and landed in front of Karina and company. Belinda dismounted from a silver-winged Pegasi, came before Karina and company, and said, "Your Highness Karina, I was ordered to invite you and Duke Ian to the Moonlight Palace." Belinda's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of a complicated glint. When they first met, Yang Feng was just the city master of a small city in the Red Earth wasteland. On the Feisua Plain, such a small city master could be seen everywhere. The only commendable thing about him was that he established a city in the desolate Red Earth wasteland. Now, however, Yang Feng was already a duke of the Morin's Empire, one of the two human empires. He held great power and had a population of more than 10 million people under his command. He had become an influential bigwig among the humans. The population of the entire elven race was only 40 million. In other words, in terms of population alone, Yang Feng's population was already a quarter of the elven empire's population, which shouldn't be underestimated. The lower-class elves might not have heard of Yang Feng's name, but most of the upper-class elves already knew his name. Although the elves holed up in the elven woods, but after thousands of years of operation, they had planted countless spies and informants among the major forces of the Feisua Plain. They naturally collected all kinds of information. Belinda shuddered at the thought of this seemingly gentle and ruthless person flooding a province of the Morin's Empire, and then taking advantage of the opportunity to immigrate the refugees of the province to his territory. Belinda shuddered at the thought of the interlinked and ruthless methods of this seemingly gentle and ruthless person. Except for the spoiled elven silk pants Benedict, no one in the upper class of the elven empire dared to look down on Yang Feng. It was because Yang Feng was so powerful that the elven elder Urza would talk to him so kindly. Otherwise, if an ordinary person, even a legend-rank powerhouse, dared to stab Benedict at the entrance to the elven woods, they would have been eliminated by the elves a long time ago. Karina nimbly jumped onto the back of the silver Pegasus and said with a hearty smile, "Okay, let's go. By the way, Belinda, Ian brought some goods to the ancient Green Forest City. Send someone to get them." Belinda replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Feng's group of 5 jumped onto the back of the silver Pegasus. The silver Pegasus flapped its wings, and magic patterns flickered on its wings. A hurricane suddenly enveloped the silver Pegasus, and it flew into the sky. Yang Feng sensed the hurricane around the silver Pegasus, raised his eyebrows slightly, and resolved a doubt in his mind. What a strong wind! Only knight-rank powerhouses and above can contend against this wind. Besides, it's not good for the body to be blown by such a hurricane for a long time. No wonder elves don't use this silver Pegasus to travel long distances. Although the silver Pegasus could fly in the sky, but because it used the power of the hurricane, the wind was too strong. Without a magic shield to protect them, even a knight-rank powerhouse would suffer from the erosion of the terrifying hurricane day and night, their bones aching and their bodies suffering from various ailments. Only a warlock like Yang Feng, who had a life force field protecting him at all times, could easily resist the erosion of the hurricane. Therefore, the silver Pegasus could only be used as a means of transportation in the Saint Moonlight City, or as a trump card in battle. It couldn't be used as a means of long-distance transportation. In Saint Moonlight City, there were countless beautiful treehouses, and the elves lived in those strange treehouses. The entire Saint Moonlight City was like an orderly, beautiful, and artistic forest. In the center of the Saint Moonlight City, there was a huge tree several hundred meters tall, lush with foliage, and shrouded in bright moonlight. This huge tree shrouded in moonlight was the most precious treasure of elves, the Moonlight Tree. The royal family of elves lived on this moonlight tree. The group of silver Pegasi descended from the sky and landed on a thick branch. The thick branch of the moonlight tree was very wide, and could accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Even if the riding skills weren't good, but the silver Pegasus could still easily land on the branch. Belinda pointed to a petite, beautiful, flat-chested elven girl and said, "Duke Ian, Her Highness Karina has to go inside to prepare. Please follow Shauna inside." Yang Feng nodded slightly. "Okay." Karina waved her hand at Yang Feng and revealed a sweet smile. "See you later." With that, Karina, escorted by Belinda and the other elves, walked towards the depths of the moonlight tree. Shauna smiled politely at Yang Feng and said, Dukian, please come with me. Yang Feng nodded slightly and followed Shauna into the moonlight tree. Inside the moonlight tree, there was cold moonlight sprinkling everywhere. The moonlight contained extremely pure life magic energy. Bathed in the moonlight, Yang Feng could clearly feel his physique strengthening under the illumination of the moonlight. Chapter 309. The inside of the moonlight tree was extremely spacious, with moonlight scattered everywhere, shrouding the inside of the moonlight tree in a hazy fluorescence, looking very beautiful. After passing through winding and bizarre corridors, a wide and huge hall appeared before Yang Feng and his party. In the vast hall, in addition to the seat of honor, there were wooden tables and chairs on both sides, similar to those used in court banquets. There were already several groups of people sitting in the hall. The groups of people in the hall weren't elves. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, he felt slightly hostile gazes. Led by Shauna, Yang Feng sat down gracefully on a seat, and then sized up the groups of people in the hall with great interest. Among the groups of people, the leader of a group was a burly man with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering aura. He was clearly a lion man powerhouse from the Beast Man Empire. The leader of a group was a burly man with fair skin, a handsome appearance, and a pair of short golden dragon horns. He was clearly a powerhouse from the country of dragons. The leader of a group was a very handsome man, not inferior to Amadeo in the slightest. He had a confident temperament, looking like a peerlessly handsome human man. Unfortunately, the 3-meter-tall shark-man powerhouses with gills on their faces next to him exposed their merfolk identity. The leader of a group was a burly man with a square face and big ears, a handsome appearance, short golden hair, and an extraordinary temperament. He was surrounded by human guards, looking very much like a bigwig of the human race. After Yang Feng entered the hall, the gazes of the groups of people fell on him. After their gazes fell on the delicate and charming Faldina, who exuded an enchanting charm, they clearly flashed with surprise. A strange and quiet atmosphere reverberated in the hall. Yang Feng glanced at the groups of people, then picked up a green warm yang fruit placed on the table, swallowed it, and crushed it. The sweet and refreshing juice filled his mouth. When the juice entered his stomach, an extremely scorching warm current rose inside him. It was warm and comfortable. The green sun-warming fruit was a precious fruit carefully cultivated by elves. Not only was it delicious, but it could also enhance the physique of a cultivator. In the ancient green forest city, the wholesale price of such a fruit was as high as 100 gold coins. In the St. Toulon city, it was as high as 500 gold coins. Moreover, there was no market for it. It was a top-notch fruit sought after by many greater aristocrats. Faldina pointed to the young powerhouse surrounded by human guards and whispered in Yang Feng's ear. That's Raylo, the most outstanding genius from the Amigo divine descendant family of the Titan Empire. Reportedly, he awakened the bloodline of the god of war inside him at the age of 10. Now, he's only 18 years old, yet he already possesses a pinnacle Star Knight rank cultivation base. He's already and can advance to the Sacred Swordsman rank. Although he doesn't cultivate magic, the war god's bloodline is enough to make him immune to spells below the 3rd tier. He is publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest geniuses in the Titan Empire, and more than 3 sword saints have been defeated by him. Yang Feng looked at Raylo with a look of graveness and curiosity in his eyes. A genius who awakened the god of war's bloodline. How could such a genius appear here? Not everyone from divine descendant families could awaken the bloodline of their ancestors. Apart from the first-generation divine descendants who could inherit part of the bloodline of gods, most of the other divine descendants could not awaken the bloodline of their ancestors. On the Feisua plane, the bloodlines of gods were the most powerful bloodlines on the Feisua plane. The bloodlines of different gods contained different powers, but each of them was very powerful, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The god of war Amigo was a strong divine force rank god of the Titan divine system, and his bloodline also possessed terrifying power. After Raylo awakened the power of Amigo's bloodline, he would possess traces of god power, his fighting strength would be terrifying, and he would possess all kinds of innate extraordinary abilities. If there were no mishaps, he would be able to smoothly advance to the Sacred Swordsman rank. As for whether or not he could become a demigod rank powerhouse, it would depend on his luck and his own efforts. A tall and slender elf clan peerless beauty stepped into the hall. She had a curvaceous waist and perky buttocks. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes. Her entire body seemed to be perfectly proportioned. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a golden waterfall. She had a beautiful face and exuded a noble, graceful, and beautiful aura. When Yang Feng saw the peerless elven beauty, his eyes lit up and his heart skipped a beat. The peerless elven beauty was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Even a peerless beauty like Karina was slightly inferior in front of her. When the peerless elven beauty stepped into the hall, the entire hall seemed to brighten up a bit. Practically everyone's gazes were attracted by her. Her brilliance completely overshadowed the peerless beauty beside her, Karina, who was also a peerless beauty. Standing next to the peerless elven beauty, Karina looked a lot more inexperienced, like a green apple that had yet to fully mature. The brilliance of the other peerless elven beauty, Kafalina, also dimmed a bit. In addition to the three peerless elven beauties, there were also some beautiful elven warriors surrounding and guarding the peerless elven beauty. Clearly, she had a very high status among the elves. The peerless elven beauty took Karina's lily-white hand, walked to the seat of honor in the hall, and sat down. With a graceful smile on her pretty face, she said, "I am the Elven Empire's great elven monarch Azramia. I am very happy that everyone can come to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of my precious daughter, Karina." Karina took advantage of Azramia's inattention to make a face at Yang Feng. Yang Feng now understood why Karina was so sure that she would let him meet the great elven monarch Azramia. It turned out that this was her mother. The people sitting in the hall were all powerhouses. Karina's face made the powerhouses focus their gazes on Yang Feng, many of which were filled with intimidation and warning. Yang Feng ignored the gazes full of malice and mused, "This lass's charm is really great." According to the rules of the Crossdale family, apart from elves, other races must pass various tests in order to pursue members of the Crossdale family. The first test is to become the strongest among the pursuers. Sisons, one of the three most dazzling geniuses of the Beastman Empire, who awakened the Hercules bloodline. Sid, one of the 7 great geniuses of the Dragonborn from the country of dragons, who awakened the noble 3-headed golden dragon bloodline. Cicerin, a genius from the Merfolk Empire, who awakened the sea god bloodline. Raylo, a genius from the Titan Empire, who awakened the god of war bloodline. And Duke Ian, a red earth duke from the Morinth Empire. Are you sure you want to participate in this test? Azramia smiled gracefully and nobly. The light in the hall seemed to become brighter. Elves never married people of other races. It was very difficult for outsiders to marry pure-blooded elven beauties. The Crossdale family was known for its divine beauty and was favored and blessed by the gods. It was even more difficult to marry elven beauties of this family. In the past, the god who defected for the sake of the Crossdale family's elven beauties had to pass numerous tests set up by the Crossdale family before finally marrying the Crossdale family's elven beauties. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Sisons and the other 3 were genius powerhouses with top bloodlines of the Feisua Plain. Although Yang Feng wasn't afraid of such powerhouses, but he didn't want to offend them for no reason. He came to the Elven Woods just to open up a sales channel and sell the Red Earth Wasteland specialty products to the elves. Sisons smiled heartily and exuded a domineering aura. He looked around covetously and spoke with endless confidence. "Of course. When I, Sisons, saw Her Highness Princess Karina, I fell in love with her at first sight. I will definitely pass this test and become the sole pursuer of Her Highness Princess Karina." Cicerin said with a light smile, "I also fell in love with Her Highness Princess Karina at first sight. Of course, I won't give up this opportunity." Raylo said gracefully, "In the future, I hope to go to the Red Moon Lake with Her Highness Princess Karina and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Red Moon cherry blossoms. No matter what kind of test it is, it cannot shake my determination." Sid was silent for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and said calmly with endless pride, "I am the only one who can stand next to Karina." After the 4 strongest geniuses of the younger generation expressed their stance, their gazes focused on Yang Feng. With an anxious expression on her face, Karina winked at Yang Feng, signaling him with her eyes for fear that he would retreat. Azramia said with a faint smile, "Duke Ian, do you want to withdraw?" Sisons glanced at Yang Feng with contempt in his eyes and sneered, "Ian, withdraw. You're just an ordinary person. You're not qualified to participate in this test. For the sake of your life, it's better to withdraw." Cicerone and the other two smiled faintly and looked at Yang Feng with contempt and disdain in their eyes. The four people here were geniuses among geniuses with formidable bloodlines. Even sacred swordsman rank powerhouses might not be their match. They didn't care about a trifling Yang Feng. Interesting. In that case, let me see what you've got. I hope you don't disappoint me. There was a flash of fighting spirit in Yang Feng's eyes. His figure fluttered, and he flew to the center of the hall, crooked his finger at Sisons and the others, and said provocatively, "Who's first?" Chapter 310. The Titan's bloodline really deserves its reputation. However, you're the one who will lose. Very well, Ian, I'll let you, an ant-like human, see the gap between us. Sisons smiled ferociously and got up. A tyrannical and fearsome aura spread from him, and he stepped into the center of the hall with a majestic gait. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Cicerone and the others flashed with a dignified glint. When Sisons' fist slammed into the spider flower, the force of the 5 vibrations shattered it in an instant. The spider demonic flower continued to spit out white spider silk toward Sisons. However, Sisons relied on his unreasonable and terrifying strength to shatter them one by one, causing the white spider silk to scatter in all directions. Ew! By chopping Sisons' right arm into pieces and burning it to ashes, Yang Feng displayed his undisguised malice. When the fearsome sound wave slammed into Yang Feng, it forcibly penetrated his life force cover and entered his body from all directions. The fearsome might released by Sisons was a bit more terrifying than that of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. It was very difficult for ordinary Star Knight rank powerhouses to resist Sisons' might. This was the divine might that surpassed the dragon might. Like a demon god, Sisons smiled ferociously and, as if his fist contained the law of power, slammed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled coldly. In an instant, Yang Feng felt a pain in his head, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his ears. His internal organs churned and roiled, and he felt unbearable pain. Following a fearsome explosion, Yang Feng was sent flying a dozen steps back. His face pale, and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. Your strength isn't bad. What a surprise. However, you're still not my opponent. Boom. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Is this the suppression of god might? It's really amazing. Even with the help of the Titan's bloodline inside him, Sisons still felt powerless. He could barely muster 50% of his strength. With 50% of his strength, he was obviously not Yang Feng's opponent. The slightest bit of carelessness, and he might even be killed on the spot. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and instantly unleashed the spell's black dragon scales and dragon force. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of black dragon scales, endless dragon force poured into his body, and he punched towards Sisons with dragon force. Ever since Yang Feng came to the Zhongji Plain, he rarely fought geniuses of the same rank. That was because he clearly understood that his cultivation was almost entirely built up from all kinds of precious potions. His combat strength was far from that of a true genius, and his combat experience was not as rich as those true geniuses. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of his hand, and 10 seeds suddenly grew frantically and grew into 6-meter-tall extraordinary plant spider demonic flowers covered in fist-sized spider-like fruits. The spider-like fruit shone, and it sprayed countless white threads that turned into a white mist that swept towards Sisons. Young master. Following a crisp sound, Yang Feng's sword forcibly cut off Sisons' right hand, and a large amount of blood sprinkled on the ground. At the moment when Sisons admitted defeat, bright moonlight enveloped him and formed a moonlight barrier. Sisons, however, only shook slightly, and then showed no other reaction. Clearly, Sisons had the upper hand in this blow in terms of strength. I admit defeat. Yang Feng's sword ray flashed, and he chopped Sisons' severed right arm into countless pieces. Then, with a flick of his finger, a fireball suddenly shot at Sisons' severed right arm and burned it to ashes. A trifling ant-like mortal dares to be so arrogant? You're courting death. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way. As Ramia smiled merrily and waved her lily-white hand, and bright moonlight sprinkled from all directions and formed a beautiful moonlight barrier that enveloped Sisons and Yang Feng. After coming to the Feisua plain, Yang Feng, who had been relying on his own efforts, truly developed the potential of the warlock knowledge he learned in the Tyrandot subcontinent and gained the confidence to face any challenge without fear. There was a dignified glint in the eyes of Cicerin and Raylo. Even they couldn't easily withstand Sison's punch. Sison's lion-like eyes flashed fiercely. His chest swelled. He opened his bloody maw, and an earth-shaking roar full of bestiality suddenly erupted and formed a terrifying sound wave blasting towards Yang Feng. Idiot with only brute force. At the moment of imminent peril, the mysterious imprint on Sison's forehead flickered, and his eyes recovered a trace of clarity. He roared, erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and extended his right hand to block. Looks of horror on their faces, Sison's subordinates blurted out and shouted. Kafalina, on the other hand, showed a carefree expression. Yang Feng caught her younger brother and forced her to hand over her beloved bow, the Moonlight Divine Bow. Even though her younger brother was in the wrong, but she didn't like Yang Feng very much. Oh, you have some skill. You didn't die? However, that's all there is to it. Go to hell. When she saw this scene, Karina twisted her hands, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. Of course, Sison's divine might was much weaker than that of a true god. If it was the divine might of a true god, then even if it was only the divine might of a feeble divine force rank god, the fighting strength of experts below the great warlock rank would be weakened by at least 70%. Moreover, under the effect of divine might, very few people would dare to attack a god. Sison's eyes widened. With a furious roar he punched out. The fist wind that contained the power of 5 different kinds of vibration and shattering suddenly erupted. The punch contained 5 different kinds of shattering power and shattered the white spider silk into pieces. Sison's punch, which contained the law of power, destroyed everything with absolute power. That was the fighting style of the god of strength. After awakening the god of strength's bloodline, Sison's fighting style had traces of the god of strength's fighting style. Sison's felt his body go limp, and he could no longer muster any strength, as the countless white threads wound around him. At the moment when the spider demonic flower collapsed and shattered, a tiny tendril that was neither gold nor jade ejected from the spider demonic flower and stabbed into Sison's abdomen lightning fast. The moment the rattan armor took shape, Yang Feng appeared in front of Cicerin. As if they had a life of their own, the water flood dragons revolving around Cicerin madly pounced at Yang Feng, opened their mouths, and mercilessly bit at him. The countless water-absorbing demonic rattans twisting around Yang Feng suddenly erupted, and countless tendrils stabbed into the water flood dragons and frantically devoured the water elemental particles inside. A steady stream of water elemental particles was absorbed by the water-absorbing demonic rattans, and then dispersed. The sea flood dragon body protection, which even sacred swordsman rank powerhouses would find difficult to break through, was absorbed by the extraordinary plant water-absorbing demonic rattans twisting around Yang Feng. Yang Feng's killing intent flashed past. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi and mercilessly slashed at Cicerin like a meteor. Yang Feng had a premonition that once Cicerin completed his large-scale spell, he would either die or be seriously injured. Even if he was lucky enough to block it, he would still lose a layer of skin. After Cicerin awakened the sea god's bloodline, he could instantly cast level 3 water-type spells without even chanting an incantation. This was the strength of a god's bloodline. After all, even legend wizards needed to draw support from the weave and recite a magic tone in order to cast level 3 spells. For Cicerin to be able to instantly cast level 3 water-type spells, he was simply a freak. For such a freak to recite an incantation to release a spell, it was definitely a legend rank spell. Cicerin's eyes flashed with regret, and he stopped reciting an incantation. With a thought, he suddenly cast the level 3 spell Great Icicle. A 2-meter-long sharp icicle suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng with the force of a bolt of lightning. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He brandished his sword and erupted with violent chi in a flash, shattering the icicle. Cicerin gave up on using a legend rank spell. With a wave of his hand, as if artillery shells, large icicles shot towards Yang Feng without interruption. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he recited a magic tone. Suddenly, violent fire elemental particles appeared, shrouded him, and formed a huge storm of fire. When the huge icicles entered the barrier of the storm of fire, They were immediately swept into the sky by the storm of fire. They issued sizzling sounds and were dissolved and vaporized. A sea serpent formed from water elemental particles descended from the sky and slammed into the storm of fire. It issued sizzling sounds and neutralized the storm of fire. One after another, huge icicles barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't have time to cast a second storm of fire. He could only urge his qi to form a resplendent sword curtain that slashed at the icicles. One after another, the huge icicles were chopped into pieces by Yang Feng, who used dragon force. Every time the huge icicles were smashed, a frightening cold air would diffuse. The cold air superimposed on Yang Feng, and a thin layer of ice condensed on him. Countless amounts of cold air shrouded Yang Feng, and cold winds whistled. As if to freeze the earth, the air was filled with a bone-piercing chill. By relying on his frightening level 3 warlock rank physique, Yang Feng barely resisted the erosion of the cold air. However, in the midst of the fierce battle, he could feel his physical strength and spirit force rapidly decline. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Amazing! That's a powerhouse who awakened the sea god's bloodline for you. The complexions of Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen turned even more unsightly. If they were to face Ciceron, the three sacred swordsmen would only have one chance to attack. If they couldn't kill Ciceron with one strike, then even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to deal with the archwizard Ciceron. In front of a freakish archwizard like Ciceron who awakened the sea god's bloodline, even human legend wizards might not be his match. Sison's complexion became very unsightly. Ciceron cast level 3 water-type and ice-type spells in a continuous stream. Even he, an expert who awakened the Titan's bloodline, was not Ciceron's match in a one-on-one fight. Raylo's eyes flashed with a dignified glint as he pondered on how to deal with Ciceron's never-ending bombardment of spells. After smashing several large icicles, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. He frantically cast the spells Black Dragon Scales and Dragon Force, uttered 2 magic sentences, and launched the level 3 spell Fire Serpent. 2 extremely violent fire serpents suddenly appeared and barreled towards Ciceron. The 2 fire serpents had just appeared, when several large water serpents suddenly appeared and ferociously collided with the 2 fire serpents, neutralizing them. The remaining large water serpents pounced on Yang Feng, and then were absorbed by the water-absorbing demonic vines. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to shoot towards Ciceron like an artillery shell. Ciceron willed, and 4 large icicles suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng like artillery shells. Without dodging, Yang Feng madly rushed towards the 4 large icicles. Before colliding with the large ice cones, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at himself. The absorbing water demonic rottans that had absorbed enough water elemental particles suddenly erupted, shot out like flood dragons, and slammed into the 4 large ice cones, sending them flying one by one. "I concede," Ciceron said very calmly after seeing the 4 large icicles sent flying. Practically at the same time, a bright moonlight fell from the sky, shrouded Ciceron, and formed a moonlight barrier. Yang Feng's figure shook, his complexion paled, and he took a few steps back. Shortly after, he spat out chunks of ice from his mouth, and his body unconsciously trembled slightly. Ciceron's spells contained the power of ice. Even though Yang Feng had the life force field of a warlock, but he was still eroded by the cold qi, and suffered a lot of internal injuries. Streams of cold qi scuttled inside Yang Feng's majestic dragon-like body. Wherever the cold qi passed, Yang Feng trembled continuously. He had to go all out to dispel the traces of strange cold qi. If it wasn't for the power of the water-absorbing demonic vines exceeding Ciceron's imagination, then Yang Feng might not be Ciceron's match without using his trump card. Ciceron gave Yang Feng a somewhat regretful and meaningful look, before returning to his seat and sitting down. "Ian, at least you have some skill. This time you've won." You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.